At your birthday party, you knew the childhood sweetheart you had grown up with wasn't going to show up. You also knew full well she was off celebrating the birthday of some guy who literally just dropped from the sky. Yet, you didn't even bother calling to ask her why she didn't come. Because you knew damn well, someone you can't even wait for in broad daylight, how could they possibly show up on a rainy day? Right now, you stood at the hotel entrance, looking back at the coming and going crowd. Like a hopelessly romantic fool, you were expecting that in the next second, she would pop out from some corner and drop the classic line on you. "I'm late. Happy birthday." But alas, it seemed even the big guy upstairs was telling you to give it a rest. The pitter-patter of the drizzle falling in the night sky completely extinguished the burning hope in your eyes, like dumping a bucket of ice water on a campfire. Someone who couldn't even be waited for on a sunny day, how could you possibly wait for them on a rainy one? The person you were waiting for so desperately was Seraphina. She was the childhood sweetheart you grew up with, totally innocent and inseparable. She was the girl who played house with you when you were little and declared she would marry you. She was the companion who had been by your side since kindergarten. She was an absolutely indispensable part of your life's journey. The older you felt that Seraphina was simply the best gift the heavens had bestowed upon you. So from a very young age, you learned how to pamper and protect her. You would leave your very last piece of candy for her. You would bravely stand up when classmates isolated Seraphina, holding her hand tightly to advance and retreat together. The memories between you two were truly way too many. Even if this sudden downpour stopped, you still wouldn't be able to finish recounting them all. A year before the big exams, you confessed your feelings to Seraphina. Her response felt like it was just yesterday. "You big dummy, getting distracted at a critical juncture like this. I still want to go to the same university as you, you know." The girl's tone revealed care and concern. It wasn't a rejection, nor was it an acceptance. It sounded exactly like a promise made for the future. You figured, you two had gone to elementary school, middle school, and high school together, so of course, you had to go to university together too. But reality is never as simple as your teenage brain imagines. Seraphina in university was no longer that little girl asking you for candy. She also no longer needed your constant protection. A guy named Caspian appeared by her side. Both being art majors, they shared common hobbies, giving off a strong "we are soulmates" vibe. Perhaps childhood sweethearts really can't beat the random guy dropping from the sky. Once you went to pick up Seraphina on a rainy day, but ran into Caspian first. Caspian actually had the sheer audacity to declare his sovereignty over her right to your face. You saw right through his little scheme. It was nothing more than an attempt to provoke you into losing your mind and punching him. Then, he could run to Seraphina, sow discord, and play the ultimate victim card, making her despise you. You just casually pulled out a tiny sliver of your childhood memories, and you left Caspian completely speechless. But even so, you still lost. The next day, Caspian told Seraphina that you had verbally assaulted him and threatened him with revenge if he didn't leave her alone. The highest tier of lying is telling truths completely taken out of context. You had indeed said every single sentence, but without the context of the situation at the time, it was ridiculously easy to create a misunderstanding. Little did she know, the words Caspian used to provoke you were vastly more despicable. So despicable you wanted to beat his teeth out. You forcibly held back and didn't fall into his trap. But facing the distrust of your childhood sweetheart, you couldn't maintain your rationality anymore. Because love is inherently irrational. It cannot be restrained. For the very first time ever, the two of you had a major conflict. That conversation ended on a sour note. You felt as if someone had just stabbed a knife right into your heart. Sure enough, the only people capable of hurting you are the ones you love. A childhood friend can never beat the skydrop rival. In this moment, you realize this saying was an absolute lie. How could a childhood friend who had been by her side for so many years possibly fail to beat a guy who just randomly spawned? The only thing that could make the childhood friend concede defeat was the very girl he loved and grew up with. Later, after some time had passed, this conflict became like a stone thrown into a lake. Though it caused ripples, it would eventually return to calmness. At least, that's what you thought. The two of you greeted each other just like normal, tacitly pretending that unhappy conversation never happened, as if returning to the days before the conflict. You wanted to confess your feelings again. This birthday party was the absolute best opportunity. Same day, two people's birthdays. Caspian's birthday party was also today. Until tonight, you honestly didn't think you would lose. From elementary school onwards, you had always received a birthday gift from Seraphina, along with that familiar happy birthday. But reality used the most brutal method to tell you, tonight, that girl you grew up with wasn't going to come. The bouquet of roses prepared inside the VIP room wouldn't be landing in its female owner's hands. "Is she here?" Thorn patted your shoulder from behind and asked. "She didn't come and she's not going to." You let out a heavy breath, pretending to be relaxed. "Let's go cut the cake right now. I'll cut a huge slice for you." Weird. It's Kaelen's birthday and Seraphina doesn't show up. What on earth is she doing? As you returned to the room, most of the people who came tonight were close friends like Thorn, old classmates. Many people asked, why didn't Goddess Seraphina come? Not attending her boyfriend's birthday party. Does she have some emergency? Let's just eat the cake first. You had no idea how to answer the inquiries of your old classmates, especially those 3 words, her boyfriend, smashed your persistence into pixelated dust. It turns out that getting jealous without an official title is basically the universe's biggest, cruelest joke. Disappointment and exhaustion surging from the very depths of your soul drowned you, yet with so many people present you could only force a fake smile. The old classmates could all see something was off with you. Usually, you were sunny and cheerful, giving people a feeling like a refreshing spring breeze. Now, you looked exactly like a wooden puppet without a soul. After handing out the cake, you stared at that beautiful bouquet of roses for a long time, gently touching the crimson petals. You weren't going to throw this bouquet into the trash can. Even if so many years of affection had to come to a full stop, you had to choose a decent way to do it. You took apart the rose bouquet that was meant for Seraphina and gave the flowers to the old classmates attending the party, under the guise of a friend's return gift. Just like the status between you and Seraphina. Whether it was childhood sweethearts or just old buddies, you no longer had the energy to investigate. What should have been traded for "I do" roses instead traded for a chorus of thank yous. Truly sigh-inducing. The food and cake were eaten, but the heavy rain outside still hadn't stopped. Many old classmates already wanted to go home, so you called cabs for them, sending them off one by one. The last one to leave was Thorn. "Car's here, get in!" He pulled open the car door. "I have questions to ask you. Ride in the same car with me." Thorn slipped into the back seat. You, however, didn't answer and simply shut the car door for him. The song ended, the crowd dispersed. You sat purely and utterly alone on the entrance steps. Only the packaging wrapper of the rose bouquet remained in the VIP room, nothing else. You also didn't bother sending Seraphina any more messages or calling to ask why she didn't show up. Because you were tired. So incredibly tired. After sitting on the steps for a long time, you turned around and walked straight into the heavy rain. The thing that had burned for so many years had officially been put out. You walked a very, very long road to find your way home, mechanically cleaned yourself up, and hid away in dreamland. Tonight, you didn't dream of Seraphina like you usually did. That intensely long walk had completely exhausted every ounce of your energy. Kaelen, wake up. You slowly opened your eyes, dragged back to the sad reality. The massive sense of contrast made you space out for a moment. Usually your mother wouldn't enter your room on weekends to wake you up. If she came, it meant something was up. Seraphina came looking for you bright and early in the morning. "How long are you going to sleep? Hurry up and get out of bed." Hearing Seraphina from your mother's mouth, your feeling wasn't happiness like it used to be. It was like flowers fading with the wind. There was only disappointment and a heavy sigh. Valeria, seeing her slow-reacting son, felt the classic hating iron for not becoming steel frustration and immediately scolded you to move your limbs faster. By the time you finished washing up in the bathroom and came out, there was an extra elegant and dignified figure in the room. Wearing a long white dress, she was beautiful to the extreme. This was the childhood sweetheart you had loved for so many years, Seraphina. She was currently looking at the photo placed on your bedside table. In the photo, both of you were wearing school uniforms, leaning close together for the picture. The person involved is baffled, but the bystander sees clearly. As she looked closely, she realized that when the photo was taken, you weren't looking at the camera lens, you were looking at her. The gentleness contained in your gaze could be clearly felt even through the photo in the picture frame. A large hand with distinct knuckles abruptly barged into her line of sight and took the photo away. "Is something the matter?" You took the photo to the computer desk and placed it face down, unwilling to let Seraphina see the way you used to love her. After a moment, a cold and melodious voice came from behind. "Sorry, I got delayed by some matters last night and couldn't make it to your birthday party in time. This is your birthday gift." Seraphina approached, placing a beautifully packaged box right next to your mouse. It was within your arm's reach. But looking at this gift, you thought of last night's bouquet of roses. Had it already lost its vibrancy and withered? Open it and take a look. Does it suit your taste? Facing her urging, you didn't move a muscle. No need. A birthday gift only has meaning if it's received on the actual birthday. Take it back. Hearing these words, Seraphina's eyes dimmed. "It's only right that you're mad at me, Kaelen. I can compensate you. Is there anything you want?" "I'm not mad, and I don't need compensation." Your eyes met. You looked directly into Seraphina's beautiful, bright eyes, no longer feeling any fluttering heartbeat or the urge to dodge her gaze. Although a lingering echo of the sudden rainstorm remained in your heart, a person always has to keep walking forward. You weren't lying. You weren't mad. You were disappointed. Seraphina also looked into your eyes, deep and calm, without any trace of anger. She just felt like something was missing. "Actually, last night I also prepared a gift for you, but you didn't come, so it expired. Neither of us gave our gifts. You don't owe me, and I don't owe you. Take it back. I don't have the habit of taking back gifts." Seraphina lowered her eyebrows. She didn't know what was wrong with her heart. It felt very uncomfortable. She had received her first ever rejection from you here, and it wouldn't be the last. Suit yourself. You stopped talking and didn't open the gift either, just letting it sit there on the desk. The room fell into silence. Seraphina spoke up. "On Thursday, you said you wanted me to accompany you to stroll around today. The weather looks pretty good." The sound of your keyboard clicking stopped. That perfect plan floated up in your mind. In your imagination, your confession at last night's birthday party would be successful, and today you would embark on your first official date as boyfriend and girlfriend. A new sweet shop had opened in the north of the city with great reviews. Seraphina liked eating sweets. In the afternoon, you would go see an art exhibition. As an art major, Seraphina would definitely be interested. Your silly brain had even imagined that, while holding hands and walking down the dazzling gallery corridor, you would say to Seraphina, "You are my Mona Lisa." But the plan ended before it even had a chance to begin. Last night, neither the roses nor you managed to wait for Seraphina. All there was a pouring rainy night. You continued tapping away at the keyboard. "Originally, I wanted to take you to a really nice sweet shop. Unfortunately, the birthday party drained all my money. Right now, I've got nothing. Just a broke guy." "That's fine." You fell silent. This wasn't a matter of money at all. The person who loved you had already been abandoned by you, dying in the rainy night. "Seraphina, in what capacity do you expect me to buy you sweets? As a friend? That's just a bit too cruel to me, don't you think?" "Kaelen, you kid, if you're out of money, why didn't you tell Mom? I've already transferred it. Take Seraphina out to play. Don't just stay cooped up in the house all day. Go out for a walk." Valeria had a complete kicking people out posture. "Mom, I haven't even eaten breakfast yet. Go eat outside. The food outside isn't as good as what I make. Stop being a smooth talker. Don't come back before noon. Accompany Seraphina properly." You were literally swept out of the house. After the rain, the sky was clear and the air was incredibly fresh, making one feel relaxed and happy. Yet these things constantly reminded a certain someone of that rainy night where they couldn't wait for someone. "Weren't you hungry? Let's go eat breakfast first," Seraphina suggested. The two of you walked on the street washed clean by the rainwater, turning with familiar ease into an old but clean noodle shop. The elderly proprietress was very happy to see the two of you. "You two kids, it's been a long time since you came to Auntie's shop. What do you want to eat? Please give me a bowl of spinach and egg noodles." "What do you want?" Seraphina inquired. "Didn't you say you loved eating the minced meat and mushroom noodles here the most?" You spoke softly. "You get sick of it if you eat it all the time." "Oh right, please give me a bowl of beef noodles." "All right, wait just a moment." The noodle shop. Auntie took special care of you two. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were brought up. The portion of eggs and beef was so huge you could tell it was a loss-making business transaction. Seraphina's phone, placed on the table, lit up. The screen showed an incoming message. It shattered this perfectly sunny morning. You saw the contact's name, Caspian. Seraphina took a look and replied. Obviously, they were talking about something that couldn't be finished in just a few words, wasting the steaming hot delicious noodles and wasting the person sitting right beside her. Maybe Seraphina had grown completely accustomed to your companionship. Just like the proprietress sighed. 10 years ago, the little boy and little girl came together. 10 years later, in their prime, they were still the same. To use a slightly inappropriate analogy, you are a fable book, full of deep logic and vivid stories. Seraphina has been reading it for many years, and the logic within is already engraved in her heart. Caspian, on the other hand, is a funny comic book, full of novelty. Every page turned brings fresh joy. But to pick up one book, you have to put down the other. When Seraphina finishes reading the comic book, she might feel that the fable was better after all. But what a pity, this fable book has already been taken by someone else. For those who are swimming in blessings but don't recognize them, heaven will eventually make them lose it all. At this moment, Seraphina couldn't possibly imagine that a woman entirely not inferior to her, and someone who very much knows how to cherish the people around her, would appear and take her place. By that time, she would finally understand just how important you were to her. People say the flowers of Loyang are like brocade, yet I arrive when spring is nowhere to be found. But for Seraphina, it was, when you loved me, I didn't cherish it. When I missed you, you had already left. After finishing breakfast, she wanted to pay the bill but was rejected by you. Finally, the proprietress took the initiative to smooth things over. Oh my, it's just a 10 or 20 bucks. Why would Auntie bicker with you over this? Come often from now on. Seeing you two makes Auntie think of her own brat who went out of town to study. Leaving the noodle shop, the two of you walked side by side on the incredibly familiar street. People were bustling, the area lively and extraordinary. You were very quiet. Usually you had endless things to talk about with Seraphina, but now you had completely lost the desire to confide. You didn't ask what she was just chatting about with Caspian, nor did you want to initiate communication. Humans eventually get tired, you know. This inexplicable quietness made Seraphina feel very unaccustomed. When passing by a flower shop, she stopped in her tracks at the entrance, frowning slightly. Did the stationery bookstore go out of business? You also stopped looking at this newly opened flower shop, a hint of reminiscence hiding in your eyes. This storefront used to be a stationery bookstore. In the past, you and Seraphina frequented it to buy pencils and erasers. If her eraser fell to the ground and couldn't be found, you would cut your own eraser in half and give her a piece. Even at a young age, the little boy had already learned how to comfort people. The little girl then took the boy's other half of the eraser, put them together, and clumsily drew 2 stick figures holding hands on it. That scene, you remembered it to this very day. The stationery bookstore went out of business a month ago. The old grandpa was getting up there in years and his kids are overseas, so he rented it out to the current flower shop owner. People change, let alone a shop. The second half of your sentence was spoken very, very softly. The person beside you didn't hear it clearly, so that's how it is. How do you know so clearly? I asked the boss. You didn't tell Seraphina that you had bought a very beautiful bouquet of roses here. At the time, just as you were planning to use the birthday party to confess, you casually walked by and discovered the closure of the old stationery store and the opening of the new flower shop. First you sighed at how things remain but people change, and then you decided to order your confession bouquet from this exact shop. You even thought it was the arrangement of fate. Thinking about it from another angle, the beautiful memories in the old stationery store transformed into beautiful blooming flowers. Using the roses from this shop to confess couldn't be more fitting. Unfortunately, that night, Seraphina went to attend someone else's birthday party. Therefore, this bouquet of roses cultivated by memories didn't meet its best fate. You stopped lingering and stepped forward to continue walking. The closure of the stationery store seemed to have affected Seraphina's mood. She rarely spoke the whole way down. She still didn't know that she had missed a bouquet of roses, missed your confession, and missed way too much. Bad news never comes alone. The sweet shop you mentioned was hanging a wooden sign that read, "Closed for one day due to private matters." A few customers were complaining outside the shop because of it. It seemed the sweets here were indeed pretty good. A look of disappointment flashed across Seraphina's stunningly beautiful face. Probably no one would believe that this noble and cold-looking girl actually had a massive soft spot for sweets. Kaelen, do you have classes tomorrow? Yes, but you can come by yourself. You gazed at the tightly shut shop door for a long time and said softly, "Let's go." With this, you had fulfilled your final promise to Seraphina. On Thursday, you had indeed asked Seraphina out for today, saying there was a new sweet shop and asking if she wanted to go try it together. Yet Seraphina failed to fulfill her promise to you. The two of you returned along the path you came, but the meaning was entirely different. It was like the difference between going from 0 to 99, and from 99 to 0. Along the way, your gaze didn't linger on Seraphina's body like it used to. You looked at the shops on both sides of the street, and found that the old shops in your memory were either renovated or had closed down and been sold off. It turns out that everything was quietly changing. By the time you abruptly realized it, you couldn't go back anymore. Objects are like this, and so are people. Seraphina's house was right diagonally across from yours. "I'm going home," you stopped and said to Seraphina. Seraphina paused for a second, then nodded. In the past, you wouldn't use such a formal goodbye. You would only say bye-bye or see you tomorrow, not a cold "I'm going home." She watched you walk far away, then fished out her keys to open her front door. That silhouette just vanished from her sight. For some reason, Seraphina had an impulse to chase after you. But the two of you had just separated. What was the point of chasing after you? After standing there for a moment, she also turned and left, her brows filled with sorrow. That customary love was slowly dissipating. Her subconscious felt a sense of unease. But by the time she learned to cherish it, it would already be too late. After returning home, you sat at the computer desk. The mental exhaustion made you, a total workaholic, unable to lift even half a finger. "I'm tired. A nap will fix it," you muttered to yourself, throwing yourself onto the bed. Like a pitiful, lonely wild beast, you licked your wounds all by yourself. It's fine. A smart animal won't step into the same trap twice, and wounds always have a day they heal. Seraphina also returned home. Genevieve, seeing her daughter return so early, was slightly surprised. "Didn't Kaelen ask you out for a walk? You're back so quickly?" Seraphina gave a vague response to her mother's question and walked upstairs. Bartholomew, drinking tea on the sofa, put down his cup and exchanged a glance with his wife. Being married for years, their unspoken understanding was at max level. They faintly knew their daughter was having a conflict with you. Bartholomew and Genevieve initially didn't want to interfere, but now they definitely had to find an opportunity to ask properly. Providing young people with experiential guidance in relationships was also part of a parent's duty. Seraphina returned to her room and finally found the photo you placed on the bedside table. Ah, the years of youth. The you wearing the school uniform wasn't the handsome, dashing male college student you are now. You carried a bit of awkward greenness. But the gaze sneaking a peek at the person beside you contained genuine, pure affection. You couldn't resist sneaking a glance at your sweetheart, only for the photographer to press the shutter, turning it into the most perfect piece of evidence. A melodious voice call ringtone sounded. A certain anticipation rose in Seraphina's heart. The caller was a female classmate from her class with whom she had a good relationship. The anticipation immediately turned into disappointment. The female classmate said she wanted her to accompany her to an art exhibition at noon. Seraphina agreed to it, treating it as a change of mood. Little did she know this art exhibition would make her remember it for the rest of her life. You slept until the afternoon and woke up groggy. Thorne asked you out to play basketball. "Don't want to go. I'm at your front door." Right after, the doorbell started ringing frantically. You were seriously defeated. Opening the doll store, you saw your good bro wearing his basketball jersey. Hurry up and change. Under zero options, you were dragged out by Thorne. You want pretty girls or not? Your bro is studying at the normal university, remember? Just give the word, and I'll get you a ton of girls' contact info. Thorn threw his arm over your shoulder. You knew? I don't know anything. I just see my best bro still single and feel like that's just not right. Thorn played dumb. Actually, that night, after you sent him into the cab, he felt uneasy and secretly circled back. Then he saw his best bro getting drenched in the heavy rain, looking as pathetic as an unwanted stray dog. Previously, when you and Seraphina had a fight, you also asked Thorn out for drinks. After drinking, a lot of things slipped out like Caspian and whatever, so Thorn could guess the gist of it. No need. Fine. The bros arrived at their usual spot. The gym had a scattering of people shooting hoops and dribbling, many of them familiar faces. Thorn rallied the troops, they drew lots for teams, and 2 squads were formed. You and I are on the same team, how are we supposed to play? You drew the lot yourself, blame me? Thorn said sassily. The match began. You were like a gust of wind, crossing over defenders and attacking fiercely. It directly cranked up the intensity of the game, and everyone started playing for real. Thorn watched his sweaty but seemingly tireless best bro and smiled. Some things just need an outlet to vent. After a fierce match, everyone was dead tired. You took out money to buy a dozen bottles of mineral water to do a little social grace. Everyone wasn't polite either, grabbing them and chugging, glug glug glug. Kaelen, you got something on your mind, huh? Playing so fiercely, even blocking my shots. I can let all that slide, but you actually bought room temperature mineral water. If a scholar can endure this, what can't they endure? You can't drink ice water after exercising, you said slowly. You are such a freaking warm guy, nice guy. Haven't you heard the saying? Warm guys rank behind dogs. Thorn walked over and said meaningfully, Go Jay is right. If you're too good to someone, you end up not being cherished. I'll go buy an icy bottle of water for you right now. At the entrance of the art exhibition, Seraphina first met the female classmate who invited her. After entering the venue, she also ran into Caspian. He was wearing a white button-down shirt, looking handsome, and coupled with his art student aura, he gave off a very clean vibe. Caspian quickly walked over in 3 steps disguised as 2 to say hi, a hint of greedy infatuation flashing through his eyes. Seraphina, didn't expect you to be here too. He pretended it was a coincidental encounter. Seraphina's sorrow hadn't dissipated. Did you run into some trouble? Why do you look unhappy? Seraphina shook her head and didn't speak. Caspian didn't press the issue, pivoting instead. I've been here a while, saw a few paintings I'm sure you'd like. Since we ran into each other, let's stroll together. Sure! Seraphina hadn't even spoken when the girl who invited her answered for her. Let's go! Those paintings are over here. That girl deliberately lagged a few steps behind, turning the situation into the 2 of them walking side by side. He started finding topics to talk about. Seraphina, I really loved the birthday gift you gave me. Caspian deeply understood how to provide emotional value. When someone gives you a gift, your praise is the best return gift. Glad you like it, Seraphina said, a bit absent-mindedly. Caspian had done a ton of homework for this exhibition, talking eloquently when chatting with Seraphina. Seraphina's slightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, fully immersing herself in the world of art. The 2 transitioned from one oil painting to another, exchanging the inspiration and ideas they got from them. Quite a few people were crowded in front of one painting. This caught Seraphina's attention. Caspian had known early on that there was an unusual painting over there, but he just didn't want Seraphina to see it. However, he couldn't think of any excuse to stop her. Seraphina walked closer to see its true face. Inside an exhibition hall filled with oil paintings, a sketch was actually hanging there, looking completely out of place. One painting was divided into 2 scenes. The top half featured a little boy and a little girl standing face to face in a sea of flowers swaying in the wind. The bottom half showed the little boy grown into an adult. The sea of flowers remained the same, but there was no longer a little girl standing across from him. A simple blank space was enough to touch people's hearts. The scribbled lines looked like memories blurred and washed away by time. Compared to the oil paintings in the entire hall, this painting was vastly inferior on a technical level, but it was silently telling a story to everyone who saw it. Regret and sorrow lingered in the minds of the audience. Seraphina watched silently. Caspian, standing beside her, saw her reveal this kind of expression and knew instantly she was thinking about that bastard. Damn it, this art exhibition trip was a massive blunder. After a long time, he tentatively said, Seraphina, there are a few more paintings over there we haven't seen. It's not worth giving up the whole forest for one tree. Hearing her answers, Caspian was overjoyed, preparing to return to the rhythm of their previous conversation. But after seeing that sketch, Seraphina couldn't muster up any interest. After looking at 2 more oil paintings in a row, she said she wanted to leave. Caspian also walked out of the exhibition hall with her. Seraphina, it's 3 p.m. now. Why don't we go back to the school's art studio and get that inspiration down on paper? Otherwise, if it sits too long, it'll run away. On the other side, you had just woken up, didn't even have time to make up for the missed lunch, and were dragged out by Thorn. After the fierce battle on the court, your stomach growled loudly. Let's go! Bro's treating you to a meal. You're treating me. Your tone carried a hint of confirmation. Ever since Thorn got a girlfriend, he didn't have any surplus grain left. Gotta admit, dating is seriously a money-burning operation. What's with that expression? Isn't it totally normal for a bro to buy you a meal? Before college, yes, it was normal. Cuff coughed. Well, I'm not the type to prioritize romance over friendship. Today my wallet is at your mercy, alright? Though, maybe eat a little less. My girlfriend just bought me a pair of shoes. Realizing what he said a second too late, Thorn immediately shut his mouth. Crap. Good intentions, bad execution. He originally wanted to take his bro out for a good meal to cheer him up, but he didn't expect his broken mouth to speak without consulting his brain, spewing out couple flexing nonsense at. Wasn't this just twisting a knife into his bro's heart, which was already crushed into powder? For a moment he didn't know what to say to comfort you. Drinking with a bro? No problem. Saying mushy, comforting words? A bit difficult. You also fell silent. A hint of gloom flashed through your deep eyes. You sighed. At least your bro was doing pretty well, right? You comforted yourself with this better-than-nothing thought. Since you're finally treating me to a meal, I'm definitely going to slaughter your wallet. Prepare to bleed. You forced a smile, and Thorn helplessly replied, slaughter away. If the money isn't enough, I'll sell a kidney. Sorry, girlfriend, your gift is probably getting pushed to next month. Actually, you plan to pay the bill for that meal yourself later. Suddenly, Thorn narrowed his eyes, staring straight ahead as if he saw some unbelievable scene. Among the people walking side by side ahead, the cold, elegant woman wearing a white dress was incredibly outstanding in both looks and aura. Wasn't that the childhood sweetheart his best bro was desperately waiting for last night? Seraphina was actually out with another man on a weekend. From afar, it looked like they were chatting quite happily. That guy was Caspian. Seraphina had gotten into a conflict with his best bro because of him. If he could recognize them, you definitely had already seen them too. He turned to look at his bro and found that your face didn't have a single trace of emotion. Your gaze was as deep as an ancient well. Seraphina also recognized you from afar. A wave of panic surged in her heart. Subconsciously, she pulled a little distance away from Caspian and stopped in her tracks, brewing that name she had called thousands of times. But opening her mouth in this scenario felt incredibly difficult. Reality had caught her completely off guard. What happened next was something not even Thorn had predicted. You walked straight past Seraphina, brushing shoulders without making any stop, just like total strangers. She turned to look back, and you were already walking further and further away. Seraphina, isn't that Kaelen? Why didn't he say hi to you? Caspian, this green tea guy, used a seemingly ordinary sentence to push all the blame onto you. On the surface, Caspian was concerned. Secretly, he was going crazy with joy. It seemed last night's plan was a massive success. Your relationship was already on the brink of collapse. Caspian was practically dying of laughter. Kaelen, you can't blame me for this. This is probably the legendary those who are favored have nothing to fear. He had seen Seraphina's hesitation just now. When a person faces a choice, they often weigh the pros and cons, thinking about what consequences the choice will bring. Very clearly, Seraphina felt that being a little late to your birthday party wouldn't make you mad. This was the confidence Seraphina retained. Perhaps she didn't realize it herself, but it was carved into her subconscious. Proactive love is truly cheap, huh? Caspian thought. He admitted his trap was a bit unethical, but flies don't bite seamless eggs. Seraphina just really clicked with him. Putting it nicely, they had common topics. Putting it harshly, you couldn't give her this sense of novelty. Caspian felt that all that childhood sweethearts and growing up together nonsense was just an outdated almanac flipped to shreds, not even matching the scrap paper thrown in the studio's trash can. Bottom line, when people are loved, they always fail to appreciate it. Love that's too proactive doesn't get cherished. Every time he saw you suffer a loss, Caspian felt amazing. Wasn't making a guy more handsome than himself bite the dust worth celebrating? Plus, the reason his previous ex broke up with him was just 4 words. Bored. It faded. While talking, a venomous plan formed in this green tea guy's mind. Some tricks might be old, but as long as they work, who cares? I'm not going to the studio. Caspian, you head back to school first. Any inspiration gained from the exhibition had been completely extinguished by that shoulder-brushing encounter. In Seraphina's mind, only that scribbled sketch remained. Seraphina, you look like you're in a bad mood. I'll walk you home. No need. All right then. Be careful on the road. Caspian was worried that pestering her would make Seraphina disgusted. Even though he really wanted to know where Seraphina lived, he held back to play the long game. Photography was allowed at this exhibition. I took a lot of photos. I'll send them to you tonight. This was his usual tactic, using drawing as an excuse to find reasons to chat with Seraphina. Bye. After Caspian left, Seraphina looked back. The crowd was rolling by, and that person's silhouette was nowhere to be seen. She returned to the familiar street, standing in front of your house. She was about to ring the doorbell but realized you had headed in the direction of the commercial street. You couldn't possibly have gotten home faster than her, meaning no one would open the door for her in that empty house. On the other side, Thorn was also silent. He didn't know what to say. You guys even walked right past the barbecue joint without him calling to stop. Last night, when Seraphina didn't come to your birthday party, you said she had something to do. What exactly happened? After a few seconds, you spoke. She went to attend a birthday party. Just not mine. Whose was it? That Caspian guy just now. Hearing this, even Thorn went silent. How much you spoiled Seraphina. All of the old classmates had seen it with their own eyes. Back in high school, Thorn knew a few female classmates secretly crushed on his best bro, but they literally never dared to confess until graduation, because anyone with functioning eyes could see your whole heart was tied to Seraphina. If they confessed, there was a 100% chance of rejection. Secretly crushing is always better than getting rejected, right? Once college hit, how did their relationship change so fast? Thorn's ears echoed with what Guo Jie, the guy who drank room temp water and didn't know his place, had said on the court. Warm guys rank behind dogs. He was suddenly furious. Screw that noise. Usually bros advise reconciliation, not breaking up. But Thorn couldn't bring himself to say it. His best bro didn't belong with some twisted melon or ugly duckling, so why should he let her trample his feelings? Thorn sneered lightly. Seraphina, just wait until you regret this. You tossed aside the childhood friend who's been with you for years to chase a guy who fell from the sky. There are plenty of skydrop guys, but only one childhood friend who grew up with you. When the novelty with that skydrop guy wears off, is he still going to tolerate your flaws and walk with you for a decade or two? Thinking about this, Thorn smiled in relief. Kaelen, you've loved someone for so long and didn't get a happy ending. You're probably tired too. Don't worry, your bro will find someone you love who also loves you back. Thorn whipped out his phone and tapped his girlfriend's chat box. Babe, does your dorm have any single beauties left? Thorn, do you feel like you've lived long enough saying this to your girlfriend? A barrage of kitchen knife emojis followed. Lin Yajing, Lyra in her dorm, received her boyfriend's message, expecting some sweet nothings, but didn't expect him to ask if her dorm had single beauties. Even a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its own burrow. Crap, I typed too fast and didn't explain the context. Babe, I wanted to ask you to help introduce a girlfriend for my best bro. Absolutely no ulterior motives, I swear. Is your bestie single? Lyra still felt this message rubbed her the wrong way. Her boyfriend asking if her bestie is single? Was this some repair the plank road openly but sneak across the Chenkang passage scheme? Send pictures and info of your bro. Let me see. Thorn didn't guess his girlfriend's mind. Right on the spot, he raised his hand and snapped a side profile pic of you. You were inherently handsome anyway, and your side profile lines were sharp and perfect. Very quickly, Lyra sent a message back. Bring your bro out for dinner ASAP. My bestie's got her eyes on him. Seraphina, I really want to see, when another beauty replaces you, if you can still leisurely chat it up with other men. You'll probably regret it until your intestines turn green. Two grown men walking in silence, the barbecue joint long forgotten. After practically doing a massive lap, Thorn insisted on buying you a good meal. Seeing how his dating life burned cash, you refused. You said since you walked all the way here, he might as well go home to eat. Thorn figured maybe you wanted to be alone and didn't force it. He went to a roadside convenience store and bought a few cans of iced beer for you to take home. Drink a little something, sleep better. All right. You waved goodbye. Everything was understood without being said. The time had already reached 5:30 p.m. The setting sun went down, stretching your shadow out long. You cracked open a can of iced beer and took a sip. Finally understood why people don't despise alcohol for being bitter and hard to swallow. Because there are things even more bitter than it. Compared to that, what does alcohol even count for? Returning home, you went to take a shower, letting the cold water wash over your body. Coming out of the bathroom, you didn't open the fridge to reward your hungry stomach, but instead took a cup of instant noodles from the cabinet. In a cozy, tidy bedroom, the dignified and elegant Seraphina held her phone, wanting to send you a message. Are you back yet? The typed words were deleted. It felt like anything she said would be incredibly pale and powerless. In the past, when she messaged you, she never had to consider so much. She just said whatever came to mind. Now she actually had to hesitate and weigh her words. Knock, knock, knock. Genevieve knocked on the door and then came in. Seraphina, I asked your Aunt Valeria. She had some business and went back to her maiden home today. Right now, it's just Kaelen at home alone. Tell Kaelen to come over to our house for dinner, Genevieve said to her daughter. Her mother's words were a timely rain for Seraphina. She exactly needed this or that reason to go see you. When a person needs a reason just to see another person, it probably means she did something wrong, because she lacked courage. Seraphina left her front door. This walk of less than a minute, she had walked it for 20 years. Growing up, every time she rang your doorbell, a feeling of anticipation like bamboo shoots breaking through the soil would rise in her heart. Except this time, she was filled with panic. Seraphina rang the doorbell. Those few seconds of waiting felt incredibly long. The kettle inside the house was boiling. With a beep, the temperature was reached, and the power cut off automatically. The cup noodles had already been opened. You poured the boiling water in, soaking the seasoning in noodle block. An aroma drifted out. You watched the white steam rising, not knowing what you were thinking about. Perhaps reminiscing about those days in senior year, or maybe thinking about something else. The suddenly ringing doorbell shattered the illusion, built by memories, pulling you back to reality. Mom and Dad are back? If they're back, shouldn't they just open the door with their keys? You went to open the door with doubts. What entered your sight was a white dress, the stunningly beautiful and cold Seraphina. Your heart didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. It just grew more bitter. You could really say fate loves playing jokes on people. The The pouring rain that couldn't wait for the person in front of you extinguished your love, and yet now, you ended up seeing Seraphina 3 times in one day. If it were the past, you would have sweet dreams even while sleeping. Was it really like what people said? The more you want to get something, the more you can't get it. But when you stop looking for it, it appears right beside you on its own? How ironic. The evening breeze blew. Because you two weren't standing far apart, you caught the faint fragrance on Seraphina's body. It was so familiar. After opening the door, you turned around and walked back to the living room. The instant noodles on the table were about to get soft and mushy. The two of you sat in the living room. One had nothing left to say, the heart too tired. The other wanted to say something but didn't know how to open her mouth. Without Valeria present to mediate, this pair of childhood sweethearts actually had nothing to say to each other. Where did you and Thorn go play this afternoon? Just walking around, you answered casually, and then the living room fell into silence again. This kind of silence was suffocating. When we bumped into each other, I wanted to say hi to you. Why did you walk away so fast? Seraphina spoke up again, trying to make the atmosphere less quiet. You replied absent-mindedly, didn't you tell me not to go looking for trouble with Caspian? I saw you guys chatting quite happily, so I didn't make a sound. Didn't want to inconvenience you. For a moment, Seraphina couldn't find a single flaw in that logic. It seemed very right, yet very wrong. Her heart felt like a very deep thorn had been stabbed into it. There was no such thing as inconvenience, she said softly. Want some instant noodles? You looked at her and asked. In reality, you were issuing an eviction order. You knew Seraphina hated eating instant noodles. Since she wasn't going to eat them, then there was no business here. If there's no business, then leave. But you had loved Seraphina for so long, she could no longer distinguish your good words from your bad ones. She just treated it like your usual sharing. She shook her head slightly, but took the instant noodles from in front of you. Eat less instant noodles. It's bad for your health. My mom told me to call you over to eat. Hearing Seraphina's words, the hand you were about to use to take the noodles back paused. When you were little, you received plenty of care from Aunt Genevieve. Anyway, in your memory, Auntie Genevieve really adored you. You sighed, grabbed your keys. Let's go. Locking the door, the two of you walked together in this road that was so familiar it couldn't be any more familiar. Seraphina looked at you beside her, feeling inexplicably at ease as if all her worries had been blown away by the wind. Call out to the elders first when entering the house. You politely called out, Uncle Bart, Aunt Genevieve. The mother and daughter's faces were 90% similar. Genevieve, having gone through the baptism of time, possessed a mature and intellectual aura. Kaelen, how come you haven't come to visit Auntie lately? Auntie cooked your favorite dishes tonight. Eat up. Okay. You looked at the dining table, a table completely full of food. Bartholomew quite liked it when you came over to eat because with you there, he could drink a little booze, and his wife wouldn't say much. This time he even prepared a wine glass for you. Come, have a couple of drinks with Uncle. Bartholomew poured the liquor himself. He felt that real men should at least drink a little. It was good for future work and social interactions. Coincidentally, you also needed this glass of white liquor of unknown proof. After clinking glasses, you downed it in one gulp. It felt like a fire dragon extended from your throat all the way to your stomach. Stop corrupting the kid, Genevieve frowned. Kaelen, ignore your uncle. If you don't want to drink, don't drink. Hear me? Bartholomew watched you down the spicy white liquor without changing your expression. As an experienced man, he knew you had something on your mind, and it was heavy. What exactly happened between these two kids? It's fine, Auntie. I've grown up. Sometimes you need to drink a little. You actively made excuses for Bartholomew. Genevieve's thoughts were led to another angle by you. Indeed, the polite and well-behaved little boy who used to call her Auntie was already a college student taller than her. She felt somewhat emotional, as if returning to the days when she took care of the little boy and little girl. But how did the two end up like this now? Genevieve shifted her gaze to Seraphina. If the two had a conflict, the one at fault was probably her own daughter. Kaelen, have you encountered anything unhappy recently? Genevieve put a chicken wing in your bowl. Thank you, Auntie. I haven't been unhappy about anything lately, you said calmly, though your tone couldn't hide the desolation. Even though you weren't Genevieve's biological child, she still felt a heartache for you. A little girl you played with for a long time suddenly met a guy she found more interesting and novel one day. You fought for her, you tried to keep her, but when you got into a dispute with the guy she found more interesting, and she didn't trust you, you had already lost thoroughly. What you needed to do was turn around, leave, and start loving yourself again. It's been a long time since anyone drank with your uncle. I'm having a few extra glasses tonight. Hearing this, you actively picked up the liquor bottle to pour for Bartholomew first, then for yourself. Bartholomew had been banned from alcohol by Genevieve for half a month, so he was dying to drink to his heart's content. Another small glass of unknown proof white liquor went down into your stomach. The spiciness surged up your throat again, but your mind was very clear. If having something on your mind is like a red-hot branding iron, then this glass of liquor would only ignite the flames upon it. Dad, drinking too much is bad for your health. The gaze Seraphina cast at him made him smile sheepishly. Sigh, a grown daughter can't be kept at home. Is she afraid of her dad drinking too much? Or is she afraid of me dragging Kaelen into drinking too much? That remains to be investigated. Bartholomew originally wanted to get you half drunk, eyes bleary, so he could coax everything out of you without all this dawdling. But if you really got drunk and spilled everything, probably no one present would be happy. After dinner, Genevieve brought over a fruit platter. Kaelen, have some post-dinner fruit. Okay, it's hard to refuse such grand hospitality, was exactly the situation right now. You drank those few small glasses of high-proof liquor fast and hurriedly, and now it was going to your head. But eating dinner and immediately leaving was extremely impolite. So you decided to sit for 10 minutes before going home. You used a wooden skewer to pick up a piece of cantaloupe from the platter. The greasiness of the food and the bitterness of the liquor were neutralized by the cantaloupe's sweetness. Bartholomew, reading his newspaper, also ate with relish. The TV in the living room was broadcasting a currently popular drama, a totally ordinary night, yet it radiated coziness everywhere. With an easygoing and open-minded uncle, and a gentle swatter aunt, Seraphina growing up in this kind of family would absolutely never lack love. People who don't lack love from birth find it very hard to learn how to cherish, because things that others find precious, she sees as completely ordinary. Happy days, day after day, taken for granted. But your father, due to work reasons, was frequently dispatched to subsidiaries under the headquarters. The longest he had been away from home was 14 months. That's why you knew exactly how hard this seemingly ordinary life was to come by. Want to watch something? Seraphina, seeing your lifeless eyes, thought you were bored and asked softly. Guests defer to the host. Let's just leave the news on for Uncle. Even though you were both sitting on the same sofa, your choice of words was extremely distant. Hearing your words, a hint of sorrow surfaced on Seraphina's cold, gorgeous face. She felt like an invisible barrier separated you and her, unseen, untouchable, yet very much real. To make matters worse, everything you said and did was completely watertight. She felt deeply powerless, as if someone who used to be incredibly intimate could now only be conversed with through glass. At the same time, a panic about completely losing something precious was brewing in her heart. But it was fine. Tomorrow the sense of novelty Caspian gave her would temporarily cover up a lot of things, until it was too late for regrets. After sitting for 10-something minutes, you took your leave from Genevieve. Kaelen, come over for dinner more often. Whatever you want to eat, just tell Auntie. Okay, thank you, Auntie. I'm heading off first. You looked at the gentle Aunt Genevieve with complicated feelings. Would you still be able to come over for dinner every few days like you did in high school? Probably not. Seraphina also stood up, looking like she wanted to see you out. A 1-minute walk where the destination was diagonally across the street. What was there to see out? That night with the raging wind and torrential rain, an 8-kilometer walk from the hotel to your home. Didn't you walk back all by yourself? You stepped out the main door. A gust of cool night breeze blew, maximizing the buzz from the white liquor you drank too fast. You originally wanted to tell Seraphina she didn't need to see you off, but in a trance you saw a scene from the past. On a certain night in high school, you also had dinner at Seraphina's house. After the meal, the young girl wearing her school uniform used seeing you as an excuse to walk with you for a long time through the streets illuminated by streetlights. A few years apart, while the alcohol went to your head, you once again saw that young girl who only had you in her heart. You wanted so badly to go back to the past and give that young girl an embrace that would never separate. Unfortunately, you weren't drunk enough. The cool breeze brought you a dreamlike illusion, but it also woke you up. Suddenly, you understood the deeper meaning of the phrase written in books. Year after year, the flowers look alike. Year after year, the people are different. Turns out, the people are different has this even more tragic interpretation. This is fine. I can walk back myself. You couldn't even tell who you were talking to. Was it that young girl, or the stunning, elegant Seraphina in front of you? After speaking, you turned and left. Seraphina watched your retreating back and subconsciously called your name. Kaelen. The departing silhouette paused under the streetlight. Just as she was about to say something, the idle chatter of her parents drifted from inside the house. The words on the tip of her tongue turned into a single sentence. Rest early. You didn't answer, walking lonely past one streetlight after another. People always talk about what-ifs, but fate had already given its opportunities. They just weren't grasped. As time flowed on, they turned into regrets. What if tonight Seraphina had chosen to chase after you, grab your hand, and instead of saying, rest early, swapped it for other less ordinary words? Plus, with you being half drunk, would things have turned out differently? Perhaps those few glasses of white liquor and this night breeze that brought you illusions were the opportunity fate granted Seraphina. But opportunities are fleeting. You had already walked home. Seraphina watched that figure walk further and further away, entering the front door and disappearing from sight. The wind transformed into a silent loneliness engulfing her. Returning to the living room, her father, who was originally sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, was nowhere to be found, leaving only her mother. Are you having a conflict with Kaelen? Don't think about fooling me. During dinner, Kaelen didn't call your name even once. Seraphina didn't know how to explain it to her mother. The living room was dead silent, save for the sound of the TV. Genevieve sighed slightly, reverting to her usual gentle demeanor. Mom isn't siding with Kaelen. Quite the opposite. It's precisely because you are my biological daughter that I need to tell you this. Kaelen is a good kid. I don't want to see any rifts between you two. Think about it carefully. Genevieve's words made Seraphina's mood even heavier. She walked upstairs, hid in a bathtub full of water, and shed her snow-white dress. The hot water moisturized her smooth, jade-like skin, relieving her physical fatigue but failing to relieve the fatigue in her heart. Seraphina recalled her mother's words in the living room. She reviewed the entire day, replaying her conversations with you, hoping to find that familiar, enthusiastic tone. But no matter how many times she recalled, she couldn't find your voice. The only thing she could think of was Caspian calling her name at the art exhibition. Yet, Seraphina couldn't feel happy about it. After bathing, the phone placed on her bed lit up. Seraphina picked it up and unlocked it. It was Caspian. He sent many photos from today's art exhibition, and even picked one to use as an entry point for conversation. However, Seraphina was in low spirits. After briefly replying with a few words, she wanted to end the chat. Caspian deeply understood the logic of retreating to advance. Since she was tired, she should sleep early. Tomorrow they could talk more at the studio. Good night. He displayed the considerate, understanding side of a male green tea to the fullest. Seeing the words good night, Seraphina seemed to recall something. She then opened your chat box, looking through the chat history message by message. Except for last night, you had sent her a good night every single time. It was rarely ever the same phrasing. Seraphina, I booked a spot at the South Moon Hotel, VIP room 302. I have a surprise for you when you arrive. Want me to pick you up? As her fingertips swiped, time seemed to flow backward. Very soon she was looking at last month's chat history. Seraphina suddenly realized that her chat history with you was vastly, massively less than with Caspian. She tapped the input box, desperately wanting to send something to increase the volume of chat content, to cover up a certain truth she didn't want to admit. Are you asleep? The short message sank like a stone in the ocean with nobody answering. Seraphina waited and waited, wanting to wait for your reply and your good night. Right up until 11:59 p.m. He drank with Dad, so going to bed early is normal. Seraphina found an excuse, stabilizing the panicked emotions in her heart. Good night. She managed to say good night to you right before the new day arrived. Usually falling asleep at 11, she was tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Eventually, she entered dreamland in a groggy state. Seraphina had a dream. Elementary school. A new classmate transferred into the class. The new classmate was amazing at drawing, and she got along with him really well. The new classmate said, "We get along so well, just drop him and be my deskmate." Seraphina turned her head and found the little boy standing at the door looking at her, without saying a single word. The piercing alarm clock helped Seraphina escape this nightmare. At this moment, Seraphina's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She didn't know if she had chosen the new classmate or you. Seraphina picked up her phone and found that you hadn't replied to any messages. Last night, you went to bed very early, falling asleep under the buzz of alcohol, not even knowing that your parents came home at 10:30 p.m. The result was that bright and early in the morning, Valeria nagged you endlessly about eating instant noodles again. You couldn't even get a peaceful sleep. You estimated that even when you hit 30, your mom probably still wouldn't let you eat instant noodles, citing that it causes internal heat and whatnot. After washing up, you packed your bag and slipped away, claiming you had class. The early morning university campus was bustling with people. Walking on the school's main road, you checked your phone and saw the good night Seraphina sent last night. After looking at it for a moment, you put your phone back in your pocket. Actually, you didn't have many classes this morning, and you didn't need to wait outside the art studio for anyone's class to end anymore. Seemingly wandering aimlessly, but in this massive campus you still had one place to go. Half a year ago, because of Caspian's smears and Seraphina's distrust, your heart was utterly broken. You wanted to find a new environment to stay in, so you flipped through the school's club directory. Unfortunately, all the popular clubs were no longer recruiting. Just like how your childhood sweetheart abandoned you, nobody wanted you. Through a series of coincidences, you finally joined the literary club, which only had 3 members. The literary club's activity room became your safe harbor. You always stayed there until very late, ensuring you wouldn't bump into Seraphina on that familiar street. After reconciling with Seraphina, you also frequently went to the literary club to sit for a bit. When the time was about right, you'd go pick her up from class. It could be said that the clubroom had gathered all your experiences from sorrow to joy. The weekend passed, and you ran back here like a defeated dog. A confession plan that couldn't wait for its leading lady, a torrential night of rain. These made you see reality clearly. Pushing open the doors to the literary club again, you actually felt like a lifetime had passed. The club's activity room was decorated very cozily, books arranged neatly. By the window sat a noble, elegant, highly charming woman. The wind blew her dark hair, and she casually tucked it behind her ear. Every movement was soul-stirring. "Good morning, Senior Aurelia." Every time you saw Aurelia, you weren't just amazed by her beauty, but you inexplicably felt a sensation. You were a cargo ship that had encountered massive storms and sailed into this safe harbor of the literary club, while she was a luxury cruise liner, with no destination, who just happened to arrive at this safe harbor and settled down. You couldn't explain why you had this feeling either, Perhaps it was a misery loves company kind of vibe. Good morning, Junior, Aurelia's rippling, beautiful eyes looked at you. Because you were the junior, the two seniors in the club took great care of you. Anyway, you felt that after joining the club, the seniors treated you as one of their own. The club's atmosphere was very harmonious. You walked to your designated seat and found that an electrostatic capacitive keyboard was actually placed on the desk. This kind of keyboard easily cost over $1,000. Next to it was a very classic foreign literary masterpiece. How is it? Do you like it? I gave you the keyboard and your senior Aurelia gave you the book. Does that mean I treat you better, Junior? While you were staring blankly at the two items on your desk, Briar happened to walk in from the door and quietly came up beside you. You quickly pulled some distance away from this youthful, beautiful flower-like senior. Briar's beauty was the first love type. At first, you were deceived by her looks, until you read the two published youth romance novels she wrote and were abused to tears by the plot. Such a youthful, vibrant, gorgeous girl, yet the plots in her books kept people up at night in pure agony. Why did Senior Briar give me such an expensive keyboard? Birthday present, duh! Wasn't it your birthday the day before yesterday? Did you fill out your club entry form wrong? Our literary club has always had this tradition. On Friday, your senior Aurelia even bought a cake. We waited the whole day, and you didn't even show up. So we could only eat a part of it and brought the rest back for our roommates. Junior, if I get fat, you have to take responsibility, Briar said in annoyance. Her tone was very sincere, especially when you heard Briar say, she waited for you for a long time. The taste of waiting for someone is truly awful. All right, if you want to blame someone, blame your senior Aurelia. I originally wanted to call you, but your senior Aurelia said you usually come on Fridays and that this sort of thing requires a surprise. You hadn't expected Senior Aurelia's thoughts to be so meticulous. Unfortunately, because of you, it all fell through. Junior, after using the keyboard I gave you, you can't slack off anymore. Hurry up and update your novel. How long has it been on hiatus? Briar's words caught you off guard. All three members of the literary club received manuscript fees. You were serializing a novel on a website about childhood sweethearts. The thing about writing novels is, you're not afraid of wild imagination or overflowing talent. What you're most afraid of is the author adapting it from personal experience. Before going on hiatus, it went straight to the top of the charts. There were no passionate kisses in the book, but it was hazy, sweet, and sour, perfectly capturing everyone's feeling of first love during school days. But you couldn't bring yourself to write anymore. It went on an indefinite hiatus. Senior, I don't have much inspiration lately. Junior, could you have been accurately called out by the readers? In the comments section of the hiatus book, there was a highly upvoted comment. Guessing the author got defeated by a skydrop rival and can't write anymore. How is that possible? Just been too busy with stuff lately, no time. You opened the keyboard packaging. Senior, this keyboard is nice. I like it. Aurelia beside you took in all your vague prevarications but remained impassive. As long as you like it, I have class soon. Go water those few potted plants. Briar chatted with Aurelia for a few sentences before leaving. After watering the plants, you returned to your seat, took out your laptop from your bag and prepared to type. You sat upright for a long time, yet still didn't write a single word, completely wasting the $1,000 keyboard. The club activity room only had the sound of Aurelia turning pages. The curtains fluttered with the wind. Usually, this was how you guys interacted. With a gust of wind, a blank piece of paper on your desk was swept up, landing right beneath Aurelia's swaying skirt hem. She put down her book and picked it up, only to see that a dignified, elegant woman was prominently drawn on the paper. For Seraphina's sake, you even gave up your beloved piano, squeezing out time to secretly take offline drawing classes. But you really didn't have any talent in drawing. Just learning the basics was a struggle. This sketch was your absolute limit so far. Junior, is she the female lead in your book? Aurelia's pleasant voice made you fall silent. You thought of the illusion you saw last night under the influence of alcohol. The young girl wearing her school uniform. The female lead in your book should have been her. Yes and no. Senior Aurelia, if someone accompanied you for a very, very long time, and then one day you met someone who shared your interests and gave you a sense of novelty, you had common topics and chatted happily, who would you choose? Is this the ending of your book? Aurelia switched to a gentler way of asking. Probably. You looked out the window, pretending not to care. I would choose the person who accompanied me for a very, very long time. Because a sense of novelty will eventually fade with time. Junior, how about you also draw a picture like this for me? Consider it a return gift for the birthday present. You smiled bitterly. Senior Aurelia, my skills aren't up to par, as long as I like it. You need to be a bit more confident as a person. Thinking about how the seniors waited for you for a whole day, you eventually nodded. Aurelia didn't need to strike a deliberate pose. She just sat by the window reading a book as she normally would. You chose the angle of her side profile, the exact scene you saw when pushing open the literary club doors, and began sketching. During the creative process, the more you pursue perfection, the more you get restrained by the so-called perfect. It's better to just go with the flow, use your eyes to see, and use your heart to guide. Aurelia wasn't acting on a whim. She felt she shouldn't have asked who the woman on that paper was. It obviously touched your sore spot. so she asked for a return gift, shifting your attention away from the woman in the drawing. That nightmare lingered in Seraphina's mind. She desperately wanted to see you. Changing out of her pajamas and freshening up, the mirror reflected a cold, utterly stunning woman. She had class in the morning, so she came to your front door bright and early. Valeria heard the doorbell and came to open it. Seraphina, have you eaten breakfast? Valeria looked at the picturesque Seraphina, marveling at how great it was to be young. Aunt Valeria, I'm here for Kaelen. Kaelen, huh? He went to school half an hour ago. This news made the radiant Seraphina's eyes dim considerably. Then I'll come back tonight. Aunt Valeria, I have class, I'll go first. After saying goodbye to Valeria, Seraphina walked alone on the street. She thought of your back when you left last night, so lonely and desolate. At this moment, she tasted the exact same feeling. Kaelen, no one answered her call. Back when you were desperately trying to maintain this childhood sweetheart relationship, you would accompany Seraphina to school on the mornings she had class. Even an 8 a.m. class didn't matter, just to walk side by side with her on this street full of memories. If the weather was nice, the soft sunlight spilled onto the road, she would happily call out the name of the person beside her, and you would slightly raise the corners of your mouth and say, "What's up?" No matter how many times Seraphina called you, you responded every single time, making her feel incredibly secure. Now, the old friend was no longer by her side. Meanwhile, at the literary club, you spent 2 hours drawing a sketch for Aurelia, a mature, intellectual beauty sitting by the window reading. The wind teased her dark hair and messed with the book's pages. The morning sunlight shining through the window became the background, making her look absolutely peerless. You used your somewhat unpracticed lighting techniques, and thankfully, you managed to pull it off. After receiving this sketch, Aurelia looked at it quietly for a long time. Receiving a drawing someone made for you is a very wondrous feeling. It's drawn very well. I will treasure this return gift. Senior, stop hyping me up. I know my own level. You went to the water dispenser to grab a cup of water. This drawing is a gift given to me. Good or bad, I get the final say. Maybe in the eyes of you, the author, it's not perfect enough, but in my eyes it belongs solely to me. It's one of a kind. And that's enough. Aurelia's beautiful, melodious voice didn't carry a shred of falsehood. You never expected your drawing skills would actually see the day they got praised. You walked to the window, the gentle breeze brushing your face. From here, you could also see the college students finishing their morning classes, returning to their dorms in groups of 2s and 3s. Senior Aurelia, I'm sorry. I made you guys wait for so long in vain on Friday. Aurelia used a book to press down on a corner of the sketch paper so it wouldn't be blown away by the wind, then turned her gaze to you. She always felt you cared very deeply about this matter, to the point it had become an obsession. First, you mentioned it to Briar, and now you were bringing it up again. You don't need to dwell on it so much. I read my books here on Fridays anyway. Junior, you didn't just draw me a picture and forget about something else, did you? She kindly reminded. In the past on Mondays, you, having no classes, would come to the literary club at 8 a.m. and leave punctually at 11:30 a.m. It was so regular that even Aurelia memorized it. But now it was almost 12 p.m. and you still hadn't left. But what else could you do? It was nothing more than going outside the art department to wait for Seraphina's class to end. I didn't forget. It's just that some things don't need to be done anymore. I'm free. A leaf from outside the window leisurely floated in. You reached out and caught it. Its veins were clearly visible. The moment it fell from the tree, its ending was already determined. Turning yellow, dissolving, becoming spring mud. No matter how vibrantly green it used to be, that was all in the past. Junior, how come you're still staying here today? How rare. Since that's the case, let's go to the cafeteria together. Briar returned from class and saw the sketch paper held down by a corner of a book. Drawn pretty nicely, huh? A junior who plays favorites will be severely punished by his senior, you know. No wonder you usually vanish without a trace by this time. Today you're actually here. Turns out you got delayed drawing for your senior Aurelia until noon. Where's my share? Your head throbbed. With your drawing level, that sketch just now had exhausted a massive amount of your mental energy. It wasn't that you couldn't draw another one in a single day, but you couldn't draw one of the same quality. If they compared them later, wouldn't you be eating a bitter pill in silence? The 1.8-meter tall junior was pressed step by step by the 1.7-meter tall senior. Senior Briar, how about I draw it for you tomorrow? I'm temporarily out of inspiration. Briar, stop making things difficult for Junior. He's probably tired. Drawing one for you tomorrow isn't too late. Aurelia spoke up to bail you out. Yeah, only your senior Aurelia is considerate of you, Briar said coquettishly. Aurelia, are you my bestie? Or his bestie? You're totally bending your elbow outward. This is called my mouth is soft because I ate his food, and my hands are short because I took his gift. You also quite understood this senior Briar of yours. Getting a $1,000 keyboard with no return gift, while the person who gave a book gets one. Anione would feel it's unfair. You smiled helplessly, went to the water dispenser, and got a cup of warm water for her. Briar was still very nice to you. Give her a stepping stone and she'd step down. Senior, I have classes tomorrow morning. I'll draw a picture for you in the afternoon. Let me declare beforehand. I personally have zero talent in drawing and can't produce a drawing worth $1,000. You have to be prepared to take a loss. It can't be worse than your senior Aurelia's. I'll do my best. You increasingly felt that the literary club was your safe harbor. This had nothing to do with the price of the gifts. You could buy $1,000 keyboard with your manuscript fees, and $100 keyboard was enough to use. What was rare was that, while you were desperately unable to wait for a certain someone, you suddenly looked back and realized someone was actually waiting for you too. That feeling was like a ship drifting in the ocean encountering a lighthouse. Aurelia was just about to speak when her phone screen lit up. The few messages she received ruined her mood. It would be weird if a mature and charming woman like her had no one chasing her. You were completely oblivious to this. After promising definitely tomorrow to pacify Briar, you planned to head home for lunch. You didn't have classes in the afternoon anyway, so you didn't need to come back to school. Returning to that familiar street, home was right in front of you. While eating, Valeria told you about Seraphina coming over this morning. You just nodded, the food in your mouth not tasting as good anymore. How ironic. After you were hurt until you were black and blue all over, felt depressed, felt despair, perhaps shedding tears on that torrential rainy night, and finally gave up on the person and things you couldn't obtain, she actively started approaching you instead. In the afternoon, you didn't go anywhere. You just hid in your room to study. Raindrops battered the window, making a dense sound. You checked the time. It was already 5 p.m. Hearing the sound of raindrops, you remembered the upright piano that had been neglected in the living room for a long time. You got up and headed there. Opening the piano lid, your hands with distinct knuckles gently stroked the keys. This was what you truly loved. The rustling sound of the rain outside triggered many of your memories. Soon, a soft and melodious piano tune echoed in the house. The two played a duet, the sad melody turning all the rainwater into tears. You played 3 pieces consecutively before stopping. All the things weighing on your mind had been vented out through the music. At the school, Seraphina, who had a full day of classes, was finally done. Core classes and general classes alternating back and forth left the students physically and mentally exhausted. Just when it was finally over, they were blocked by the sky full of heavy rain from going home. Looking out, in the crowded throng of people inside the teaching building, that familiar silhouette was missing. Seraphina lowered her bright eyes. She didn't care how heavily it was raining. What she cared about was that you didn't come. Missing each other in the morning and at night told her one fact: you were avoiding her. Caspian, standing to the side, saw that you didn't come and felt his heart bloom with joy. Didn't that mean he could share an umbrella with Seraphina? This rain was endless and wouldn't stop anytime soon. What a godsend opportunity. Seraphina, let me walk you back. He waved the umbrella in his hand, gesturing. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, the gentle and quiet Ilara beside them surprisingly put on a cold face and said, "No need. Someone will naturally come to pick her up later. Caspian, if you want to be helpful, there are plenty of people in the class waiting for you." Ilara was your best bro Thorn's fraternal twin sister. With her gentle personality, she rarely spoke harshly to others. But Caspian was the exception. Anyone with eyes could see Caspian had those intentions towards Seraphina. Why did he, a guy who popped out halfway, have the right to intervene in someone else's childhood romance of over 10 years? Therefore, Ilara never had a good attitude toward this poacher Caspian, constantly guarding against him for you. However, she couldn't stop the two of them from communicating about art. A trace of anger flashed in Caspian's eyes. Is that so? I'd love to see who this person Ilara speaks of is. Caspian's surface-level acting was still pretty decent. He knew you were currently having a conflict with Seraphina over the birthday party, so 80% you wouldn't come. When the time came, he could still escort Seraphina back. The rain wasn't stopping anytime soon anyway. Ilara didn't say anything more. She took out her phone and sent a message to her biological brother Thorn, who was far away at Tianhai Normal University. Seraphina watched Ilara take out her phone to send a message, and a sliver of anticipation also rose in her heart. Anticipating that your figure would come through the curtain of rain holding an umbrella, just like you always did. Thorn replied to his sister with an okay. Playing piano on a rainy day is like drinking a cup of rich black coffee. The more you play, the more bitter it gets. The moment the melody reached its peak, a phone ringtone echoed from the room. You sighed and went to pick it up. "What's up? You free? Go deliver an umbrella to my sister." She said the rain is huge and won't stop for a while. Getting drenched and catching a cold wouldn't be good. I'm her biological brother, but I'm out of reach. You go in my place. Anyway, when she was little, she called you sweeter than she called me. You're her brother too. Phone calls between best bros never drag on. Straight to the point, cutting right to the chase. You looked out the window. It was already nearing evening, and the continuous drizzle was falling. All right, tell Ilara I'll be there shortly. Thorn hung up crisply and forwarded a message to his sister. Your brother Kaelen said he's going to pick you up right now. Receiving this message, Ilara no longer worried about how heavy the rain was. Her heart felt very secure. Caspian, seeing her confident demeanor, silently cursed in his heart. Could you actually be coming? Shouldn't be. If you were coming, you would have come earlier. Why wait until now? You indeed came, but not in the capacity of Seraphina's childhood friend. Rather, in the capacity of Ilara's brother Kaelen. At this moment, the students trapped in the teaching building were also making calls. Calling roommates. Calling friends. Those who had roommates or friends deliver umbrellas left safely with their heads held high, under the gaze of those who didn't have umbrellas. Seraphina watched them leave one by one, a sense of loneliness spontaneously arising. She suddenly understood. Seeing someone holding an umbrella waiting for you in the crowd every time it rained was such a precious thing. The sound of the rain awakened her longing for you, many times stronger than when she woke up from her dream this morning. While looking for umbrellas, you were spotted by Valeria. Going to pick up Seraphina, huh? The rain is a bit heavy, don't bring folding umbrellas. Take 2 long-handled umbrellas. You and Alara take one each, so your clothes don't get wet. You didn't explain anything, took the 2 long umbrellas, and went out the door. More than 10 minutes later, you, holding a black umbrella, gradually walked over through the rain curtain, entering Alara's sight. Your tall, straight posture made you look like an awe-inspiring knight. I said someone would come to pick her up. You don't need to worry about it. Caspian's expression looked awful. You handed the long-handled black umbrella in your hand to Alara, but Alara turned right around and gave it to Seraphina, proving to Caspian what she had just said. Since that's the case, Seraphina, I'll take my leave first. Before leaving, Caspian didn't forget to call Seraphina's name right in front of you. Damn it. Looks like the conflict between you two still isn't deep enough. You ignored him. After Caspian left, Alara realized you only brought 2 umbrellas. 3 people, 2 umbrellas. Alara's bright eyes, clear as a pool of spring water, met your gaze for a second before she somewhat flusteredly looked away. I should just call my classmates who went back to the dorm to bring me an umbrella. You guys go first. No way. Your brother personally called and asked me to pick you up. The umbrella is pretty big. 2 people can fit. Let's go. Aren't you staying on campus? This building isn't too far from the girls' dorms. Your words carried a brotherly vibe. Couldn't be helped. Alara called you Brother Kaelen during elementary school and during middle school. But once she got to high school, she stopped calling you that. You suddenly remembered Thorne's phrase, a grown daughter can't be kept at home. Sisters have expiration dates. Your casual words threw Alara's heart into a mess. Her beautiful face grew burning hot. Even her delicate ears turned red. Seraphina, hearing your words, felt the exact opposite of Alara. Of course, she knew you had always treated Alara like a younger sister, without any romantic feelings. But the thought of you sharing an umbrella with another woman made her feel awful. It was like having to split that rainbow-colored fruit candy in half to give to someone else. Alara, you use this umbrella, Seraphina said. Though reluctant, Alara also felt this was the most appropriate. Who didn't know you liked Seraphina? You hold it yourself. You firmly rejected it for her. This scene vastly exceeded Alara's expectations, making her wonder if she heard wrong. Seraphina's pale hand holding the umbrella dropped limply. She thought you were angry like the last time you two had a conflict. Let's go. Have you forgotten what you called me when you were little? Your brother is holding an umbrella for you and you're unwilling? Stop talking. Alara's face looked like peach blossoms. She already didn't want to call you brother anymore, nor did she want to be your sister. But her realization came too late. Even Alara could clearly feel the massive chasm between you and Seraphina. But unfortunately, the situation was just this unsolvable. The other black umbrella was already given to Seraphina. What reason did you have to squeeze under someone else's umbrella? Sometimes things you find completely normal are actually the other person indulging and spoiling you. By the time the other person is unwilling to do so, you'll realize how hard those seemingly insignificant things are to come by. Alara didn't have time to overthink because you had already opened the umbrella, waiting between the eaves and the rain. As long as she stepped forward, you would take her and escape this sky full of heavy rain. So, seeing Alara's hesitation, you sighed. That well-behaved, sensible younger sister who used to call you Brother Kaelen, as soon as she saw you wouldn't even share an umbrella with you now? This contrast was too huge. Hurry up and come over. We can't wait out this rain. Alara stopped hesitating, walked out of the teaching building, and came under the black umbrella. Raindrops hit the top of the umbrella, making a pat-pat sound. Sharing an umbrella with someone on a rainy day is a very wondrous feeling. The rainwater isolates the people under the umbrella from this world, and because space is limited, both parties are forced to stay close together. Alara smelled the scent on you, like steady pine wood, giving people a very secure feeling. She didn't dare look at the person beside her, her heart beating very fast, and her beautiful face also a bit hot. Her gaze landed on your hand holding the umbrella, with its distinct knuckles, very suitable for playing the piano. Alara wished this rain would fall longer, and the person beside her would walk a little slower. Contrasting her myriad of internal twists and turns, you appeared slightly sorrowful. The little sister from back then became gentle and lovely, graceful and poised, but she never called you Brother Kaelen again. Does everyone change when they grow up? Seraphina was like this, and Alara was like this too. Wouldn't even say a single word to you. What is the meaning of growing up? The girl whose heart used to be full of you now had more than just you in her heart. The sister who used to call you Brother Kaelen also grew so distant she wouldn't even speak. Love and familial affection both scattered with the wind. An umbrella can block the rain outside, but it can't block the rain in your heart. Seraphina walked alone in the back, holding an umbrella. The massive umbrella was more than enough for one person. yet she felt battered by the wind and rain. She watched you and Alara walk through the wind and rain ahead, looking as if the two of you were leaning tightly against each other. Seraphina finally understood where the sense of security you used to give her came from. Bystanders can always see things very clearly. A tall, straight posture blocking the direction the wind was blowing from, so the rainwater couldn't drift inside the umbrella. The umbrella in your hand wasn't balanced. It tilted toward Alara's side. The tilted umbrella was the physical manifestation of love. But you didn't love Alara. All these details were habits you cultivated over years and years of holding umbrellas for Seraphina. They were the traces left behind in this world by a love that had already died. In the past, during medium or light rain, you wouldn't bring an extra umbrella. That way, you could stroll in the rain with the girl you loved. You were so careful, terrified that Seraphina would get wet even a tiny bit. Whichever side the wind blew from, that's the side you stood on. You also tried to make as much space under the umbrella as possible for the girl in the school uniform beside you, a true literal sheltering from the wind and rain. Now the girl beside you was no longer the person from back then. These things had all become habits. You still tilted the umbrella toward the person beside you. What is a person's greatest regret? Loving but not obtaining? Having a beginning but no end? Probably neither. The greatest regret is that there was someone who was very good and who loved you for a very long time, but you lost them. Seraphina's heart felt empty at this moment, as if someone had stolen a massive chunk of it. In her mind, an idea actually sprouted to throw away her umbrella and go replace Alara's position. The school gate and the girls' dormitories weren't in the same direction. At the second intersection, the silhouettes of you and Alara turned left, while Seraphina had to keep walking straight. On rainy days at the girls' dorms, the dorm auntie allowed boyfriends to walk their girlfriends downstairs. Unlike usual days where everyone was completely stopped at the dorm gate, you logically followed the flow of people. Along the way, many girls stared at you. Today you wore a stand-collar shirt, paired with that incredibly handsome face, instantly attracting the gazes of many beauties. The love of beauty is universal. Alara had never felt the distance between the teaching building and the dorms was so short. Arrived in a flash, she stepped out from under the umbrella, walking into the dorm building, no longer able to smell that reassuring scent on you. She was attached to every minute and second of sharing an umbrella with you, but now it was time to say goodbye. To Alara, this was basically a date in the rain. All right. My mission is complete. Can you call me Brother Kaelen like before? Haven't heard it since high school. You said it, feigning relaxation. It wasn't vanity acting up. You just wanted to seek proof from Alara that some feelings wouldn't change even when you grew up. Seraphina had already given her answer. The gentle and quiet Alara was like a blooming jasmine flower. One could vaguely still find traces of the little sister from back then. Hearing your request, even the roots of her ears turned bright red. Seeing the coming and going crowd at the dorm building, you didn't force it. Just kidding. Hurry back to your dorm, I'm leaving. You turned around and left. Alara watched you disappear into the curtain of rain. Goodbye, Brother Kaelen. Coming out of the girls' dorm, walking along the campus main road to the school gate, you discovered a light silhouette in the misty rain. A dreamlike figure stood there holding an umbrella. What are you doing standing here? Waiting to go home with you? Seraphina's soft voice became a bit smaller through the rain curtain. You didn't give a definite answer, just silently walking forward. On this rainy day where you had an umbrella, you didn't need anyone to wait for you. If this sentence had appeared the night before yesterday, it would have been a completely different scene. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Seraphina walked on your left side. But two people, two umbrellas. Even if they tried to get close, they couldn't. A distance always remained. You didn't speak. The sound of the rain lay across between the two of you. Seraphina's slightly furrowed brows never relaxed. Tomorrow, let's go to that sweet shop you mentioned again, okay? I have classes in the morning and errands to run in the afternoon. You go by yourself. I already told you the location anyway. You didn't lie. You were indeed fully booked with classes in the morning. In the afternoon, you had to draw a picture for Senior Briar, acting as a return gift for that $1,000 keyboard. Whether one has time is a very subjective question. People always prioritize important things first. If it were the old you would have accompanied her on this trip no matter what. But what did doing so achieve? You put Seraphina first. But did Seraphina put you first? Probably not. Otherwise, on that rainy night, you wouldn't have been unable to wait for her. A conversation topic that was so hard to bring up just ended like that. Seraphina wanted to say something but stopped. She really wanted to chat with you about something, even if it was just talking about how heavy the rain was. Because you didn't reply to the good night she sent last night. The network method that could connect one end of the world to the other had already become invalid for you two. Chatting takes two people. What was left was only the most primitive, and also the most effective, face-to-face communication. If you meet and still don't talk, aren't you just like strangers? You used to have endless things to talk about, but now it was dead silent. Seraphina now realized the unfamiliarity that had appeared between the two of you at some unknown point. It was just that you had been working hard to patch things up. Once you stopped, it was completely exposed. She didn't even have a topic to bring up except the sweet shop you recommended. A person can't simultaneously insert themselves into two people's lives. When Seraphina used her free time to chat about drawing with Caspian, go to the studio, and go to art exhibitions, it was impossible for her to understand your life. For example, she didn't know you joined the literary club. She didn't know you wrote a novel about the two of you. She didn't know you paid to learn drawing on the weekends you couldn't get her to hang out, and the rose bouquet that was torn apart at the birthday party. She didn't know about that either. Recalling those green years of youth, that girl wearing her school uniform knew absolutely clearly what books you liked, whether you were happy today and why you were unhappy. Since you're busy, I'll buy a portion for you when I go tomorrow. Seraphina wasn't willing to let the silence win, continuing along the topic that should have ended. No need to go through the trouble. Besides, my taste has changed recently. I don't like sweets anymore. Trouble. This polite word was the very first time you used it on her. She felt that even though you were right beside her, you were as far away as the ends of the earth. Her heart ached. During the conversation, the two of you returned to the street so familiar it couldn't be any more familiar. You can keep the umbrella. No need to bring it to my house after the rain stops. You didn't stop your steps, walking straight home. Two identical umbrellas on the street parted ways. It was only a matter of time before one umbrella was left, making it seem even more desolate. Seraphina watched the direction you left in, feeling as if she had been abandoned, infinite sorrow surging in her heart. Actually, it wasn't true. She was the one who left you behind on that pitch-black rainy night first. Perhaps your umbrella delivery wasn't for Seraphina, but for the girl wearing the school uniform from the past. This is as far as we go. Ilara returned to the dorm. All the beauties had gotten somewhat wet, except for her. Someone saw you personally escort her back. The flames of gossip burned intensely. Isn't that handsome guy chasing Seraphina? How come he personally brought you back today? Could it be that Seraphina chose Caspian? He lost and then turned around to chase you? Her roommate's few words sent Ilara's joyful mood crashing to the bottom of the valley. The other three girls pestered her endlessly, determined to get to the bottom of it. He's my brother. Once this sentence came out, the girls faintly felt something was wrong, but couldn't quite put their finger on it. Ilara, do you think Seraphina will choose Caspian or your brother? I personally think your brother is way more handsome than Caspian, but Seraphina seems to click better with Caspian. Ilara had zero interest in discussing this topic. She just said one sentence. Her not choosing my brother is her loss. The three girls looked at each other. This was the very first time they heard Ilara speak in such an unquestionable tone. In reality, only someone who had seen how that little boy held that little girl in the palm of his hand would understand how spot-on this evaluation was. Ilara had been protected by you extremely well. Her chiffon dress was practically spotless from the rain, just like a blooming, quiet jasmine flower. The roommates who got rained on were all showering and changing clothes, while her mind wasn't on any of that. Ilara opened her phone. Bro, what happened between brother Kaelen and Seraphina? Thorn saw this message and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. The matters between them were a long story, but also a short one. Simply put, your brother Kaelen got his heart completely broken. He doesn't love her anymore. Ilara saw her brother's reply and couldn't recover her senses for a long time, unable to believe this was true. Before she could ask further, Thorn's next message arrived. Remember the birthday party that day? All of us old classmates were saying we didn't see Seraphina. The reason your brother Kaelen gave was that she had urgent matters and couldn't get away. Later he told me that night Seraphina's so-called urgent matter was going to attend some other guy's birthday party. The next day, Kaelen and I even saw her walking side by side with that guy on the street, chatting it up. Your brother Kaelen didn't say anything, just brushed past them like a stranger. Back then, I always felt he should have gone up and said something, or loudly kept Seraphina. I went back to the dorm, laid on my bed, and figured out that this was the most correct method. You can't keep someone who wants to leave, and you can't drive away someone who wants to stay. If Kaelen had actually questioned Seraphina on the street, he'd be the one looking pathetic in the end. The Kaelen from the past already died on that pouring rainy night. On Saturday night, the rain was way heavier than it is now. Kaelen called cabs for all of us to send us back to school or home. I was worried, so I turned back halfway and saw him. He was walking back by himself. I just watched helplessly as he got drenched in the rain, looking totally lost and devastated, like a pitiful kid nobody wanted. As for comforting him, I couldn't do it. There's only one person in the world who can comfort him, and that person didn't show up. After Thorn sent a massive wall of text, his mood felt much better. But very soon he became worried again. Would his sister's heart ache for her brother Kaelen after seeing these contents? 100% it would, right? He couldn't help but recall the carefree days of the past. His cute little sister was still his personal accessory, following him wherever he went. In that era, the internet wasn't very popular. When Thorn went to your house on weekends to read the newest physical manga, Ilara tagged along. She couldn't bear to leave her biological brother, but she was also shy around strangers, tugging at Thorn's shirt corner and refusing to let go. Dealing with little girls was what you were best at. You took the sweet, rich chocolate ball your mom bought for you and gave it to the little girl hiding behind Thorn as a formal meeting gift. Facing your goodwill, the little girl timidly said, Thank you, Brother Kaelen. After a while, Alara wasn't as shy around you anymore. Every time she saw you, she'd call out, Brother Kaelen. But Thorn started getting unhappy. She's my sister. You already have another little girl as a playmate. A sister is a sister. She's different. How is she different? At that age, you couldn't explain the why, just vaguely stumbling through. Later, an incident happened that made Thorn never able to be jealous of you again. Originally, you and Alara were playing in the small park. Suddenly, a stray dog charged at her. Alara was scared pale, crying out, Brother, in a panic. But the one who reacted and stepped up was you. You pushed Alara away, getting bitten on the arm by the stray dog and tackled to the ground. A cleaner sweeping the park saw it and loudly drove it away while rushing over with a broom. Passing adults also helped. The stray dog was dealt with on the spot, and everyone rushed you to the hospital to treat the wound and get the rabies immunoglobulin shots. Your arm was mangled badly. The originally sunny and cheerful kid became lethargic. Valeria strictly controlled your outings for several years to eliminate the lingering trauma. As cells divided and renewed, the scar on your arm gradually faded. It could already be treated as non-existent, but if you looked closely, you could still find traces. Thorn just sighed whenever he thought of this. Alara didn't call you Brother Kaelen for nothing. In a critical moment, you were more useful than her own biological brother. When they reached the age of first love, Alara realized that her feelings for you weren't so-called sibling love. What kind of girl's eyes dart away and heart races when she sees her brother? So she discarded the title, Brother Kaelen, a title she had used for many years, hoping to reverse her positioning as a sister in your heart. This was exactly why you said Alara never called you brother again after growing up. Quite the opposite, Alara didn't grow distant from you. She fell in love with you. Unfortunately, it was too late. To you, she was just the little sister you protected desperately back then. The lover's position was already firmly occupied by Seraphina. Thorn accidentally discovered the fact that his sister liked you. He didn't get angry like other older brothers would because you could protect his sister very well. He felt inferior in comparison. How many times did Thorn drop hints to you, only to get a two-word answer? Not lovers. Siblings. Besides feeling deeply helpless, there was nothing else he could do. After all, you couldn't be blamed for this. Alara was the one who called you Brother Kaelen first. Thorn told Alara the answer he got from you. After hearing it, she didn't argue or make a fuss. She just went dead silent, like a withering flower. The next day, Thorn saw his sister's red-rimmed eyes and knew she had cried. Thorn said, Sis, you should just give up, otherwise you guys won't even be able to be siblings. Alara remained silent for a long time. She didn't say she was going to give up, but instead just said one sentence. If he's happy, I'm happy. Thorn sighed. His sister was great in every way, gentle, considerate, educated, and reasonable, but her personality was 10 times more stubborn than his. Once she set her mind on something, it was very hard to change. The answer was clearly right in front of her, yet she still couldn't bear to let go of her love for you. She wasn't willing to just be siblings.
He'll be happy, but what about you?
Since then, Alara's communication with you became less and less, because hiding a love as blazing as a bonfire is a very difficult thing to do. But she would also, like today, stop Caspian from approaching Seraphina. Seeing the long string of messages Thorn sent, Alara's heart ached. She ached for you, especially that last photo Thorn sent. In the night rain, a back silhouette in the distance was drenched. The rainwater couldn't wash away the sorrow on you. Alara gently touched the screen, tears blurring her vision. Her brother Kaelen, whom she thought about day and night, was actually hurt so deeply by Seraphina. She didn't even have the chance to love him. Alara didn't understand. Was Caspian really that good? Good enough that Seraphina could cruelly abandon the person who accompanied her for over a decade. Actually, that night when Seraphina didn't show up, Alara had a fleeting thought for a split second. Could she have gone to attend Caspian's birthday party? The thought lasted only a second before she rejected it. It was too absurd. Maybe Seraphina had a family emergency? But she didn't expect this to be the result. Alara suddenly understood why you gave everyone roses at the end of the party, because Seraphina didn't come. She regretted not speaking more with you just now, not agreeing to your request to call you Brother Kaelen. Love had already left you battered and bruised. You sought a tiny bit of comfort from her, but were rejected. Alara no longer cared what her identity was in your heart. She just wanted to go to your side immediately and accompany you through this agonizing period. Even in the capacity of a sister, she would not hesitate. Thorn saw that Alara hadn't replied for a long time and thought to himself, crap sis, don't impulsively confess or go look for Seraphina. We need to play the long game. Bro, I want to see him right now. I'll find an excuse for you. Thorn didn't say, didn't you just see him? Such critical words. His sister had waited for so long and finally got an opportunity. She had to grasp it properly. Actually, Alara didn't think that much at all. She just knew that you must be suffering terribly right now and needed someone to accompany you. And that was indeed the truth. Otherwise, why would you go to the literary club early in the morning? When Alara replied to the message, she was already on her way. You brought her back from the rain, and she walked back into the rain for you. Whether Thorn helped her find an excuse to meet or not, she would still go. If I like you and want to see you is an invalid excuse, then she'll go as a sister. Anyway, Alara asked for nothing else. She had no calculations of swooping in while you were vulnerable, no schadenfreude over you guys finally breaking up. She just wanted to quietly stay by your side and accompany you through this sorrowful time. The purest love is nothing more than this. This evening was destined to be lonely for you. Alara didn't call you brother, and even your parents temporarily ditched you. Coming home, you found your dad was also off work. Dad, you greeted him. Did you go to school to pick up Seraphina? You didn't speak. If you said no, your dad would definitely ask more questions. Better to say nothing. Son, your mom and I are going out for dinner tonight. You figure it out at home. I'll transfer some money to you. You blanked for a second, then quickly remembered today was your parents' wedding anniversary. Dad, I still have money. Hearing this, Alistair thought his son hadn't asked him for living expenses for a long time. Did your mom give it, or was it your own money? Valeria came out of the room. She obviously carefully selected her outfit, even putting on high heels. Baptized by time, her aura was even better, not losing to Genevieve at all. Kaelen, is this outfit mom is wearing tonight pretty? You felt like you didn't even need to eat dinner. The dog food, PDA, was already filling you up. Was mom really asking you? She was clearly asking dad, but was too embarrassed to ask directly, so she took a detour. You immediately shot a glance at your dad. Very pretty. Valeria revealed a satisfied smile on her face. Be good at home tonight. Tomorrow mom will cook a good meal for you. If you feel bored alone, you can go to your Aunt Genevieve's house. She won't ignore you. You could only say, okay. Then you sent your parents out the door. As the car drove out of the garage, you were the only one left in the house. The rain outside was getting lighter. You didn't want to do anything. The sky grew dark, and you didn't turn on the lights. Sitting on the sofa, blending into the darkness. Your phone lit up, bringing a rare bit of light to this room. Thorn, had a fight with my girlfriend. Come drink with me. What fight? You were exhausted, but still forced yourself to give your best bro some psychological comfort. The dog food your parents sprinkled actually made you hurt a bit. You really didn't want to touch words like girlfriend and couples. I'm already at your door. We're not leaving until we're drunk tonight. Ding dong, the doorbell verified the authenticity of the message. Thorn, afraid of failing his sister's mission, came to pick her up personally. You got up from the sofa and walked to the door. Opening it, you found that not only was Thorn there, but Alara, whom you just saw, was also there. The rainwater from the rainy day wet a strand of her hair, adding a touch of gentle charm, but you frowned. When you sent her back to the dorm, you absolutely didn't let her get wet at all. It's dark and you're not turning on the lights, pitch black. Saving electricity isn't done like this. Thorn saw you put your gaze on his sister and was worried you'd ask why Alara was also there, so he spoke up first. In the past, when drinking to vent, you two always avoided her. Now suddenly bringing her along didn't make logical sense. A lone wolf here. Doesn't matter if the lights are on or off. My parents aren't home today, so we don't need to go out. It's still drizzling outside. The few cans of beer you gave me last time, I haven't drank them yet. You hit the light switch and the pitch black house turned bright. That works. Thorn wondered if he should use this opportunity to go buy a few bottles of white liquor to get his best bro drunk, then deliver him right to his sister's bed. Look, timing, rainy night, location, at home, hotel beds aren't as soft as home beds, and people, uncle and auntie aren't home, just you alone. All three were present. He walked in and boldly sat on the sofa, just like his own home. Have you eaten, you asked. Who knew? Thorn shamelessly said. I haven't eaten. Your sister Alara is also still starving. You were speechless. He made it sound like you weren't her brother too. Fine, I'll cook something for you guys. You turned and walked into the kitchen. Usually, when two grown men have things on their minds, they just drink and get it over with. But right now, Elzara was also here. How could you let her drink? Anyway, you couldn't bear to. Why did Thorn bring Alara along this time? Did his conflict with his girlfriend have something to do with Alara? But no matter how hard you wrecked your brain, you'd never guess that this was all just an excuse Alara made to see you. But speaking of which, if Alara didn't come tonight, you really would have had no one to accompany you. Your parents ditched you to go on a date. Seraphina was no longer the Seraphina of the past. It was very hard for her to appear when you needed her most. You estimated you would just sit quietly in this unlit room for a few hours, drowned in loneliness. You opened the fridge, took a quick scan, and confirmed tonight's menu. Brother Kaelen, let me help you. Hearing the voice, you didn't even care about getting the ingredients. You turned your head and looked. Alara was standing right beside you. What did you say? Brother Kaelen. Alara's second call made you realize you didn't mishear just now. Sure enough, it was because there were too many people at the dorm building just now, and she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. She still had you, this brother, in her heart. She hadn't changed. You felt a long-lost joy spreading in your heart. You go sit outside, leave this to me. It's getting late. An extra person makes it faster, Alara said softly, taking off the apron hung on the wall nail and putting it on. Gentle and quiet, she became even more virtuous and elegant. Major wife material vibes. Brother Kaelen, help me tie the apron. She left a graceful, beautiful back facing you. Brother Kaelen, hurry up. You helplessly helped Alara tie the apron. Your warm fingertips unintentionally brushed against her soft waist through her clothes, causing Alara's delicate body to tremble slightly, as if a faint electric current ran through it, making her tingle. But you, as the culprit, had absolutely zero self-awareness and just went straight to washing the rice. The kitchen wasn't small. 2 people cooking together didn't feel crowded at all. Instead, it was fully cozy. Seeing Alara's skillful cooking, you secretly sighed that your bro truly had a great sister. No wonder Thorn said last time that he didn't know how to cook. With his own sister around, he didn't need to lift a finger. Based on your understanding of Alara, her personality was gentle as water and deeply empathetic. After getting married, she would absolutely be a virtuous wife and loving mother. Brother Kaelen, we're out of salt. A soft voice interrupted your thoughts. I remember there are still 2 bags in the upper cabinet. You stopped what you were doing and came in front of Alara. The salt was in the cabinet directly above her. You opened the high cabinet and took out a bag. If someone looked from outside the door, they would find this posture incredibly ambiguous. Right now, Alara only felt she was very, very close to her sweetheart, completely wrapped in your aura. Her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Just one step further, and she could kiss the person in front of her. You originally didn't think that much at all, but when you saw traces of a shy blush climbing up Alara's beautiful face, you belatedly realized just how close the distance between you two was. How incredibly ambiguous. You quickly took a step back, pulling open the distance. Even biological siblings have to maintain a certain distance, let alone yourself. Sorry, didn't notice for a second. Alara took the salt from your hand. It's fine! The red blush on her face didn't fade for a long time. Actually, let alone it being unintentional on your part. Even if you really had cabinet pinned against the wall, Alara in the kitchen, Alara would have just closed her eyes and waited for your kiss to land, then melted into a puddle of spring water, yours for the taking. Unfortunately, the falling flowers pine for love, but the heartless brook babbles on. Alara didn't have enough courage. She was afraid that this kiss of hers would make the relationship between the two of you turn unknown. After Alara got familiar with the kitchen layout, you were banished to guard the pork rib and sweet corn soup. She wanted to personally cook a meal for you to eat. Thorn quietly leaned against the kitchen doorway, making no sound and not disturbing the 2 people inside. This was probably the life his sister wanted, right? Accompanying the man beside her, helping each other through thick and thin, passing one ordinary day after another, like a normal family. Thorn, watching such a happy and harmonious scene, took out his phone and snapped a photo. Honestly, at first glance, the 2 of them were no different from a pair of newlyweds. He thought about it and added a caption, men and women working together, not tiring at all. Then he blocked the 2 people in the photo and his parents and posted it to his moments. Tonight, someone was definitely going to lose sleep. Seraphina, what will you feel when you see this moment? Not long after, old classmates came to ask, cutting straight to the point. Are Alara and Kaelen together? Thorn replied. I just went to my best bro's house to mooch a meal. This answer was very clever. It didn't mention Alara at all, leaving room for imagination. In the kitchen, you stared blankly at the slightly boiling pork rib and corn soup. The medium heat had been turned to a low simmer so it wouldn't overflow. Brother Kaelen, what are you thinking about? The other 3 dishes were already done. Alara came to your side. I was wondering if this soup is savory enough. It's almost done simmering. I'll let you take the first sip. Your tone when talking to Alara always carried an older brother's pampering. You washed a bowl and a spoon. Because it was too hot, you only scooped a little bit for Alara to taste. Careful, it's hot. Alara saw that you weren't telling the truth, but didn't poke a hole in it. After all, the desolation deep in your eyes couldn't deceive anyone. Brother Kaelen, everything will slowly get better. Until then, I will accompany you. Alara scooped a spoonful of soup, blew on it gently, and then tasted it. It's very good, she thought. If only things could always be like this. Every day, accompanying the man beside me, helping each other out, passing one ordinary day after another. This brief happiness gave Alara infinite longing for the future. Seraphina, something I beg for but cannot get. How could you bear to just casually toss it away? You will definitely regret this. Alara changed her phrasing, scooped another spoonful of savory soup, blew on it gently, and then brought it to your lips. Brother Kaelen, you taste it too. Very good, right? You drank the soup brought to your lips. The saltiness was just right. You drink more later. Don't let your brother get the cheap advantage. You made a joke and turned off the heat, going to wash the bowls first, completely missing that Alara didn't mind using the spoon you just used at all. 3 dishes and 1 soup. With a man and woman working together, it was very quickly set on the dining table. Thorn hurried to wash his hands and started eating, completely unlike someone who just had a fight with his girlfriend. You went to the fridge and took out the few cans of beer from last time, but Alara served both you and Thorn a bowl of hot soup. How about it? My sister is considerate, right? Thorn said smugly. Considerate. Just now in the kitchen, so I was even wondering, who's going to be lucky enough to marry her and take her home in the future? Alara's hand holding the chopsticks paused, as if her deepest secret had been uncovered. Thorn seriously suspected that his bro not only got his heart broken, but his brain also took damage. What I meant was, this beauty is very nice. You freaking actually said the beauty is nice but Prabrichan, but it doesn't belong to me. If you have the guts, just open your mouth and ask for it. If you dare to ask, beauties will throw themselves into your arms like butterflies. Who knows, she might even warm your bed tonight. Is there really a need to sit here mourning the passing of spring and grieving autumn over some other woman? Thorn's line of thought wasn't actually wrong. Probably even Valeria couldn't have guessed that on this rainy night, a girl would exhaust every possible excuse just to meet up, all to cook a meal for her son, hoping he wouldn't be so lonely, so sad, and so devastated. You can't drink ice-cold beer after drinking hot soup. This was also Ilara's silent, invisible care. That's exactly why she served the two of you a bowl of soup first, instead of rice. You looked at the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table, feeling somewhat ashamed. Who was the guest here anyway? Aside from the soup you simmered yourself, the rest were all masterstrokes from Ilara's hands. You slid the pork rib and sweet corn soup over in front of Ilara. Girls might not necessarily like eating pork ribs, but there is a high probability they won't reject sweet corn soaked in rich broth. Ilara took in all these subtle, pampering details with her own eyes. Spit it out. What kind of conflict did you get into with your girlfriend this time? You took a sip of soup and asked slowly. It's not that the holidays are coming up, right? She and I originally planned to go traveling. But with the peak season hotel rates, the surge in flight tickets, and various expenses added up, it's already exceeded the capacity of my wallet. Looks like we can't go anymore. So it was just about money. You breathed a sigh of relief for your bro. As long as it wasn't a crack in the relationship, it was fine. Money? I got it. How much do you need? You took out your phone, ready to transfer the funds. Why would I want your money? I'm not dating you, bro. The one I'm dating is Lyra, and the one traveling with me is also her. If I can't scrape together enough for the trip, she'll just chip in. Otherwise, we'll just honestly have a staycation locally. Kaelen, it's high time you change this mindset of yours. Blindly giving everything might not get you any returns. On the contrary, it makes people feel like you're a cheap giveaway, totally worthless. This was a lesson Thorn learned by observing you. You can't just unilaterally sacrifice for your lover. In the end, it's highly likely to be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Completely futile. If childhood sweethearts who grew up together end up like this, let alone people like them who fell in love at first sight, you have to love with principles and bottom lines. While loving your partner, don't forget to love yourself, bro. Ilara spoke up to stop him, not wanting him to continue. She felt that purely loving someone wasn't wrong. What was wrong was the person being loved, not knowing how to cherish it. Thorn shrugged. These were things he learned from his best bro, and now he was just returning them. Nothing that couldn't be said. I wasn't helping her. I was helping you. You stayed silent for a while, squeezing out this pale, feeble sentence. Because the facts had already happened, you were powerless to refute. Stop thinking so much. The sky is big, the earth is big, but eating is the biggest deal. Ever since starting college, I haven't eaten my sister's cooking in ages. I have to properly cherish this. All right, strive for the clean plate campaign. Thorn was rendered utterly speechless. So all these years of reading comprehension exercises you did were for absolutely nothing, huh? How on earth did you get accepted into Tianhai University back then? You didn't even understand the hidden meaning behind his words. Clean plate my foot. If you just marry her and take her home, wouldn't you be able to eat it every single day? He indignantly grabbed a piece of corn with his chopsticks and started gnawing on it. Thorn felt the corn was pretty good and ate several pieces in a row. And then you piled the remaining 2 pieces of corn entirely into Ilara's bowl. What's the meaning of this? I'm just afraid you'll annihilate the whole thing, leaving Ilara with nothing to eat. Thorn looked at the debris in front of him and realized almost all the corn in the pot had indeed been monopolized by him. He resentfully switched to annihilating the other dishes. It wasn't that you were stingy, it was just that the clay pot was only this big. It couldn't hold much. Ilara looked at the corn in her bowl, half worried and half happy. The happy part was that her sweetheart personally served her food. The worried part was that you were pampering her completely as a little sister. But no matter what, the corn was sweet anyway. What about you? Are you spending all 5 days of the upcoming holiday at home? Thorn locked his sights on the plate of stir-fried tenderloin with onions. You were accustomed to planning. For the 5-day holiday coming up in a while, you naturally had arrangements. Originally, you planned to confess your feelings, and then take an airplane with Seraphina to a certain scenic area in another province. That place was known as the 100-Mile Flower Sea, where hundreds of flowers bloomed simultaneously. It was hard to imagine how incredibly blissful it would be to hold your sweetheart's hand and stroll through it. Every sweet nothing you whispered to her would have countless fresh flowers as witnesses. And among the vast sea of flowers, the most beautiful one would be right by your side. If the trip had gone according to plan, it would absolutely be an exceptionally beautiful memory. But from the moment Seraphina chose to attend Caspian's birthday party, this plan lost all its meaning. I was originally planning to go traveling. But thinking about it now, it's better to just stay home. Saves me from getting squeezed in the crowds. Being locked up at home isn't the solution either. You should go see the great rivers and mountains of our motherland. Going to see the ocean works too. Boundless and endless. That feeling opens up a person's mind. When the time comes, you'll feel relieved about a lot of things. Thorn saw right through your excuse in a matter of seconds. What getting squeezed in the crowds? If you need someone to keep you company, just say the word. I actually have a candidate right here. Thorn's words made Alara tense up. She was afraid you would refuse. But thinking about the microscopic probability that you might agree to go traveling with her, this tiny glimmer of hope couldn't be suppressed, taking root and sprouting in her heart. Don't treat me like a 3-year-old kid. You pretended nothing was wrong. You better focus your energy on your own love life. Saves you from coming to me for drinks to drown your sorrows again. But you're right about one thing. I really should go see the great rivers and mountains of the motherland. Alara's brimming expectations were extinguished by your single sentence. Liking someone is exactly like this. Their every word and action can pluck your heartstrings. Thorn also broke a sweat in his palms. This risky probe didn't succeed. Sure enough, you can't eat hot tofu if you're too impatient. For his sister to achieve a happy ending where lovers finally get together, the road ahead was still very long. After eating, Alara proactively went to wash the dishes. Are you kidding me? Could you possibly let her do that? You pressed your hands gently on her fragrant shoulders. Sit right here like a good girl. You are forbidden to enter the kitchen. Facing your slightly forceful, commanding tone, Alara didn't find it annoying at all. Instead, she felt a warm sensation in her heart. Thorn looked at his sister, who was utterly obedient and compliant in front of you, and recalled how she used to cling to him when they were little. Even a grown man felt a tiny bit jealous. After dinner, it was already 9 p.m. This meal completely exceeded your expectations. You originally planned to just casually make do tonight, but ended up eating 3 proper dishes and a soup. The rain outside had subsided. Thorn said, "It's getting late, we're heading off first. We'll come mooch a meal another day." Hearing this, a hint of deep attachment surged in Alara's bright eyes. Time seemed to have passed in a flash. It felt like she had just arrived and now she had to leave. "I'll call a cab for you guys. No need. Booked one on the app." "It's arriving right now," Thorn said. You walked the siblings out the door. The rain had stopped. A ride-hailing car with glowing brake lights was right there. Perfect timing. "Brother Kaelen." "Goodbye. Send me a message when you get back," you replied gently. "She has me, her biological brother, right here. What are you worried about?" Right. You smiled helplessly. "Best bras occasionally get jealous of you too. He was like this in elementary school, and he's still like this now. We'll drink next time you come. Off you go." Thorn pulled open the car door, gesturing for his sister to get in first. Alara turned back, taking a deep, long look at you before sitting in the back seat. The night breeze fluttered her waist-length dark hair, giving shape to silent longing. Seeing this scene, you felt like something was missing, but you couldn't put your finger on it. The tide receded, exposing the reefs. After the two left, you were the only one left in the house again. Sometimes, a person can endure loneliness all along. The prerequisite is that they hadn't just been immersed in liveliness. The companionship of Alara and Thorn actually made the loneliness even more intense, corroding your shattered heart like concentrated sulfuric acid. Right now, Thorn was staring at the message his girlfriend sent, smiling like an idiot. Lyra said, "It doesn't matter if you don't have enough money. I'll cover half." Cover half, what incredibly beautiful words. It meant the other person truly wanted to manage this romance together with you, and keep walking down this path persistently. He immediately sent a disgustingly sweet sticker back. Only after a long while did the chat end. He abruptly realized his biological sister was sitting right next to him. Who knows how he had the nerve to be jealous of you earlier. Thorn comforted the silent Alara with a few words. "Sis, just rest assured. There's basically zero possibility between Seraphina and your brother Kaelen now. Treating a childhood friend she grew up with like this, for the sake of some skydrop guy with novelty? They're still in college right now. Once they enter society, if there's no Caspian, there'll be a Julian or a Damien. Is Kaelen supposed to indulge her time and time again? Impossible. The most precious and rarest thing between them has already been lost. Who knows if Seraphina simply doesn't know how to cherish, or if she just can't learn how to be loyal. As a bystander to these childhood sweethearts, seeing them reach this state today, Thorn still felt a bit of lament in his heart. After all, childhood sweethearts represent people's inner yearning for pure love. Now it was shattered into pieces right live in front of him. Kaelen's example told him that even a childhood romance of over 10 years might not make it to the altar of marriage. Then what about his own love at first sight relationship? After the honeymoon phase passes, will they just end up hating the sight of each other? Terrifying if you think too deeply about it. "Bro, do you think Brother Kaelen will ever have a day where he falls in love with me?" Alara asked in a low voice. "Why wouldn't he? You make it sound like my sister is inferior to Seraphina in some way. All these years, Kaelen has sacrificed way too much for Seraphina, and Seraphina has given him too little. He's like a person about to die of thirst in the desert. As long as you go love him, let him feel what it's like to be loved by someone else. Kaelen, this man dying of thirst in the desert, will beg you to give him water to drink." Thorn checked the men and women working together, not tiring at all moment he just posted. The likes and comments were so numerous they were blinding. The old classmates were lining up neatly, eating melons, gossiping, pressing for answers, and some even explicitly tagging Seraphina. It practically exploded the group chat. Among all these likes, Seraphina's was the only one missing. Did she see it? She probably saw it, right? Doesn't matter if she didn't. Later on, these old classmates will message her to ask, "Did you and Kaelen break up?" Wouldn't that be adding ultimate emotional fatality to the injury? Thorn intentionally let this matter ferment among their mutual friends. If someone went to ask you, "Is Alara your girlfriend now?" that would be even better. Using other people's mouths to make you understand that the name Alara can also be paired with girlfriend. The more people asked, the better. Every repetition deepens the impression by 1 point. The little sister identity would slowly begin to loosen. Seraphina indeed was in no mood to look at WeChat moments. Ever since you calmly rejected her request to go strolling together tomorrow in the rain, her whole person had been absent-minded. She felt that you weren't angry, you had changed. You became like a stranger. At the dining table, both Genevieve and Bartholomew could see their daughter was weighed down by heavy thoughts. Genevieve also started worrying along with her. She always felt that this time it wasn't just a simple conflict between the two of you. "Mom, I'm full." Seraphina put down her bowl and chopsticks, having zero appetite facing a table full of delicious dishes. She turned and went upstairs, leaving the married couple alone. Sigh. Genevieve sighed slightly. "Honey, children have their own fortunes. Stop worrying so much. Our daughter and Kaelen grew up together side by side. Their relationship is solid as a rock. Small conflicts and friction are only temporary," Bartholomew said in a leisurely, self-satisfied tone. Her husband's comfort didn't make Genevieve crack a smile. "It's not me overthinking. Haven't you noticed that since they started college, these two kids aren't as intimate as before? Unless I actively call Kaelen over, he hasn't been to our house in ages. On weekends, I hope Kaelen would ask our daughter out to play to deepen their bond. Because of this, I always ask her where she's going when she heads out. At first, she'd say she was looking for Kaelen, but that didn't last long. Her reasons for going out on weekends changed to going to the school's art studio and stuff like that. Looking for Kaelen seems to have become less important to our daughter." I suddenly had an absurd thought. Did our daughter fall for someone else, to the point of hurting Kaelen so deeply? How is that possible? Bartholomew suddenly felt the delicious food was hard to swallow too. Let's hope that's the case. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. Genevieve looked towards the second floor. "Mom has told you everything that needed to be said. Don't walk down the wrong path." In the room, Seraphina's white skirt hem still bore the traces of being wet by the rain. She shed the long dress and soaked in the bathtub. The hot water dispelled the chill. Seraphina's mind kept flashing the image of you and Alara sharing an umbrella. The two were so close. The boy tilted the umbrella toward the girl's side, while his tall posture helped block the wind and rain. Every single detail was flawless, as if Alara was the person you cherished at the very tip of your heart. Seraphina finally understood where that omnipresent sense of security came from. It wasn't the large umbrella, but the person holding the umbrella for her. Seraphina viewed how you loved her from a bystander's perspective, yet she couldn't feel happy about it at all, because that love, which used to belong solely to her, was slowly drifting away. By the time she suddenly woke up to reality, it was already nowhere to be seen. Outside the bathroom, her phone constantly received messages from others. Caspian's was prominently among them. The rest were messages from female high school classmates, who were on good terms with her. After Seraphina came out of the bathroom, she noticed the phone screen was lit. She picked it up to check, a premonition of unease rippling in her heart. The subtle classmates asked what that WeChat moment from Thorn was all about. The blunt ones just straight up asked, "Did you and Kaelen break up?" All sorts of confusing remarks shot at her like sharp swords. Following the clues, she tapped into the social feed. What entered her sight was precisely Thorn's caption and photo. In the photo, you were focusing on prepping ingredients, only capturing a sharply defined side profile. And Alara was like a virtuous wife, beautiful and gentle, especially the look in her eyes when she looked at you, tender as water. The two were as harmonious as an incredibly loving newlywed couple. A perfectly normal daily life record ended up looking exactly like a dating announcement. Seraphina stared blankly at the photo, a sense of detachment churning in her heart. It felt exactly like a unique, one-of-a-kind treasure belonging only to her was currently being taken away by someone else. The person wearing an apron, standing beside you cooking delicious food, should be her, right? Yet now she had been replaced by Alara. The gentle and virtuous woman in the photo looked at you with such deep affection. However much affection was in her eyes, that's how much panic was in Seraphina's heart. There was a voice in her heart urging her to go to your house immediately, to see exactly what was going on, to snatch back her treasure from Alara's hands. Just as Seraphina was about to open the closet to find clothes to change out of her pajamas, she realized she currently had absolutely no excuse to go look for you. The moment this thought popped up, Seraphina finally realized that right now, she and you had already grown distant to this terrifying extent. In the dorm, the beauties had long forgotten the displeasure of getting drenched by the heavy rain this evening, and were enjoying wonderful college life. Alara pushed the door and entered, attracting the attention of her three roommates. Chloe asked, "Hey big beauty, back from your date?" Date. Alara never expected this word would have a day where it was applied to her. Just these two words triggered the memory of that near-cabin experience in the kitchen. Her confidence immediately plummeted. "No, Can you imagine what a gentle beauty blushing looks like? A fragrant, blushing mess. This look couldn't fool her roommates at all. Hurry up and confess, be leniently treated. You're the prettiest one among us. At least let us know who plucked this beautiful flower of yours, right? Wait, where's your hair tie? That really pretty delicate satin hair tie? Don't tell me you lost it. Prompted by this, the roommates all noticed Alara's waist-length dark hair was unbound, adding a few extra points of tender charm to her whole person. The dorm fell silent for a few seconds. A girl's hair tie, unless taken off and misplaced, is basically impossible to lose. Unless it was given to someone. Given to a man. Who? Alara ignored her roommates. With her gentle personality, she was fundamentally terrible at sophistry and making excuses in this area. Plus, she really did give it to someone. Having the truth instantly exposed by her roommates, how could you expect her to fight back? Under these circumstances, silence is admission. Chloe was relentless. Tell us. Let your romance nourish us folks who can't get any meat. Who kidnapped you? Just reveal a tiny little bit. Alara blushed but remained tight-lipped. Chloe had no choice but to go back to applying her face mask and binge-watching her drama. Alara quietly went to the dorm balcony and opened your chat window. Originally, she wanted to text you to report she got back safely. After hesitating a few times, she still dialed a voice call. The closer she got, the less she could hide the love and longing in her heart. Alara was afraid that one day if you discovered she liked you, you wouldn't even be able to be siblings. She wanted to hide it, but she wanted to hear her sweetheart's voice right now even more. At this moment, you were doing some final chores around the house. Receiving Alara's call, you were very happy. It seemed she took your instructions to heart. Aside from her biological brother Thorn, there was still a place for you, her brother Kaelen, in her heart. You picked up immediately. You're back at the dorm? Listening to the voice full of care coming from the phone, Alara spaced out for a bit. No wonder the roommates in relationships could stay on the phone with their boyfriends for a very, very long time. So this is what it feels like. She also wished this call could go on forever. Brother Kaelen, if you could see Alara's expression right now, you wouldn't believe a word she was saying. The doorbell rang, transmitting from one phone's microphone to the other receiver. Since you're safely back at the dorm, I'm relieved. Get to bed early. Someone's at my door. Okay, bye. The phone call Alara mustered the courage to make was intercepted by the doorbell. She still had so much to say. The phone screen dimmed, then turned black. It's this late. Who would go to Brother Kaelen's house? Probably only her, Seraphina. Chloe, who was eavesdropping, heard Alara use the title Brother Kaelen and was 99.9% sure that the person on the other end of the phone was the guy her bestie liked. The hair tie didn't just get lost like Alara claimed. It was probably given away as a token. But why did her bestie not look happy at all after finishing the call, standing alone on the balcony for a very, very long time? Fate really loves playing jokes. You hung up the phone and opened the door, only to see the person you once wanted to see the most, and now wanted to see the least. Seraphina. She seemed to have just bathed, her skin white as snow. Yet, during the time frame she should normally be wearing pajamas, she was wearing an elegant long white dress, but you were unmoved. What you liked was that young girl whose heart was completely full of you, even though she wasn't as beautiful as the person in front of you. Returning this to you, Seraphina handed over the black umbrella in her hand. She truly couldn't think of any excuse to see you, to the point of bringing out this umbrella you gave her. You frowned. Didn't I say I gave you this umbrella? No need to return it. Seraphina remained silent. Her line of sight bypassed you, looking into the house. It was dead silent inside, not sounding like there was anyone else. Alara already left, right? Only after receiving this confirmation did her anxious heart settle down slightly. The two stared at each other for a long time. Ultimately, you figured it out. You weren't going to force anything on Seraphina anymore. This umbrella was mine to begin with. If you don't want it, I'll take it back. You took the black umbrella from her hands and turned to walk back into the house. Wait, Kaelen, take a walk with me, just like before, okay? Seraphina's voice, full of pleading to make you stay, came from behind. Yet you didn't turn your head. You merely said one sentence. I'm tired. Then you walked into the house, leaving her alone outside. A tiny raindrop fell on Seraphina's stunning face. It started raining again, and this time she had no umbrella, and no one would deliver one to her. A wave of inexplicable sadness and fear surged in her heart. The old you would never refuse a request she made. But now, Seraphina felt that even if you stood right in front of her, you felt incredibly far away. It's like I'm about to lose you. The moment this thought popped up, the panic in Seraphina's heart spread like wild weeds. Her heart felt like it was being sliced by knives, hurting so much it was hard to breathe. People, huh? They always wait until they've lost it to understand how to cherish it. Unfortunately, it's already too late. The drizzle was like silk threads, wetting the elegant white dress. When Genevieve saw her daughter in such a state, her heart ached tremendously. After returning to her bedroom, Seraphina had no mood to bathe again and change clothes. On her phone, Caspian's messages were still coming intermittently, but failed to catch Seraphina's attention. On the way back, she thought of all the little details since starting college. It was all you trying hard to run toward her, while she had done nothing for you. A massive sense of guilt pressed down on Seraphina until she couldn't breathe. She tried sending you a good night, but it still sank like a stone in the ocean. No reply. On the other side, Caspian was somewhat puzzled. You and Seraphina should be having a conflict. Right when she clearly needs comforting. Why is she turning a blind eye to the messages from a good friend like me? Something's not right. To prevent any long nights bringing bad dreams, I need to add more fuel to the fire. He sneakily plotted his schemes. In the girls' dorm, Chloe couldn't stand seeing her bestie stay on the balcony looking so heartbroken all by herself. She walked up to Alara. If you have something to say, you can talk to me. Don't bottle it up inside. But liking you was the deepest secret hidden in Alara's heart. Even to her best friend, she didn't want to say it. She shook her head slightly, indicating she was fine and didn't need comforting. Chloe was bewildered. Alara's gentleness and thoughtfulness were the rarest she had ever seen in her life. The person she liked, how could they possibly not like her back? Could they really just be siblings? Keeping busy is the best way to distract yourself. Right now, you were checking the group assignment due tomorrow. If one looked closely, the trash can in the room actually had a few empty beer cans in it. Too bad the alcohol content of the beer wasn't high enough to get a person drunk. It was probably around 10:30 p.m. when Valeria and Alistair returned. Kaelen, was this hair tie left behind by Seraphina? Or did she give it to you and you carelessly didn't put it away properly? A girl giving a guy a hair tie, the meaning behind that is quite different. When she saw this delicate, pretty satin hair tie on the sofa, you can't even imagine how happy she was. Seeing the beautiful, exquisite satin hair tie in your mother's hands, you realized what was missing when Alara got into the car, her long hair fluttering in the wind. Turns out she left her hair tie at your house. Mom, this isn't hers. It's Alara's. You said this while taking this pretty accessory from your mother's hands. Alara's? Valeria's gentle tone carried a bit of surprise. Her impression of Alara was second only to Seraphina. Back then, her son was attacked by a stray dog just to protect her, so her leaving this hair tie here meant they came over for dinner tonight. Did Seraphina not come? You hadn't expected your mother to ask this question. You paused for a moment. She came by later. Son, you tell Mom. Do you like Seraphina or do you like Alara? Mom, what are you thinking? I treat Alara like a sister. What about Seraphina? You've chased her for so many years. She should have agreed to be your girlfriend by now, right? Valeria had to ruthlessly lay everything completely out on the table, lest her son fall into a dilemma where he couldn't advance or retreat. But you are not Seraphina. You know exactly who you like in your heart. Precisely because of this, the devoted ones hurt the deepest. Your silence made Valeria worry. Just leave these things alone. Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? Your lifelong major event. How could I not care? Mom! You just yelled Valeria's name like that. Whether it's a son or a daughter, they are a piece of meat fallen from a mother's body. Sometimes their hearts are connected. Valeria felt her own son was in unimaginable agony. All right, Mom won't ask. Remember to rest early. Don't stay up late. You gave a low response. Valeria couldn't stop worrying and planned to call Genevieve. She originally thought that her son and Seraphina had taken advantage of their parents being away to spend time together and confirm their relationship. She didn't expect things to go completely contrary to her wishes. You returned to the computer desk, looking at the exquisite hair accessory in your hand, snapped a picture, and sent it to the person noted as, "Little sister asleep yet? Your hair tie was left at my house. I'll bring it to you tomorrow." Alara's class schedule was the same as Seraphina's. She had class tomorrow. The reason you said this was because Alara had been back for quite a while now. She should have realized her hair tie was left at your house by now, right? Why didn't she send a message? Was she afraid of bothering you? After bathing, Alara had changed into her pajamas. She refused Chloe's invitation to binge-watch dramas together, preparing to sleep. But the doorbell on the phone really bothered her. With Seraphina visiting her brother Kaelen's house this late, would something happen between them? Alara vaguely showed signs of insomnia. But seeing the message you sent undoubtedly made her happy. After unlocking her phone, she saw the hair tie she intentionally left behind. Clearly, she had long prepared a set of excuses. Brother Kaelen, I have a lot more hair ties like this. You don't need to make a special trip to deliver it to me. Whenever I'm free, I'll come pick it up. Until then, just let it stay in your hands. You saw the chat bar showing Alara was still typing, but you didn't see the rest for a long time. Alara was writing in the input box. Brother Kaelen, when the time comes, can you personally tie my hair for me once? She still didn't have the courage to send this message. Silently deleting the text, she sent a photo she had prepared beforehand. In a drawer, there were all sorts of hair ties. Seeing the photo, you understood Alara truly didn't lack the hair tie in your hand. So you replied, "All right, I'll keep it safe for you." Getting to the root of it, you just didn't want to go to the art department anymore. You didn't want to go to that incredibly familiar place that no longer belonged to you. A secret crush is the most romantic yet most difficult one-man show. A tiny promise or action from the other person feels like the sweetest candy in the world. Alara knew perfectly well this was nothing but self-deception. You agreeing to keep the hair tie for her didn't mean you accepted the hair tie, nor did it mean you agreed to be her boyfriend. Alara thought, since due to various obstacles she couldn't stay by your side all the time, she would leave something belonging to her by your side. That way, every time you saw this item, you would think of her. While Alara was daydreamed, you sent another message. Won't bother you anymore. Good night. She looked at the words good night, a feeling of unspeakable happiness in her heart. Good night, Brother Kaelen. Exchanging good nights with her sweetheart like this was something Alara had anticipated for a long time. Now it was easily achieved. She couldn't help but have more expectations for the future. With such a good start, could her love be transmitted into your heart? It definitely could. After ending the chat with Alara, you shifted your gaze to the satin hair tie in your hand. Exquisite and beautiful, combined with the soft color palette, it really easily reminded you of the gentle owner of the hair tie. You placed the hair tie securely in the bottom drawer, where a thick photo album kept it company. In the past, every time you pulled open this drawer, you would pick up the photo album, flip through it for a while, and be reluctant to put it down. This time, you didn't pick up the photo album. You sat in front of the computer, not knowing what to do. Studying? After coming back from the literary club, you hid in the ocean of knowledge, but the efficiency seemed unsatisfactory. When lovers who fell in love at first sight break up, they feel like they're going to die. Losing a childhood sweetheart bond of over 10 years in complete and utter defeat, the taste of that truly hurts deep into the marrow. You felt like the first half of your life had been invalidated. You broke down, lost a lot of meaning. In this pitch-black night, not knowing if you were just too tired or if you didn't want to think anymore, you eventually fell into a groggy sleep. You had a dream. You went back to the VIP room where the birthday party was held. That bouquet of gorgeous roses representing love hadn't been dismantled and given to others yet. The room seemed to have been cleared out. Only you and one other person remained. You looked at the slender young girl wearing a white school uniform in front of you, zoning out for a moment. Her flawlessly beautiful face was like a snow lotus half-bloomed. The blue and white style school uniform could only be described as simple, not pretty, let alone comparing it to the elegant long white dress. But in your heart she was the most beautiful. The girl took the bouquet of roses. Her movements were very light, very cherishing. Her smile was more beautiful than the roses. The girl gently smelled the floral fragrance, then looked up at you. Kaelen, are you going to leave me? Your throat was choked up. It took a long time to answer her words. The one I left isn't you, makes sense. The girl stepped closer. You smelled the familiar fragrance from your memories. It existed in high school when the two of you rode bicycles home as day students. The girl's bike broke down. She sat on the back seat, wrapping her arms around the boy's waist, leaning lightly against your back that was just beginning to show broadness. You slowed down your speed, hoping this interaction could last a little longer. The girl didn't expose the boy's thoughts because she had broken the rules too. Actually, her own bike wasn't broken at all. That faint fragrance seemed to cross over time, cross over space, arriving in the dream. She gently wiped away the tears at the corners of your eyes. You didn't shed tears in front of your best bro, in front of Alara, or in front of Seraphina. Only in the dream, in front of the young girl, did you cry. Kaelen, don't be sad. Don't cry. The girl holding the rose bouquet hugged you, as if saying, the flowers are yours and the person is yours too. You will definitely be happy. I have a secret to tell you. The dream began to shatter into pieces. You couldn't hear the last words clearly. You desperately tried to grab the girl's hand but couldn't catch it. The morning sunlight spilled into the room through the window. The person on the bed woke up, but wasn't this also falling from heaven into hell? You sat woodenly on the bed, the feeling in your heart extremely suppressed. It was Valeria's knocking that pulled you out of the suffocating mud pit. You acted like a robot, washed up, ate breakfast. Millet porridge didn't suit your appetite. Valeria saw her son only drank one bowl and didn't ask for a refill. No, Mom, the porridge you cooked is delicious. I just don't have a good appetite today. Even though your heart was filled with unspeakable misery, you still took Valeria's feelings into consideration. After all, the woman who loves you the most in this world is Mom. I have class in the morning, heading out first, not waiting for Seraphina. She came looking for you yesterday morning. She might come today too, Valeria said. You didn't answer, picked up your backpack and left. Valeria watched her son's abnormal behavior and lost her appetite for breakfast too. What exactly was going on with these two kids? Last night Valeria called Genevieve, but didn't get any useful information either. Seraphina wasn't willing to talk, and her own son wasn't willing to talk. Even if they wanted to understand, there was nowhere to start. You carried your backpack, scanned your face to pass the turnstile, and walked into the imposing school gate. The university campus was overflowing with a youthful vibe everywhere. But a person who suddenly appeared ruined all the atmosphere. Right now, Caspian stood in front with a smug look on his face, watching you walk over. You were expressionless, didn't dodge, and continued walking forward. But Caspian pushed his luck, coming right in front of you, with a look that screamed he was picking a fight. He first let out a disdainful scoff. Isn't this the high-spirited childhood friend from before? You looked at Caspian, who proactively blocked the road to pick a fight, and said coldly, don't you understand a simple logic? Don't block the road, like a good dog. A flash of anger crossed Caspian's face. Actually dared to curse me as a dog! But he didn't blow up because he came today to enrage you, and then play the victim. Kaelen, do you know what birthday gift Seraphina gave me? It was a set of imported oil paints. I really love it. What about you? What did she give you? Convenient to talk about it? Oh wait, she probably didn't have time to attend your birthday party. Look at my memory. Your eyes were incredibly deep, containing a sharp glint. Why aren't you talking? Or is it that you're so angry you want to hit me? I'm standing right in front of you. Hit me all you want. I absolutely won't fight back. Well, unless you're as cowardly as a mouse, that's another story. Caspian, gloating like a villain succeeding, thrust his face forward. He wanted to stimulate you into losing your rationality and then get beaten up by you in broad daylight on the school's main road. Perfect! The impact of doing that would be too terrible. Once it spread on the internet and even dragged the school's image down with it, once it went viral, you'd only have one outcome: expulsion. Over 10 years of studying completely ruined. Your life would be burdened with a stain you couldn't wash off. For a person like Caspian, using deep skimming wasn't enough to describe him. One should use venomous. Seeing you not taking the bait, he continued to ramp up the intensity. Half a year ago, weren't you claiming left and right how you and Seraphina were such childhood sweethearts? Saying you'd never lose to me? Is this all you got? Looks like I'm the winner. A soulmate like me, who shares common hobbies and topics with Seraphina, how could your outdated almanacs possibly compare? Kaelen, let me tell you, people live in the present, not in the past. Stop telling me how beautiful your past was. What's past is past. What do you have to compete with me? I admit, making Seraphina miss your birthday party was me colluding with classmates to jeer and keep her there. However, if she hadn't come, even if I had millions of methods, I wouldn't have had anywhere to deploy them. It seems a childhood friend like you isn't all that important in her heart, huh? Every word from Caspian stabbed the heart. At the same time, he acted completely unbridled and eminently punchable. I've told you everything. What can you do to me? Make a move if you have the guts. From how I see it, you're not her childhood friend. You're probably a simp-licking dog. From now on, stop opening your mouth in front of me and talking about childhood sweethearts. You failure. Your fists quietly clenched. But the rationality in your mind tenaciously held the upper hand. Hitting him meant falling into his trap. It could very well lead to expulsion, but just leaving like this meant you would forever be a head lower than him from now on. If a scholar can endure this, what can't they endure? As for the path of debate, it was already a dead end. Have to admit, Caspian's scheme was very venomous and very absolute. The scenario at this moment was like a checkmate in chess. Kaelen, however, in such a desperate moment, you actually heard someone calling your name. You looked toward the sound. Aurelia had appeared behind you at some unknown point. Today she wore a long purple dress. Elegance and bewitching charm were displayed fully on her. You were just about to speak, but Aurelia walked to your side and linked her arm through yours. The faint fragrance intoxicated the mind. Do you have class this morning? A simple inquiry, boosted by the intimate tone, landed in the ears of bystanders, making the relationship between you two seem anything but ordinary. I do. You looked at the utterly gorgeous beauty close at hand, your heart churning like a stormy sea, yet feeling an inexplicable calm. While talking, Aurelia linked her arm with yours and walked forward. Caspian actually subconsciously made way. All of his previous arrogance and smugness vanished into thin air the moment Aurelia appeared and took your arm. He didn't even dare to leave his gaze on Aurelia for an extra second, dodging it in panic, lacking even the courage to make eye contact, because a goddess like this was completely on a different level than him. Damn it! Why is your luck so good? Having a cold, stunning childhood sweetheart is one thing, but turning around and bagging an absolute top-tier goddess who's practically a worldly marvel. Caspian gritted his teeth in hatred. He originally wanted to break your mental defenses, but now his own mental defenses were completely shattered. He punched a streetlight pole, grimacing in pain. Kaelen, don't think you're going to have it easy. I have plenty of methods. Aurelia linked your arm and walked for a bit before quietly letting go. You didn't doubt her emotional intelligence at all. Thinking about it, Senior Aurelia must have guessed the gist of your crushing defeat through various clues in the clubroom. How much of the conversation between you and Caspian had she heard? Thinking of this, you felt incredibly bitter. But mostly, you felt moved. At your most pathetic, most difficult moment, she lowered her noble status to rescue you. What Aurelia linked wasn't your arm, it was your dignity. Senior, Aurelia predicted what you were going to say and changed the subject. Junior, don't forget what you promised Briar after class. Last night she was still nagging me about your drawing. I'll make time in the afternoon. Arriving at a fork in the road, the two of you had different destinations. That's good then, I have things to do going first. Aurelia didn't press for more details. On this morning, it was as if fate arranged for her to appear right when you were in deep water and scorching fire. Afterward, she left as indifferently as a light breeze. Goodbye, Senior. You watched her leave, yet the scene from just now flashed through your mind. To be honest, it felt a bit surreal. Thank you. Senior, after finishing today's classes, you didn't forget the promise you made to Senior Briar. To draw her a sketch, and it couldn't be worse than Senior Aurelia's. You didn't feel your drawing was worth a keyboard over $1,000. So on the way to the literary club, you packed 3 portions of afternoon tea. This is what a giving personality is like. Not caring much about oneself, but remembering others' kindness very clearly. You pushed open the door to the club activity room. What entered your sight was a familiar and beautiful scene. On this cool, pleasant afternoon, Aurelia sat by the window. Only she seemed a bit tired. placing her book on the desk and looking out at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. Such a peaceful afternoon made you feel the events of the morning were even more dreamlike. Recalling it again, it was like the wind. Hard to tell if it was real or fake. It blew past, leaving you with a feeling, but you couldn't see it, nor could you catch it. There was another beautiful silhouette in the activity room. Her aura was very beautiful, the type of woman that reminds people of their first love. Senior, want some afternoon tea? You waved the 3 exquisite paper bags in your hand at Briar. It's rare that you've finally seen the light, Junior. Knowing how to make your seniors happy, Briar was currently stressing over her new book. Your afternoon tea came at exactly the right time for her. Is there my share? Aurelia's alluring red lips curled into a smile. Of course. I thought you only remembered your senior Briar. Facing Aurelia's teasing, you took it in stride. The afternoon tea packaging was exquisite, containing Ceylon black tea and small, beautiful, delicious cakes. Normally, the 2 seniors also took great care of you, or rather pampered you a bit. They fed you plenty of good food. So now, there was no need for them to be polite with their own junior. After drinking the afternoon tea, Briar urged you to fulfill yesterday's promise. You took out your dedicated paper and pencil from your desk, then handed a pure, flawless white lily from the vase to Briar. Senior, hold this. Not gonna lie. Just this scene alone was incredibly pleasing to the eye. The flower was beautiful. The person was even more beautiful. You had the confidence to draw a good-looking picture. Perhaps because you were in a good mood today, drawing felt entirely effortless. With a gentle wipe of the eraser on the shaded areas, light was born on the drawing paper. The club activity room was very quiet, save for Aurelia's phone vibrating twice when she received a message. Later, when more messages came, she even turned off the vibration alert. Over an hour later, a beauty gently smelling the floral fragrance appeared on the blank drawing paper, indescribably beautiful. Briar received the drawing and was quite satisfied. Aurelia put down the book in her hand, signaling her bestie to let her see the drawing. Not any worse than yours. Aurelia looked closely at this drawing and found no difference in technical skill compared to hers. But the artistic conception was different. This drawing emphasized the beauty of the person in it, while hers contained a trace of loneliness. While Aurelia was appreciating the drawing, Briar saw a very explosive message pop up on her bestie's phone. Aurelia, got time to grab dinner together tonight? Stop looking. A handsome guy is asking you out for dinner. Don't want to go? As Aurelia spoke, she returned the drawing to Briar. Something's fishy. Before, when people pestered you, you just blocked them directly. All those messages just now were sent by him, right? The relationship is not ordinary. Oh, ex-boyfriend? Rekindling an old flame? Briar truly lived up to her title as an author who published 2 youth romance novels. Everything she said carried professional gossip vibes. Don't let your imagination run wild. Aurelia picked up her unfinished Ceylon black tea and took a sip. It's a friend of mine. Then why don't you want to go? Briar asked in confusion. His grandfather and my grandfather went through life and death together. The 2 families have a pretty good relationship. In high school, he often visited my house with his parents. Back and forth, we got familiar and became friends. Later, he went abroad to study. Occasionally, he'd send some emails. Recently, his father has been plagued by illness, so he had to suspend his studies, come back, and take over the company. He's pursuing you. Briar pointed out the key issue. Aurelia's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Did your heart ever flutter for him? No. Then just reject him directly, Briar said. This guy is 80% not some good stuff either. If he really liked my bestie, how could he bear to go abroad to study? Now that my bestie went from a green high schooler to an infinitely charming mature woman, he suddenly wants to hook up. Where in the world is there such a good deal? I rejected him very clearly. He said whether 2 people are compatible or not can only be known after spending time together. Refused to give up. Wants me to give him a chance. The parents and elders think highly of him and are pushing us hard together, to the point where I had to move out to live alone. He's probably trying to play the even a strong woman fears a persistent suitor game. Using our friendship status to push his luck, Briar hit the nail on the head. Actually, it's easy to handle. Just tell him you have to accompany your boyfriend for dinner tonight. No time. Pestering a woman with a boyfriend is a violation of morality. He'll definitely retreat in the face of difficulties. If he's still shamelessly clinging on, you don't need to care about any friendship either. With your looks, isn't it totally normal to have a boyfriend? Junior, you were currently packing up your things. Normally, you wouldn't participate in topics like this. I'm just saying if you liked a girl, would you abandon her to go study abroad? Your hands packing up pencils and drawing paper paused. Seemed like you thought of something, but very quickly returned to normal. I would stay by her side all the time. Briar got a satisfactory answer, yet failed to notice the sadness in your eyes. Heard our junior's answer? Aurelia put down that cup of Ceylon black tea, feeling Briar's words weren't entirely unreasonable. Lately, she had been annoyed to death by the well-intentioned advice from parents and elders. Even her grandpa, who always doted on her, called constantly to talk about it. But she was truly sick of commercial marriages. Weren't her parents a living example? The 2 lived a life where they appeared united but were divided at heart. I'm gonna have dinner with my boyfriend tonight. Aurelia originally thought that sending this message out would give both parties a dignified out. However, 2 minutes later, Julian's message came again. Aurelia, can you let me meet this competitor? For the sake of our years of friendship, at least let me lose understanding why. Tonight at 6 p.m. I'll be waiting for you and your boyfriend at the Autumn Water Room in Jinji, Jade Pavilion. I'm sure the man you've set your sights on will definitely have the courage to attend the banquet. Briar had never seen such a troublesome and formidable suitor. His formidable trait was that no matter how sharp your moves were, he could always silently neutralize them and still achieve his goal. After talking in circles, this person's goal remained unchanged, wanting to have dinner with her bestie, a very deep schemer. If you were so deeply affectionate, why did you go study abroad in the first place? Aurelia's brows furrowed slightly. Things were gradually derailing from their original track, becoming tricky. Don't worry, he wants to see your boyfriend, so just bring your boyfriend over and let him have a good look, Briar said. You mean? Conversations between smart people are just relaxing and effortless. Aurelia's rippling, beautiful eyes looked at you. Don't we happen to have a massive handsome guy right here in our club? What? Do you think Junior isn't presentable enough? I actually think it's more than enough. Junior, your time to shine has arrived. How about helping your senior Aurelia out tonight? Act as a temporary boyfriend, accompany her to the banquet, properly defeat those people who pester relentlessly. Once it's done, your senior will give you a reward. Briar walked up to the desk and sat face to face with you. Or is it that the other party is a rich second generation, and you don't have the confidence to win against him? I, for one, think very highly of you. The mature, gentle face gradually leaned closer. The senior was too close. You had to lean back a bit. Briar just loved seeing you look like this. If Senior Aurelia needs it, I'll help. Just consider it returning the favor for this morning. Briar was confused. Returning the favor for the morning? What was that referring to? Could the junior and her bestie have some unspeakable secret? Doesn't look like it either. She remembered very clearly. You had been in the club for over half a year. Great personality, polite, never crossed the line. Your eyes never revealed that kind of burning passion. Occasionally she would tease this ridiculously handsome junior. That feeling was like digging up treasure. When you called her senior, her mood would get incredibly good. She spoke with perfect logic. Have a girlfriend? No, even a loser accumulates some experience, right? If you were a victor in the battle of love, you wouldn't have joined the literary club. Sometimes fate is just this magical. Aurelia also hadn't expected that after backing you up in the morning, within just one day, she would face the exact same problem herself. Should she call it lucky or unlucky? She was never a person to dwell on things. Since that's the case, I'll leave it to you, Junior. It's me who should be thanking Senior. You shook your head slightly. The good show starts at 6. Before that, we still need to make some preparations. Junior, come with me. Aurelia had her pressing crisis resolved. A captivating smile bloomed on her bewitching face. Okay, you quickly packed up your drawing tools and left the club with her. The two of you walked side by side on campus. Aurelia explained a few necessary details, then comforted you. Junior, don't feel any pressure. Later, you just need to show up. Leave the rest to me. Got it. The two arrived at the campus parking lot. Aurelia's ride was a red luxury sports coupe. You weren't surprised. You had long guessed that this senior of yours didn't have a simple family background. Just from her aura, you could tell. You pulled open the car door and sat in the passenger seat. After driving slowly out of the campus, the car headed towards the city's commercial center. When Aurelia brought you into a designer menswear boutique, you understood what she meant by preparations. Hello, welcome. A good-looking sales associate came up to greet you. Is there anything I can help you with? Please feel free to instruct. Aurelia waved the associate away, personally picking out clothes for you. Her aesthetic taste was unquestionable. She chose a very classic pairing of a white shirt and black dress pants, formal yet retaining a youthful feel. Go try it on. You took the 2 pieces of clothing and walked towards the fitting room. A minute later, the fitting room door opened. You, changed into the white shirt, looked minimalist yet elegant. Your aura gained a bit more of a man's steadiness, extremely secure. Paired with that handsome face, even the waiting sales associate couldn't take her eyes off you. Aurelia reached out her delicate jade-like hands, meticulously adjusting your collar. You subconsciously wanted to step back. Senior, a temporary boyfriend is still a boyfriend. Helping you adjust your collar is a girlfriend's duty. We should act a bit more intimate, shouldn't we? Also, call me by my name. Later, when I hold your arm, don't be as stiff as you were this morning. Otherwise, the act will be easily exposed. The enchanting words carried a hint of playfulness. I'll do my best. After Aurelia fixed your collar, she took a slight look at you. A satisfied look appeared in her beautiful eyes. Not bad. Please pack up the clothes from the fitting room too. Aurelia handed the sales associate a bank card to pay. She knew you were someone who cherished old things. Okay, this was the first time a girl of the same age bought clothes for you. A weird feeling churned in your heart. Was this the interactive feeling of couples in love? Coming out of the store, not much time was left. Aurelia took her temporary boyfriend and headed straight for Jinwoo. Jinwoo was a relatively high-end restaurant. As soon as you got out of the car, Aurelia linked her arm through yours. Sensing your stiffness, she said gently, "Don't be nervous. Tonight you are my boyfriend and I am your girlfriend, not your senior." Under Aurelia's psychological suggestion, you relaxed quite a bit. Inside the private room, a handsome, refined man in a crisp suit was waiting quietly. Just as he thought Aurelia wasn't going to come tonight, the room door was pushed open by the guiding waiter. A pair of men and women, arms linked and looking incredibly intimate, made their entrance. Julian had always been confident in his physical appearance, but when he saw the man Aurelia was holding onto, his eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Who knows what method you used, but in that short walk from the door to the private room, you grasped the trick to playing a boyfriend. When your gaze fell on Aurelia, your deep eyes would reveal a touch of tenderness. Julian felt a lump in his throat. How perfectly matched the two of you looked made him highly doubt the answers he got from the Shen family elders. He was unwilling to accept this. Clearly, he should have been the one in the prime position to win her favor. The one closest to the water gets the moon first. Even though he was roaring inside, on the surface he was very decent. Aurelia spoke to you first. Darling, this is Julian. He's the friend who invited us to dinner. Then she said to Julian, my boyfriend. Kaelen. Clear distinction between primary and secondary. Hello? You generously extended your right hand. Invisibly, your demeanor crushed the other party by a level. Hello? Julian shook your hand with a fake smile. You weren't cramped at all, as if you truly were Aurelia's official boyfriend. Coming tonight was precisely to meet this relentless, defeated opponent. You carefully and considerately pulled out a chair, making it convenient for Aurelia to sit down. Actually, even Aurelia didn't understand how, in such a short amount of time, you seemed to have transformed into a completely different person. The tenderness contained in your movements and eyes couldn't be faked. Aurelia mentioned you recently returned from abroad. We, as the hosts, should be treating you to a welcome dinner, right? You sat down and noticed there was no tableware set up for you, not annoyed at all. Aurelia, is this a name you can call? Still trying to turn the tables and play the host? The incomer is surely ill-intentioned. Julian ran through his mental database. He had never heard of any extremely powerful figures with the surname Chu in Tianhai City. Someone with no status daring to put on a wealthy front in front of him? Brother Chu, I wonder in which industry you are currently flexing your muscles. Hearing this sentence, Aurelia's heart tightened. In her impression, Julian shouldn't be this kind of person. Is this his hidden other side? Trying to crush your confidence using his superior family background. Aurelia wasn't going to sit idly by. A temporary boyfriend is still a boyfriend. Just as she was about to speak, a warm, large hand under the table gently squeezed her white wrist. Touch and release. You gave her a reassuring look. You flatter me. Aurelia and I are still enjoying our wonderful college years. Flexing muscles is out of the question. Julian felt like he just ate a silent loss. He asked you, what's your status? Do you have money? And the other party answered, my girlfriend is Aurelia. You called the private room waiter to bring an extra set of tableware. Then it was time to order. You didn't know what Aurelia liked to eat, and you couldn't exactly ask her right now, so you just watched her order. Julian, intentionally or unintentionally, selected a highly expensive bottle of Romanée Conti red wine. Added to the already uncheap prices of the dishes, the money spent on this meal was absolutely beyond what a simple college student could bear. Aurelia's beautiful eyes showed a hint of worry. When coming here, she never intended to make you pay. With the situation changing now, it was highly likely you'd be put in an embarrassing spot with no way to step down. Aurelia was already looking for a reasonable excuse to step in and pay the bill. Julian was intentionally setting a trap. This life of luxury and debauchery was exactly what he lived abroad. Drinking a bottle of wine of this caliber was normal. However, he also wanted to see the scene where you had to let your girlfriend pay. Normally it wouldn't be a big deal, but under these circumstances, any man would be unable to lift his head. No woman likes a boyfriend who lives off her, eats soft rice. It was equivalent to indirectly burying a thorn in your relationship. Your expression didn't change, sitting steady as Mount Tai. If you didn't have confidence in something, you wouldn't open your mouth. Since you said you were treating this meal, then you could definitely afford it. This bottle of red wine that could be bought with money wasn't worth even half of your dignity. If Senior Aurelia hadn't backed you up this morning, you couldn't imagine how pathetic you would have looked. After the dishes were served, the atmosphere wasn't as filled with undercurrents. The waiter presented the red wine, opened it, and let it breathe. The red liquid was poured into the wine glasses. Don't drink too much, just a taste is enough. After dinner, we still have to go watch a movie. Your voice was full of tenderness. In Julian's eyes, Aurelia had always been a noble rose with thorns. Such a woman was destined not to be constrained. Precisely because of this, she was so mesmerizing. Instead of trying to control her, you should just spoil her. He sneered internally. Next, Julian couldn't smile anymore. I'll just drink this one glass. Darling, you're not allowed to drink too much either. If you want to drink, we'll drink when we get home after the movie. The noble, bewitching woman displayed the full look of someone falling madly in love. Even her tone of voice carried a coquettish charm. I'm not drinking. I have to drive you home later, you smiled. The two of you being so lovey-dovey. Julian tried to steer the topic to the recent collaborations between the two family groups. This way, you wouldn't be able to get a word in. As the future heir, Aurelia somewhat knew about her family's situation, but she didn't want to talk about it. I don't plan on taking over the family business just yet. After graduation, I still want to go to a better business school for further studies. For this meal, we gathered together in the name of friends, not as collaborating businessmen. Julian smiled bitterly. Aurelia, seeing you and Brother Chu so deeply in love, I was thinking if I hadn't gone abroad back then. Aurelia's brows furrowed tightly. Then she interrupted him. This meal completely overturned her impression of Julian. The old him knew how to advance and retreat with grace. Now all sorts of petty tricks were coming out frequently, like an unscrupulous profiteer. Julian, I've never liked you. Don't say these things that would cause my boyfriend to misunderstand. For the sake of our years as friends, you said you wanted to meet my boyfriend. I've already let you meet him. Aurelia dropped the coquettish tone. At this moment she was like a queen, forcefully laying down the final verdict on this matter. Julian tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing his rice. Backfired. He originally wanted to play the emotion card, but didn't expect Aurelia to react so strongly. However, he also had a countermeasure. Brother Chu, don't mind me. When you drink too much, it's inevitable to get a bit emotional. I was confused. I wish you both happiness. You have to treat Aurelia well. Julian raised his wine glass, signaling a toast. You smiled and said, this is my duty. A boyfriend treating his girlfriend well is only natural. It's not like I'm after Aurelia's money. Right, Brother Yang? Julian broke out in a cold sweat on his back. It felt as if his entire person had been seen through. Sure enough, Aurelia's man wasn't that simple. The two wine glasses clinked, producing a crisp sound. Seeing Julian say these words, Aurelia's expression softened a bit. The goal for tonight was achieved. You, however, felt that Julian wouldn't give up that easily. What he said just now was nothing more than a stalling tactic. This made you even more certain that Julian approaching Aurelia had ulterior motives. Liking her? Who wouldn't like an peerlessly magnificent woman like the senior? Men might not understand women perfectly, but men definitely understand men. Afterward, Julian downed the small amount of red wine left in his glass in one gulp. You placed yours aside. From then on, Julian seemed to have truly given up. He proactively talked about foreign culture and customs, and even recommended quite a few tourist spots. Brother Chu, if you get the chance, you should take your girlfriend for a trip. You turned your head to seek your girlfriend's opinion. The holiday is coming up soon. Where do you want to go for vacation, darling? The seaside, maybe? Sure, whatever you want. I'll look up some travel guides when we get back. In just a few words, you and Aurelia reached a consensus. Just like a couple passionately in love, Julian's suspicious attitude towards you two had long vanished. On the surface, he was trading toasts and chatting cheerfully. Secretly, he was thinking about how to break the two of you up. After all, Aurelia didn't dare to tell her family she had gotten a boyfriend. Let you be happy for a while first. The atmosphere of this welcome dinner had its ups and downs. However, the latter half was very harmonious. Julian played the role of a good guy who could pick it up, let it go, and offer sincere blessings. When it came time to pay the bill, the scene Julian expected didn't unfold. Aurelia had just taken out her bank card, and you effortlessly paid the bill, as if that bottle of red wine from a famous winery was nothing more than that. In this battle between men, Julian didn't win a single point. You wouldn't lose either. Having drank alcohol, Aurelia naturally couldn't drive. She handed the keys of the red sports coupe into your hands. Inside the car, accentuated by the ambient lighting, the atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous. Especially since Aurelia had resolved her recent annoyance, she drank a few extra glasses of red wine. She wasn't exactly drunk, but her entire person's bewitching charm could no longer be restrained. Every movement carried massive allure. Didn't you say to drink less? Seeing her in this tantalizing state, you thought she was somewhat tipsy. You regretted it as soon as you said it. The play acting was over. You had no status to control her. I'm not drunk. Kaelen, want to go watch a movie with me? Even if you kept your eyes straight ahead, that bewitching voice still entered your heart through your ears, like a feather gently brushing past, numbing and ticklish. Senior, where do you live? I'll drive you back. You didn't take the bait. The two seniors in the club, one was more mature and intellectual than the other. You could barely maintain yourself against Briar's teasing. Facing Aurelia, you had zero chance of winning. Seeing you not daring to look at her and changing the subject, Aurelia found it very amusing, blooming into a radiant smile. You have to drive now. She fastened her seatbelt and stayed quiet, not disturbing you. While waiting for the last few seconds of a red light, you suddenly said a sentence to Aurelia. Thank you, Senior. Aurelia didn't understand the meaning behind your words. She faintly knew the thank you here didn't refer to the morning's events, because returning a favor with a favor meant they were even. But what were you referring to? This was the first time Aurelia couldn't guess this junior's thoughts. Actually, what you were talking about was the act of being a temporary boyfriend. This scheming, battling welcome dinner gave you something you dreamed of, the feeling of being firmly chosen by someone. Even if it was fake between you and Julian, Aurelia firmly chose you, especially when Aurelia decisively helped you refute Julian. Your utterly broken heart was temporarily injected with anesthesia by this feeling. The car passed one traffic light after another. Aurelia would occasionally chat with you for a few sentences. Over 20 minutes later, you arrived at the destination, a somewhat small two-story apartment. You originally thought this future female CEO would live in a villa district. Didn't expect it to look like this. Aurelia took out another set of keys and pressed a button from afar. The garage door automatically rose. You slowly drove the luxury sports coupe into the garage. You can drive this car home later. Mature and beautiful seniors just know how to take care of people. Unfortunately, you couldn't accept it. Driving this car home, Valeria would think her precious son got sugar daddied by someone's. No need. I'll just call a cab. After you parked the car, you turned off the engine. Just as you were unbuckling your seatbelt, Aurelia leaned over. Kaelen, for your performance tonight, I'll give you a 99 out of 100. The remaining 1 point is deducted because you don't understand romance. The bewitching whisper by your ear rippled your mind. It's still early, my temporary boyfriend, if you don't mind, come inside and have a cup of tea before leaving. After speaking, Aurelia sat back in the passenger seat, opened the car door and got out. At the same time, the garage door slowly lowered. You had no way of retreat anymore. You could only follow her through the inner door into this 2-story small apartment. Walking through the garage's inner door, a warm-toned living room entered your sight. Cozy and tidy. You could tell the female owner spent a lot of effort furnishing the place. It was very strange, but you could imagine the scene of Senior Aurelia sitting on the sofa drinking coffee at night. Because the warm-toned style of this small apartment was honestly a bit much. It instead made the person living there seem very lonely. Sit anywhere. What do you want to drink? Aurelia asked. Plain water. You weren't restrained either, sitting down on the sofa. Your gaze surveyed the layout of the first floor. Everyone has curiosity. Why not show it generously? That way, at least you don't look sleazy. In the corner of the living room quietly sat an upright piano. The delicate, perfect black lacquer reflected a bit of light. It seemed to issue a silent invitation. Want to try? Aurelia brewed a cup of tea for you. Didn't just pour a glass of plain water to brush you off. May I? This proposal made you uncertain. People who love playing the piano generally don't want others to touch their instrument. Of course you can. Tonight you are my temporary boyfriend. How could I refuse such a small request? The house's soundproofing is very good. No need to worry about disturbing the neighbors. Aurelia sat elegantly on the sofa, a look of anticipation in her beautiful eyes. The word bashful doesn't apply to you. Since the female owner granted you the right to use the piano, of course you had to try out an upright piano worth hundreds of thousands. Opening the piano lid, your slender and powerful fingers lightly tapped the black and white keys. Just a few simple notes, and the tone color was completely incomparable to the piano at home. Testing done, your fingertips began to dance continuously. People can lie, but music doesn't. A sad melody slowly played out. The beautiful notes seemed to turn into raindrops in a heavy downpour. Through the piano sound, Aurelia felt like she was getting to know a different you. She felt the boy wearing a white shirt in front of the black piano shouldn't look like this, so she came to your side and sat down next to you. Waiting for a pause in the interlude, a pair of flawless, pristine hands leaped onto the black and white keys. You turned your head and looked at her. An impromptu four-hands duet. This piano seemed to turn into a bridge for the soul. The two spoke no words, yet could understand each other's thoughts through the melody. Aurelia's addition made this piece less sorrowful, just like a rainbow appearing in the rain. When the last note fell, it ended perfectly. Aurelia didn't expect you not only knew how to draw, but also played the piano very well. You have to learn to heal yourself with music. After she finished speaking, those flawless jade hands started lingering on the black and white keys again. A soothing, relaxing tune flowed out, echoing in this cozy house. You listened quietly, but ripples stirred in the lake of your heart. Perhaps in this moment your wounded heart was indeed healed by the music. The two sat together on the piano bench, one playing, one listening, exceptionally harmonious. If a photo were taken, no one would deny they were a deeply loving couple. If Julian saw this scene, he'd probably grind his teeth in extreme jealousy. Senior, whoever becomes your boyfriend in the future will definitely be very happy. Are you saying in a roundabout way that you are very happy right now? You surprisingly didn't dodge Aurelia's tease, answering directly, Today you received a lot of things you had never gotten before. Someone else's protection. After playing the piano, the two sat on the sofa drinking tea. Just like the usual days in the literary club. Not speaking didn't feel awkward either. Maybe living alone was too lonely. You coming to her house actually made Aurelia feel somewhat at ease. As for being on guard, she knew you had no improper thoughts. The clock on the wall slowly ticked. You felt that as a lone man and a lone woman, you shouldn't stay at Senior's house for too long, so you offered to leave. Senior, I'm heading back first. The ride-hailing car will be here shortly. I'll walk you out, Aurelia said, as if you truly were her boyfriend. The two stood in the cool night breeze. The phone showed the car was only a few hundred meters away. Senior, let me guess. Kaelen, you want some sort of reward between a boyfriend and girlfriend, right? You would say, according to our agreement, right now I am still your boyfriend. The enchanting voice carried ambiguity. You smiled bitterly. Are mature intellectual seniors all this composed when facing younger guys? You misunderstood. What I was going to say is, you drank half a bottle of red wine. It's not advisable to shower too quickly. You had already seen the license plate from afar. Seemed like your ride-hailing car had arrived. Aurelia was completely caught off guard too. She figured, you worked so hard to help her today, and even threw down a huge sum of manuscript fees to treat for dinner. Is there any sacrifice without a reason in this world? Probably not. You definitely wanted to get something from her here. Who knew before you left? You didn't even want a goodbye hug, but instead left her with a caring reminder. Aurelia hadn't experienced this feeling of being cared for by someone in a long time. It was like a warm spring sun, unmixed with any impurities. Kaelen, tonight you're 100 points. The ride-hailing car slowly pulled up in front of the two of you. You didn't respond to Aurelia's evaluation, just said one sentence. Senior Aurelia, goodbye, see you tomorrow. A 100-point temporary boyfriend is still a temporary boyfriend in the end. According to the agreement, once it passes 12 o'clock, they automatically break up. Sitting in the passenger seat, you watched through the rearview mirror as the noble, bewitching woman got further and further away from you. Young man, you're quite lucky in love, huh? Such a pretty girlfriend. She's my senior. Senior is fine too. Don't be timid. If you like her, pursue her. Don't wait until you miss us out and regret it. Hearing the driver's tone, he carried a bit of reminiscing. Seems like a guy with a story too. You didn't want to talk about this. Cleverly changed the subject, asking the driver how his income had been lately. The result was the driver pouring out a bunch of bitter complaints. You, meanwhile, recalled the scene of Aurelia defending you in front of Julian. You ultimately won a battle. But the battle you actually wanted to win had already passed half a year ago. The driver even added a few sentences when you got off the car. Don't be afraid to pursue girls. Pluck up your courage. Gather rosebuds while you may. You also wished him to make lots of money and pay off his loans early. Arriving home, it was already past 9 p.m. Valeria and Alistair were both in the living room watching TV, sitting very close. Only when their son wasn't around did this deeply loving couple have personal space. You were thinking, should you move out? To avoid delaying your parents' happy time. Dad, Mom. Valeria saw her son breaking his recent normal state, dressed as decently could be. Aurelia's aesthetic eye for picking clothes was no joke. Right now, you looked handsome and dashing, especially the collar on the white shirt, personally adjusted by your girlfriend, was crisp and just right. Kaelen, went on a date tonight? Not bad. Wearing this outfit makes you look even more handsome than your dad when he was young. Alistair had no objections to his wife's words. He saw his own youthful flair on you. Besides, the mother of his child is so beautiful. Isn't it totally normal for the blue dye to excel the indigo plant? The student to surpass the master? No, a friend did me a favor this morning. She needed help in the afternoon, so I only came back now. As you should, Valeria affirmed. But from her son's words alone, she couldn't distinguish if she was male or female. Otherwise, Valeria wouldn't be this calm. Have you eaten? Mom, just sit there peacefully. I've eaten. Kaelen, Seraphina just came looking for you. While unbuttoning your shirt cuffs, you walked towards the second floor. Your tone and expression were calm as water, as if you just heard a trivial matter. Not going to your Aunt Genevieve's house for a bit? It's too late. I don't want to bother them. Your tall figure disappeared at the turn of the stairs. Only the sound drifted down. Valeria sighed slightly upon seeing this. Anyone could hear that her son's words were an excuse. Too late? It wasn't even 9:30. On high school weekends, this kid was still watching TV at his Aunt Genevieve's house at this time. You went back to your room, sat for a few minutes, then went into the bathroom to shower. An originally decent mood was knocked back to square one by a single unintentional relay of a message from your mother. Under the shower head, the warm water couldn't wash away your terrible mood. After a long time, you finally dried your hair, came out of the bathroom and sat at the computer desk. Zero desire to play games. Ultimately, you chose to shut down, turn off the lights, and go to sleep. In the pitch-black room, the phone by your pillow suddenly lit up. The message was only 2 words. Good night. It wasn't from Seraphina, but from a completely unexpected person, Aurelia. This message was like a dazzling meteor streaking across the night sky, bringing up countless points of starlight. You inexplicably recalled that from the afternoon until you caught the ride-hailing car home, this senior Aurelia of yours hadn't used the title junior once. You also remembered Aurelia saying, temporary boyfriend, not fake boyfriend. Looking at it this way, everything seemed to make sense. Gently helping you adjust your collar at the clothing store, asking you to come inside and sit for a bit after returning from Jinwoo. Not wanting to bother her, you asked for plain water, but she brewed tea for you, and allowed you to play that piano belonging exclusively to her. Even played a solo piece for you. These were all treatments only a boyfriend would get. You stared blankly at the phone screen. It felt like searching for her hundreds and thousands of times in the crowd, only to find her right there where the lantern light was fading. The thing you pursued for many years, Seraphina didn't give you. Instead, someone else gave it to you. Perhaps even God felt you were too pathetic, and granted you a firework-like romance. Beautiful but unable to be kept. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, you briefly tasted what it was like to be loved. But was this ultimately being loved or being tragic? People who have seen the light will find it hard to endure the darkness. Just like this gentle and considerate good-night text message. In reality, it was Aurelia's farewell to you, her temporary boyfriend. From tomorrow onwards, the relationship between the two of you would revert to senior and junior. Aurelia wouldn't gently help you adjust your collar anymore, nor would she actively invite you to go watch a movie. Some things are just like this. Once you miss it, you miss it. You stayed silent for a long time and sent a message back to Aurelia. Good night. Personally drawing a full stop to this dreamlike day. You closed your eyes, recalling this mirage-like love. When it came, you didn't notice. When it left, you couldn't keep it. Or perhaps it never came at all. It was just a refracted illusion. A mirage you saw right before dying of thirst in the desert of love. At some point, you didn't even know when you fell asleep. The biological clock woke you up on time in the morning. You suddenly understood why some people drink alcohol seeking to get drunk. Although alcohol can't soothe your heart, it can grant you the right to sleep. No need to be bitterly trapped in sleepless nights with no escape. Today was another day fully booked with classes. You had to get out of bed, washed up. After eating breakfast, you set out half an hour earlier than usual. Passing by Tianhai-affiliated high school, you could see from the outside the high schoolers inside wearing blue and white school uniforms. You were very familiar with this uniform because you wore it for 3 years. Your hurried footsteps gradually slowed down, then stopped. Even though you could only catch a glimpse of a corner of the campus, past memories couldn't be stopped from surging up. You didn't dare to linger any longer, left in a hurry. Seraphina also had classes today. She came to your house again on this sunny morning, rang the doorbell. Valeria heard the sound and opened the door. The answer she gave her was still the same as yesterday. You had already left for school. Seraphina politely said goodbye. She knew you were avoiding her. Just like half a year ago, this familiar street full of countless memories seemed to have become an insurmountable chasm. You wouldn't walk across the street to find her anymore. A short distance of 100 meters became infinitely far away. Turns out, just being able to see someone is such a lucky and luxurious thing. When Seraphina passed by Tianhai-affiliated high school, she also stopped for a while. She would never guess that the spot she was standing on, you had also lingered at not long ago. She walked among the bustling crowd, but her heart felt completely empty. In the art classroom, the people in the class had almost all arrived. Seraphina, good morning. Seraphina gave an absent-minded, good morning. Caspian, seeing her in this state, was unbelievably happy inside. 80% chance the conflict between you two was escalating, already at the brink of falling apart. Caspian pretended to look very troubled. I have something I want to tell you, Seraphina. Yesterday I accidentally bumped into your friend. He seemed to hold a massive grudge about you attending my birthday party. His tone was a bit extreme and he said a bunch of things to me. Did you guys fight because of me? Here, take this gift back. Maybe he'll calm down if you do. Caspian took out that set of imported oil paints, pretending to slowly hand it over. Hearing Caspian's words, Seraphina zoned out slightly. In her heart, there was no discomfort of having her social circle forcibly interfered with like half a year ago. On the contrary, hearing that you were very angry, she felt a bit happy. Because people only get angry over things they care about. Things they don't care about, who gives a damn? Regarding this birthday party incident, she definitely owed you an explanation. In those few seconds, Seraphina thought about a lot of things. That feeling hidden in her subconscious, that feeling of being about to lose someone, urged her to make a decision she couldn't make before. Caspian, I apologize to you on his behalf. This should have been a matter between us. We shouldn't have dragged you into it. I'll go talk to Kaelen and give him an explanation. Things like this won't happen again in the future. As for this gift, you keep it. Seraphina, you better take it back. Caspian pretended to look very hurt, forcing a strained smile. He placed the set of imported oil paints on Seraphina's desk and left, looking as wronged as one could possibly be. Seraphina's reaction made Caspian's heart sink. What does matter between us mean? Was my plan too rushed, haste-making waste? Or is it that after breaking ties with Kaelen this time, she realized just how important the other party is? But it doesn't matter. As long as she goes to you and brings this matter up, I've won. When a woman pleads on behalf of another man, who's right or wrong is completely irrelevant. Sometimes, taking a stance is the most important thing. Caspian was already starting to imagine the scene where the two of you argue endlessly. Then he himself would play the considerate warm guy, nice guy, to comfort her. Perfect plan. Who knows, he might even be able to shake off the good friend status then. Caspian fantasized wildly, but the image of Aurelia proactively taking your arm and leaving together yesterday crashed into his mind. In just an instant, all his smugness dissipated without a trace. Because a goddess, older-sister figure like Aurelia was someone completely out of his reach. He didn't even have a chance to cross paths with her. Damn it. Why does that guy deserve that? The morning classes passed by unknowingly. The good news was it was time to eat. The bad news was there were still classes in the afternoon. Students packed up their things and headed toward the cafeteria. Caspian actually wanted to go to the cafeteria with Seraphina. Thinking about it later, he needed to play hard to get. He was currently playing the victim. He couldn't just stick his face up to her at a time like this, so he abandoned the idea. Tianhai University's cafeteria offered good food at cheap prices. The environment was also spacious and bright. The boys around intentionally or unintentionally cast their gazes toward two of the dining tables, because the pretty girls from the art department were sitting there. At a glance, Seraphina and Alara were exceptionally eye-catching. Compared to the classmates who had endless things to talk about, the two of them were extraordinarily quiet. Seraphina, who do you think is better? Caspian, or that massive some guy who always waits for you after class? A girl who couldn't suppress the flames of gossip asked slyly. For a moment, the chatter of the other girls stopped. Clearly, they also wanted to know the answer. That handsome guy who always waits for you? He couldn't be your boyfriend, right? When Seraphina heard her classmate ask if Kaelen was her boyfriend, a very subtle feeling echoed in her heart. For some reason, she remembered the taste of that fruit candy in elementary school. Choose whoever you like. If you like both, then choose the second one. Because if you truly liked the first one, you wouldn't have liked the second one. This way, it's better for everyone. Alara put down her chopsticks, looking at Seraphina and said, Seraphina, stop lying to yourself. You and Caspian are just good friends? When you're together with him talking about art, aren't you happy? He gave you the novelty that Brother Kaelen couldn't give, didn't he? You can lie to yourself, but you can't lie to us bystanders. In the past, you only allowed one boy our age to affectionately call you without your surname. Now there's an extra one. I've seen everything about how you and Caspian interact. Why lie to yourself? Just choose him and be done with it. Before you refute, ask your own heart first. Alara was rarely ever angry. Whoever Seraphina was with didn't matter. But she just had to hurt her brother Kaelen like this. Just a few short sentences mercilessly tore apart Seraphina's final line of defense. I don't have those kinds of feelings for Caspian. No need to say these excuses to cover up your inner thoughts. I don't care. I only care about Kaelen. You just keep lying to yourself well. Absolutely do not regret it later. Alara took her tray and utensils and left the table. Her past affection for Seraphina was already burnt to ashes. But just as she herself said, she didn't care. After Alara left, Seraphina had no mood to eat anymore. Ask my own heart first. The beauty of the past flashed frame by frame like an old movie. She remembered everything very clearly. This movie suddenly started lagging after starting college. Was she really greedy for the novelty Caspian brought? The moment this question arose, those long chat logs on her messaging app uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. In contrast, the other person's chat logs were scattered and sparse. It's not like that. Seraphina's heart became frantic, urgently wanting to do something to overturn Alara's words. After Alara returned to the dorm, she missed her brother Kaelen. She opened her phone and sent you a message. Brother Kaelen, are you on campus? Receiving Alara's message, you were somewhat surprised. Ever since that night, you felt the gentle sister who used to stick to you had returned. For the current you, this was undoubtedly a spiritual comfort. Alara guessed you still had classes in the afternoon, so you'd stay on campus. I'm there. I want to see you. Unfortunately, Alara didn't have the courage to send that. She changed I want to see you to I'll come find you. Is something wrong? Let me go to the girls' dorm to find you. Brother Kaelen, just tell me where you are. Running towards the person you love, no matter how far, it isn't far, as long as there is a clear reachable destination. The small grassy slope on the west side of the soccer field. I'll be there shortly. Tianhai University lacked no money. The landscaping was done very well. Aside from ornamental lawns, there were a few terraced grassy slopes specifically for students to hang out on. This place also had a nickname, Tianhai University's Lover's Hill. By evening, pairs of couples would appear here, holding hands, sitting on the soft grass, leaning against each other. After you discovered this scenic, pleasant place, you thought about bringing Seraphina here to sit for a bit. Unfortunately, it didn't succeed. When you were emptying your mind here, you had even fantasized about proposing to Seraphina after graduation, then getting married, and slowly growing old together through the years. Back then, you even muttered to yourself, if this really happens, there wouldn't be anyone happier than me in this world. Looking back now, it was a massive joke. The chat interface popped up with Alara's reply. I'll be right there. Actually, you had unconsciously developed a habit of waiting for Seraphina's class to end, waiting for her to respond to your love. You wouldn't say anything if Alara walked over slowly. But this, I'll be right there, made you understand a few things. What's the use of waiting? Someone who wants to come find you doesn't need you to wait at all. Bored, unhappy. The wind beneath the tree shade blew away the regret in your heart about failing to bring Seraphina here. You didn't know how long your thoughts wandered wildly. A gentle, graceful silhouette appeared in your field of vision. Ilara's mother was a woman nurtured by the Jiangnan water towns. Looking at it now, Ilara completely inherited her mother's gentleness like water and natural beauty. You sighed internally. That timid little sister had grown up. Ilara came to your side. You noticed she was holding a convenience store bag. Those lustrous, pure white hands took out a bottle of lemon-flavored soda from inside and handed it to you. How did you know I liked drinking this? Saw that you, Brother Kaelen, often drank it in high school. Ilara didn't mind at all that she was wearing a skirt today, sitting down right beside you. When you unscrewed the cap and tilted your head to drink, she secretly looked at her sweetheart's sharply defined side profile. She wanted to look, but didn't dare to look for too long. After you took a sip of the lemon soda, you looked over. She immediately shifted her gaze away somewhat guiltily. Got something on your mind? Ilara shook her head slightly. Just remembered it's been a long time since I chatted face-to-face with Brother Kaelen like this. Don't tell me Thorn gave you the cold shoulder after he started dating? You asked tentatively. Usually when Ilara sought you out, it was because of something. Little did you know. These were all just Ilara's excuses. Her goal was just one, wanting to see you. The more you thought about it, the more likely it seemed. These past few nights Thorn hadn't asked you to log on to play games, probably drowning in the river of love. Watching her brother get snatched away by another woman, it was normal to be in a bad mood. Don't worry, wait until you start dating. Thorn will experience exactly how you feel now. I guarantee he'll be 10 times sadder than you are now. Far away in Tianhai Normal University, Thorn, currently holding his girlfriend's hand, suddenly sneezed. Who's cursing me? Based on your understanding of your best bro, he even gets jealous of himself, let alone Alara's future boyfriend. He'd probably have a very good talk with his future brother-in-law. Brother Kaelen, what about you? You didn't expect Alara to ask you this. Of course I hope you're happy. As long as you're happy, I don't mind. Kind people, after getting drenched in the rain, will think about holding an umbrella for others. You truly hoped Alara wouldn't be like you, ending up bruised and battered in love. Alara wasn't surprised by your answer, because her brother Kaelen had always been like this, wishing the best for her. Brother Kaelen, Alara hesitated to speak. Is there someone you like? Yes. This person is right in front of me, Alara said in her heart. No, she was afraid you'd see through her thoughts. Lowering her eyelashes, she took out her own mineral water from the bag. Brother Kaelen, where do you want to go for the holiday? Go see the ocean. What about you? My mom told me to go back and spend time with my grandpa and grandma. That's nice. You remembered Thorn mentioning not long ago he wanted to travel with his girlfriend. Don't know if they had enough money yet. In the future, when Thorn doesn't have time, if you're bored, just come find me. I'll take you shopping, eat good food. Don't forget, I'm your brother too. Listening to your comforting words, Alara couldn't feel happy at all. She didn't want to be the sister of the person beside her. She wanted to be your girlfriend, clearly close at hand, yet who would willingly settle for just being siblings? When the time comes, Brother Kaelen, don't find me annoying. How could I? At this moment, the two sat on the grassy slope chatting, not feeling bored at all. Under the condition of being physically and mentally relaxed, you started yawning. Last night you tossed and turned until late night before barely falling asleep. In the morning, you attentively sat through several long periods of class. Drowsiness and fatigue swept over you. Alara saw it in her eyes and felt it in her heart. Very obviously you didn't sleep well last night. And the person who could make you lose sleep, other than Seraphina, who else could it be? Brother Kaelen, rest for a bit. Alara smoothed out her skirt hem. Her snow-white, pristine hands gently patted her thigh, gesturing that you could lie down. You hadn't expected Alara would actually offer you a lap pillow, but thinking about it, she's just a woman this gentle. If it was before the age of 10, you definitely would have lain down without hesitation. Back then, everyone was a little kid. Not so many rules. Now Alara was already a major beauty. There's a difference between men and women. Even as siblings, doing such an intimate action wasn't appropriate. I'll just squint right here for a bit. It's fine, sleeping on the grass will be uncomfortable. Alara reached out her hands and hugged your arm. Utilizing the slope of the terraced grass, she guided you to lie down. You only felt it was very warm and soft, smelling a gardenia-like fragrance, as if lying in flowing spring water. You just wanted to speak, but Alara placed a pristine finger over your thin lips, signaling to be quiet. Brother Kaelen, over these many years you've done a lot of things for me. I remember every single one of them in my heart, but I haven't been able to do anything for you. This time, just treat it as a sister's gratitude to her brother. Brother Kaelen, go to sleep. Don't think so much. When the time is up, I'll wake you. Her hand gently stroked your hair, supremely gentle. With just a few words, she positioned what seemed like an intimate act between lovers as sibling affection. She could only love you in this way now. Alara, I've never thought about getting any return from you. You don't need to mind it too much. Ever since the day you acknowledged me as your brother, these are all things I should do. I know, Brother Kaelen. In this world, aside from parents, there is no one worthy of you sacrificing for wholeheartedly without asking for anything in return. Promise me, learn to cherish yourself, okay? What's more, allowing you to spoil your sister, but not letting your sister do the same. That makes no sense. For a moment, you actually couldn't find a way to argue back. You treat others well, and others treat you well back. That's the normal state of affairs. During the silence, Alara gently wiped away the tear you shed from yawning, much gentler than a slow breeze. Wake me in 10 minutes, okay? The gardenia fragrance coming from Alara lingered at the tip of your nose, smelled good and felt secure. The breeze brushed your face, your heavy eyelids slowly closed. You were indeed truly tired. Aside from the night you fell asleep under the buzz of alcohol and dreamt of the girl in the school uniform, the rest of the nights were too hard to endure. So much so that you originally intended to just lie down symbolically to not let Alara feel indebted, but ended up actually falling asleep. Alara noticed your breathing became steady. She called out softly, Brother Kaelen. The person in her embrace gave no response. Asleep. The sweetheart she thought of day and night had fallen asleep peacefully right before her eyes, within arm's reach. Alara couldn't help but produce an illusion. Right now, you belonged solely to her alone. Alara reached out a pristine hand and gently smoothed your tightly locked brows. If, when we first met, I hadn't called you brother, would you have treated me like a childhood sweetheart just like Seraphina? Brother Kaelen, how I wish I could go back to the first time I met you. Perhaps then I wouldn't be in this much pain right now. And you wouldn't have had your heart broken by Seraphina. Brother Kaelen, don't love her anymore. She doesn't know how to cherish you. Come love me, okay? I will love you for a lifetime. This woman, gentle as water, yet hiding surging, tumultuous love in her heart, fulfilled her wish and landed a kiss on her lover's face. You, who were asleep, couldn't hear Alara's confession, nor did you know someone had kissed you. This might become a forever secret. There's a rumor in Tianhai University. Men and women who come to Lover's Hill together will find happiness. At this very moment, in the eyes of passers-by, you and Alara were exactly a deeply loving couple. Brother Kaelen, wake up! A pleasant voice woke you from your dream. You slowly opened your eyes. What entered your sight was Alara's gentle, beautiful face. You slept very comfortably this time. Your whole person felt much more energetic. Fell asleep without realizing it. How long did I sleep? As you got up, Alara's heart also filled with disappointment. That period of time just now was very short. For Alara, who loved someone, it was far from enough. Still half an hour until class. Half an hour. Didn't that mean you slept for a full hour? Are your legs numb? You should have woken me up earlier. Don't wrong yourself like this, you said self-reproachingly. It's fine. I just need to sit for a bit. If Brother Kaelen has class, go ahead first. There's still time. I couldn't possibly leave you here alone. You had experienced the feeling of numb legs, like a lot of ants crawling, really unpleasant. But Alara didn't mind it too much. Pain is relative. If this level of pain could buy the time she just had, she'd be willing to hurt forever. After about 10 minutes, she said she could walk. The two left this place called Lover's Hills side by side. Nearing class time, there were many students on the campus roads. The boys' gazes were all attracted by Alara beside you. A woman who obtains happiness will have her aura elevated. Brother Kaelen, does that promise you made still count? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? If you're bored, come find me. I'll take you shopping, eat good food. Then, if Brother Kaelen has any troubles, remember to tell me too. The lap pillow from just now, you can have it as many times as you want. After speaking, Alara headed in the direction of the art classrooms, leaving you with a beautiful, slender back view. All these years of ingrained stereotypes made you mistake love for familial affection. You completely didn't think in the direction of Alara liking you. You just thought Thorn getting into a relationship made her feel left out, so you tried to make it up to her. But you were dead wrong. Since childhood, starting from the day Alara was attacked by a stray dog, paralyzed with fear, and you stepped up to shield her, Thorn, this biological brother, might not have even been able to surpass your status in Alara's heart. Because at that time she yelled, "Brother!" and the person who came was you. With the holiday approaching, many classes were crammed together. The afternoon was packed with classes again. You didn't feel bored. Listened attentively. After packing up your books and stationery into your gray backpack, you sighed that this busy day was finally drawing its curtains. Little did you know, a massive challenge was waiting for you. Walking out of Tianhai University's imposing school gate, a custom-edition luxury car was parked quietly nearby. 2 bodyguards in suits blocked your path. "Mr. Chu, someone wishes to meet you. Please come with me." The cold, hard tone sounded like an emotionless robot. Your thoughts spun rapidly, running through your interpersonal relationships. Last night you felt Julian was just acting on the spot and wouldn't give up that simply. Didn't expect that just a day later this intuition became reality. You roughly guessed who wanted to see you. Generously followed the bodyguards toward the stretched luxury car. "Please." The bodyguard opened the car door. After you got in, you found the person inside was someone you had seen on TV. Surname Shen Arthur Shen Junhao, the famous business tycoon. As the bodyguard closed the door, the atmosphere inside this luxuriously decorated, spacious car became oppressive. Good upbringing prompted you to speak up and greet him. "Hello, Uncle Shen." Arthur, however, continued flipping through the documents in his hand, not responding. You understood in your heart. This was a show of dominance, a dismount from horse warning, intentionally leaving you hanging. The luxury car worth tens of millions started moving, smooth as if translating across space. You didn't panic either, turning your gaze out the window. As a local of Tianhai City, you recognized the car was heading towards the City Ring elevated highway. Looks like this conversation wasn't going to end anytime soon. Once on the elevated highway, you could faintly see the ocean's surface in the distance. You understood Arthur's attitude towards you. Fathers-in-law and sons-in-law are natural enemies. If it weren't for the law, this business tycoon would probably tie you to a boulder and sink you to the bottom of the sea. The apple of his eye, whom he exhausted countless efforts to carefully nurture, was suddenly swooped up, box and all, by some young man out of nowhere. Ask yourself, who could endure that? Arthur finished reading that document and observed you sitting opposite him. Can be considered neither haughty nor humble. Can keep his composure? "How long have you known my daughter?" His words pulled your scattered thoughts back. "Uncle Shen, Aurelia and I met half a year ago at the literary club. She is the future heir of the Shen Group," Arthur said. "You seem to disagree with us being together." You cut straight to the point. Playing snake-like prevarication and flattering sycophancy in front of a business big shot like this was meaningless. Even under immense pressure, you couldn't act like a soft-legged shrimp. As long as you showed a firm attitude towards this relationship, this overtime match would be considered a success. The rest would be left to Senior. What right do you have to marry my daughter? Let's not talk about anything else. Just this car alone. You might not be able to afford it in your entire lifetime. Arthur's tone contained no arrogant domineering, no deliberate making things difficult, flat and waveless. A tone stating facts hurts the most. This single sentence turned into a sharp blade, stabbing into the most fatal spot. You understood a logic very early on. It doesn't matter if others look down on you. The most important thing is that you have to respect yourself. If you look down on yourself, then there is absolutely no hope. Uncle Shen, regarding things that haven't happened yet, I don't think anyone can jump to conclusions. Although a beautiful love needs money as a foundation, love can't be entirely about money. I have confidence and the ability to let Aurelia live a happy life. I ask that you give me some time to prove myself. Every young person thinks their future is limitless. Not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, Arthur remained unmoved. Whether it's me or little Yu's mother, neither of us agrees to our daughter being with someone whose family background doesn't match ours, not well matched in social status. 2 sentences. The verdict was pronounced. Iron-like decisiveness let you witness this legendary figure's personality. No matter what, as long as Aurelia doesn't give up, I will not give up. Arthur dismissed your vow. The topic sharply turned, seeming to have seen through human nature. You are not people of the same world, you'll separate sooner or later. Mutual affection ultimately cannot beat mismatched social status. I only have little Yu as my daughter. I don't want to hurt the relationship between our father and daughter because of you, turning into a heinous villain in her eyes. Furthermore, people have rebellious psychology. The more I interfere, the harder it will be to separate you two. It's better to let reality teach you a lesson. However, there are some things that are red lines. You shouldn't do them, and you cannot do them. Are we clear? After receiving the tip-off from Julian last night, Arthur sent people to investigate. He found out that after you drove his daughter home, you stayed in that small apartment for a full half-hour before coming out. This kind of situation was unprecedented. Simply put, the old father panicked. The reason Arthur didn't move against you was that he had another layer of preparation. Didn't his daughter wholeheartedly want to go abroad to a top-tier business school for advanced studies? Then things would be much easier to handle. Of course, you nodded. Seeing you agree, Arthur's tone softened a bit. He then picked up his phone and dialed his daughter's number. At the literary club, Aurelia and Briar were both there. Briar was waiting for you, wanting to ask about yesterday's situation. It's unknown if Aurelia was waiting for someone, but anyway, she had been there for a long time. From the bright midday sun until the afterglow of the setting sun spilled into the literary club through the window. You said Junior can also play the piano. Is it good? Briar constantly bombarded her bestie with questions. It's good. Just as the words fell, Aurelia's phone rang. The caller ID showed, Father. At this moment, seeing this caller ID, Aurelia's beautiful eyes didn't show any ripples. Father, what's the matter? Little you, have dinner with Dad tonight. I'll send someone to pick you up now. No, I'm dining at school. The daughter's cold voice coming from the phone made this business tycoon who swept across the commercial world sigh. Kaelen is also here. Hearing this sentence, Aurelia's heart jumped into her throat. Father looking for you was absolutely not a good thing. News traveled so fast, Julian couldn't escape the blame. I want him on the phone. Sitting opposite Arthur, you witnessed a man's transformation from a power holder to a father. You took the phone subconsciously wanting to call out Senior. Luckily, you hit the brakes in time. The tone from the other end of the phone was different from before. It was no longer rippleless. Aurelia's voice had always been pleasant to hear. Right now, you could hear the worry in it. Were you wronged? No. Uncle Shen just chatted with me for a couple of sentences, caring about when we met. You didn't say Arthur had belittled you to be worthless, but it couldn't deceive Aurelia. She had experienced her father's overbearing nature before. It was absolutely impossible that he only cared about when you two met. Suppression was inevitable. I'll be right there, don't worry. You froze for a moment. The exact same words. You had heard them for the second time today. Aurelia and Alara both proactively running towards you. You handed the phone back to Arthur. The father and daughter chatted for a couple of sentences. Aurelia asked for the location and hurried over. After hanging up the phone, Arthur had to re-evaluate you. He only said your name once, and his daughter anxiously rushed over. Just how much weight did this brat carry in his daughter's heart? For the first time in his life, Arthur was somewhat jealous of someone else, even though he wouldn't admit it. Half an hour later, the luxury car parked steadily in front of the South Pearl Grand Hotel. When the car door opened, you had already seen that highly charming silhouette. Aurelia actually arrived even earlier than you guys. She walked straight over and linked your arm. Father, if you wanted to see Kaelen, you could have just told me. Why go out of your way to find him yourself? You fell into a daze for a second. The belittlement and suppression you just suffered in the car seemed to amount to nothing anymore. Senior seemed to forever be protecting you. You got a boyfriend. As a father, of course I have to act as the gatekeeper. Let's go inside first. Arthur seamlessly turned the page. The South Pearl Hotel wasn't a dazzling gold and jade style, but leaned towards classical. Aurelia's seating position was right next to you. In contrast, Arthur looked like a lone wolf. Waiters filed in. Meticulously cooked dishes quickly filled the table. Aurelia served you some food. Seems she knew you had suffered grievances in the car, so now she was properly making it up to you. Darling, try this and see if it suits your taste. Tender and sweet. Arthur's appearance made you pick up the temporary boyfriend identity again. What should have ended with that good night text message was once again continued. Arthur couldn't bear to watch. Suddenly felt that tying this brat up with rocks and sinking him to the bottom of the sea was the best option. Little yeah, it's time you moved back home. Whenever mom moves back, I'll move back. You saw the bewitching smile on Aurelia's face gradually recede. Family affairs. As a temporary boyfriend, you didn't understand, nor could you intervene. This sentence also choked Arthur into speechlessness. He and Evelyn Lynn, currently legally husband and wife, had actually been separated for a long time. Thinking about his wife, whom he hadn't seen in ages, he actually missed her a bit. I'll make a call. Have your mother come over too. This way, this meal can be considered a family banquet. Family banquet. What an enticing word for Aurelia. But let's not even mention that her parents' relationship had long ruptured. Even if her mother gave her, the daughter, face and attended the banquet, she couldn't disregard your feelings. Just her father alone had already put immense pressure on you. If you added her mother, she didn't dare to imagine that scene. Forget it. As long as you are here, mom won't come. His daughter's words made Arthur realize that he was an absolute, thorough failure. In front of Aurelia, he wasn't the tycoon who called the wind and summoned the rain in the business world. He was a father. Today, you saw too many different sides of this legendary figure. Suffocatingly overbearing, yet carrying guilty fatherly love. Now, he looked a bit pitiful. You felt that the relationships in this wealthy family were incredibly complex, completely beyond what ordinary families could fathom. Sure enough, every family has its own difficult scripture to chant. Every family has its own skeletons in the closet, even if they have mountains of money. For some unknown reason, you were quietly favored and defended by Aurelia once again. If you weren't here, Aurelia would have definitely called her mother to try, no matter what. Eat more. Aurelia didn't continue chatting with her father, avoiding leaving you out in the cold. Like a passionately in love couple in their honeymoon phase, she served you food. After we finish eating, let's go watch a movie, okay? You remembered. This was already the second time Aurelia asked you this. Last time, you didn't take it to heart. What genre do you want to watch? I'll book the tickets later. This was exactly what you, playing the role of a boyfriend, should be considering. During the conversation, you once again felt that mirage-like love descending upon you, a person practically dying of thirst. When Senior Aurelia actually dates someone, it should be pretty much like this, right? What was supposed to be an interrogation dinner ended up with Aurelia protecting you perfectly. Arthur failed to exert even half a point of pressure on you. Well, if you absolutely had to count something, the old father's chilling glare probably counted. Dad, what do you think of Kaelen? Aurelia asked. His daughter had finally rarely called him dad. Could Arthur really deny it? Not bad. Arthur gave an evaluation totally against his conscience. In reality, in his eyes, the family backgrounds of the two of you were vastly different, a complete mismatch. Aurelia's flowing, beautiful eyes glanced at you. You immediately understood. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Shen. From now on, even if Arthur disapproved a million times over, he had essentially acknowledged your status as his daughter's boyfriend. He wouldn't try to matchmake Julian and Aurelia anymore. The matter you mentioned before about going abroad to a top-tier business school for advanced studies, I will arrange it for you. After all, you are the heir to the Shen Group. Going out to hone yourself is a good choice, Arthur said. Aurelia hadn't expected that the thing her father firmly opposed before would suddenly get the green light. Was it because she called him dad? Or was it, you understood clearly? This was a difficult problem Arthur posed. He was attempting to use the ultimate combo of time and space to break you and Aurelia apart. Too bad this ultimate move did absolutely zero damage to a temporary boyfriend like you. You sighed internally. Yeah, the senior was already in her final year at Tianhai University. In the near future, that luxury cruise liner in the safe harbor of the literary club would set sail for a new destination, leaving only you, this weather-beaten cargo ship, to keep watch. But you still sincerely felt happy for Aurelia. On regular days, you inadvertently noticed her reading many books on this subject. Going to a better business school for advanced studies must be something she had always wanted to do. An already set life plan naturally wouldn't change because of you, this temporary boyfriend. Your trajectory and Aurelia's were like two intersecting straight lines. Different angles gave your lives an intersection point. In this intersection, perhaps there were beautiful memories. A brief stop for a moment, and then intersecting to pass by, never to return. This dinner wasn't too long, nor too short. After it ended, you acting as the boyfriend and Aurelia saw Arthur into his car. Little you, Dad hopes you still consider moving back home. I'll move back when Mom moves back. The daughter's reply left this old father utterly helpless. Watching that tens of millions worth luxury car disappear into the traffic, you finally relaxed. You looked at the noble and elegant Aurelia beside you. Her incredibly beautiful, charming face carried a cloud of sorrow. You knew she originally didn't want to come to this dinner, but hearing you were here, she rushed over without a second thought. It's still early. Take a walk with me. Okay. When the neon lights lit up, the two of you walked aimlessly in the bustling commercial district. What did my father say to you? Aurelia broke the silence. You didn't want to lie to her, so you picked a relatively nicer sounding phrase. He said you and I are not people of the same world. You don't need to take these words to heart. My father is just like that. Strong-arming, domineering. I'm not that fragile, just listen to it and let it go. Lend me your phone for a second. You thought Aurelia's phone was out of battery and needed to make a call. Without a second thought, you unlocked it and handed it to her. Aurelia indeed used your phone to make a call, but it was to her own phone, saving a new number into your contacts. In the future, if my father seeks you out privately again, call me immediately. Passing by a street-side stall, you asked Aurelia to wait a moment. Aurelia watched you go to the counter and line up, slowly spacing out. A shattered, broken original family was a forever scar in her heart. Tonight, when Arthur mentioned the words family banquet, Aurelia felt all sorts of emotions and found it hard to smile again. After a long while, you brought back a white cloud to her. Senior, the books say when people are sad, eating something sweet makes it less painful. Aurelia looked at the white, fluffy cotton candy in her hand. The feeling of being cared for was like a bright sun melting snow. All the negative emotions coiled in her heart melted and vanished. Aurelia tore open the transparent packaging, her alluring red lips taking a small bite. The fine sugar strands melted in her mouth, turning into sweetness. Very sweet. Aurelia bloomed into a radiant smile. Seeing her smile, you didn't press to ask why she was unhappy. Pressing about sad matters is no different from ripping open a scabbed wound. Aurelia's phone vibrated. She didn't look at it, instead carefully savoring this fluffy cotton candy. The sweet feeling seemed to reach the bottom of her heart. Walking and walking, you and Aurelia arrived at the Bund, the waterfront. The shimmering water surface reflected the dazzling lights of the high-rise buildings on both sides. Like a dream, like an illusion. So beautiful, you praised. The scenery or the person? Aurelia's mood had been healed, which could be heard from her intoxicating voice. Both. You gave an objective answer. You've improved since last night, learned how to use sweet words to coax people. You and Aurelia looked out at the water covered in sunset hues, quietly admiring it. The crowd surged. Fate rose and fell. Two different life trajectories intersected and overlapped at this moment. On the waterfront, there was no better matched pair of man and woman than you two. Even in the future, when Aurelia went abroad to pursue her dreams and saw more culture and scenery, she would never forget the flowing, colorful lights filling the river tonight. And she would definitely not forget that, on a pitch-black night, someone gave her a white cloud. You carefully calculated the time. The movie tickets you booked had already started. Going now would make you late, but it didn't matter. The night view before your eyes wasn't necessarily inferior to a movie. A movie, after all, is someone else's story, but life is your own story. The two admired the view for a long time. The dazzling reflection on the water suddenly rippled. The night wind brought a chill, fluttering Aurelia's skirt hems. Senior, time to go back, you reminded her. Give me 2 more minutes. Aurelia turned her head to look at you, smiling. You felt she seemed to really fancy this night, so you didn't say anything more. The long night was endless. 2 minutes were very short, passing in a flash. You walked back along the path you came. Aurelia came with sorrow, but returned completely different. When your care swept away the haze in her heart, the nature of this aimless stroll changed. It became a date. A girl and a boy together, walking through bustling streets, seeing mesmerizing views. Most importantly, the boy made the girl happy. If this isn't a date, what is? Aurelia, being in the thick of it, could feel it the most viscerally. She just didn't point it out. Arriving back at the South Pearl Grand Hotel, you originally thought tonight's temporary boyfriend stint had concluded and wanted to hail a cab home, but Aurelia stopped you. Take my car, I'll give you a ride. Senior, my house is in the other direction. Going back and forth will take double the time. I don't mind. Didn't you accompany me for a long time too? Just consider it a return gift. As Aurelia pressed the electronic key, the lights of the red sports coupe in the parking spot flashed. Not only that, but she personally opened the passenger door. Her rippling, beautiful eyes looked at you standing there. The meaning was clear. Hurry up and get in under these circumstances. Declining any further would just be pretentious. You neatly got into the passenger seat. The faint fragrance floating in the car was mesmerizing, involuntarily making you think of a phrase, fragrant car, beautiful woman. Over 20 minutes later, the car arrived at that familiar street. As you got out, Aurelia said to you, Kaelen, I was very happy tonight. Thank you, Senior. Well then, see you 2 more. Aurelia cut off your words. Seemed like she was afraid you'd ruin the mood, just like yesterday when you rejected her movie invitation. See you tomorrow. You didn't delay her time anymore, nodded, and closed the car door. You took out your keys and opened your front door, thinking your parents should have finished dinner by this time. Unexpectedly, in the living room, besides your mother, there was another silhouette deeply embedded in your memory, Seraphina. At this moment, Seraphina was wearing an elegant long white dress, looking like a fairy untainted by worldly fireworks. Kaelen, her cold voice carried longing. During this period, the boy who grew up with her and walked through many years of time had been avoiding her all along. On the familiar street, she was left with only her lonely shadow. She missed you. If it were the past, seeing Seraphina waiting for you when you came home would bring you an indescribable sense of surprise. But now, looking at the unbelievably beautiful woman in front of you, you felt no joy whatsoever, only an unspeakable bitterness. You wanted to turn a blind eye. But Valeria didn't give you that chance. Standing up and pulling you over, Seraphina has been waiting for you for a long time. You two have a good talk. After speaking, she left the living room, giving you and Seraphina, this pair of childhood sweethearts, some space. You couldn't guess Seraphina's purpose for seeking you out this time, and you didn't want to guess either. You were tired. You sat on different sofas, face to face. The air was very quiet, as if memories were flowing through it. Ultimately, Seraphina broke the silence. Kaelen, I plan to apply to transfer to another class. She saw no change in your expression, couldn't find any curiosity or desire to press for details. The old you would have definitely asked her why she wanted to change classes. A trace of sorrow flashed in her bright eyes. I really didn't mean to miss your birthday party on purpose. Whatever compensation you want, I won't refuse. Today, Caspian also returned the birthday gift I gave him that day. In this matter, I was wrong. Stop talking. You suddenly spoke up. If you came to me carrying guilt towards him, I think we have nothing to talk about. Seraphina, I'll say this one last time. Some things are fundamentally not what you see. Which class you transfer to, and what happens with Caspian. These are all your freedoms. There is no need to tell me. As things stood, you didn't want to say anything more. What needed to be said was already said half a year ago. Seraphina refused to take back that birthday gift, and you hadn't touched it even once. Finally tonight, you went to your room and picked it up for the first time. You take this one of mine back. When you mercilessly and formally returned the gift she carefully prepared, Seraphina's eyes turned red. She didn't even have the courage to touch this gift. Once taken back, it meant some things were truly severed. You had said your piece, turned around, and walked up to the second floor. At this moment, Seraphina was no longer cold like a fairy. Tears gleamed in her bright eyes. Disregarding everything, she stepped forward and grabbed your hand. She was afraid that once she let go, the person who accompanied her for many years would disappear. Kaelen, I didn't come to you carrying guilt towards Caspian. I'm afraid of you being cold to me, avoiding me, and refusing to see me. Let's go back to the past together, okay? A tear sliding from the corner of her eye dropped onto the back of your hand. You could feel its scalding heat. You didn't turn your head, and the bright lights in the living room couldn't clearly illuminate the emotions on your face. Stop mentioning the past. And you are no longer the you from the past either. You shook off Seraphina's hand and walked up the stairs to the second floor. Valeria heard the commotion and, feeling worried about you two, came to the living room, only to see Seraphina with red-rimmed eyes. Seraphina, Aunt Valeria, I'm leaving first. Seraphina didn't want Valeria to see her shed tears, hurriedly wiping them away. But when she got outside, tears blurred her vision, dropping onto this street carrying countless memories. How beautiful the past times were, how agonizing it was now. Seraphina couldn't imagine that in the future, a suddenly appearing woman would take her place, holding the hand that should have belonged to her lover, strolling together on this street. Just the rising of this thought brought pain that seeped into the marrow. Kaelen, don't leave me. The development of the situation far exceeded Valeria's expectations. Seraphina leaving in tears, you shutting yourself in your room, and this unopened gift on the coffee table. Wasn't her son's birthday long past? Why was the gift untouched? She sighed slightly and put the gift from the coffee table into a cabinet. Your room was pitch black. You sat quietly on the edge of the bed, making no sound. No one knew what kind of mood you were in right now. It probably hurt, right? Humans aren't computers. Expired memories can't be deleted with just a few simple keystrokes. Seraphina's phrase, "go back to the past," was like lighting the fuse of a bomb. Countless past times uncontrollably surfaced in your mind. The sound of cicadas from the scorching summer of that year seemed to echo in your ears. You and she were cooling off under the big locust tree. You asked the girl, "Will you stay by my side forever?" The girl said, "Kaelen, how come you've become so sentimental? We've already promised each other, haven't we? Don't be afraid, I won't leave you." The girl proactively got closer, took out a tissue, and helped you wipe the sweat from your forehead. That summer was very hot and very beautiful. When winter came, you would personally help the girl put on her scarf. Finally, you would add a sentence, "so pretty." The girl's face would instantly blush like flying rosy clouds, stunning Kaelen's youth. Having walked hand in hand for so many years, as long as the other was by their side, they feared neither the cold of winter nor the heat of summer. The phone lit up again and again. Its owner ignored it. Like a statue buried in this long, dark night, you were trapped in memories, staying awake all night. Heartache, exhaustion, all feelings vanished after daybreak. When a person is in too much pain, the brain activates a defense mechanism, making emotions indifferent. You walked out of the room woodenly and saw your mother's silhouette in the kitchen. You felt much better. The person who loves you the most in this world is right beside you. You walked into the kitchen. Mom. Because of last night's events, Valeria felt deeply worried. She wanted to ask, but didn't know where to start. Her son had grown up and had his own thoughts. Not sleeping a bit more? Breakfast will be a while. I slept early last night. You somewhat dazedly washed your hands to help Valeria in the kitchen. The porridge was almost done, just needed to fry a few sunny side-up eggs. How could Valeria not tell her son was lying? A light and nutritious breakfast, with your help, was quickly brought to the dining table. A family of 3, a harmonious atmosphere. After Alistair drank a bowl of porridge, he slowly asked, "Son, who dropped you off last night?" You hadn't expected your father to ask this question. He probably happened to see you getting out of a multi-million-dollar car from the second-floor window. We met at a club. You noticed the inquiring look in your father's eyes and added, "She'll be going abroad to study soon." Hearing this, Alistair felt relieved. A poor man shouldn't long for a rich girl. Even though his family wasn't considered poor, through years of hard work, he was transferred back to the company headquarters as a high-level executive. But everything is relative. Driving a multi-million-dollar car casually, such a family definitely had monstrous financial power. Alistair didn't think his son was bad or unworthy of others. On the contrary, he thought you were great. Your morals, grades, and athletic abilities were flawless. But marriage isn't just about 2 people, it involves families. An unequal marriage path is very difficult. The holiday is coming up. Your mother and I plan to go traveling. Kaelen, are you staying home or coming with us? Alistair asked. Dad, I have other plans. You guys go ahead. Don't worry about me. Your parents' relationship hadn't faded with time. Instead, it got better and better. You didn't want to be a third wheel. Actually, you planned to move out and live on your own after graduation. Once you left this incredibly familiar street, it would be very hard for the 2 of you to meet again. That relationship spanning many years would gradually be submerged in the quicksand of time. As long as you didn't dig it up, it wouldn't exist. News travels fast in college classes. Within 2 hours of Seraphina submitting her class transfer application, other classmates found out. Last night, she felt a bone-deep pain, but it was precisely this piercing pain that prevented her from despairing. Could a 20-year relationship truly be let go of in just a few days? Unletgoable. She definitely still had a chance to go back to the past with you. Even if it was fraught with endless difficulties, she wouldn't give up. Regarding what Alara said in the cafeteria, applying to transfer classes was her answer. For you, Seraphina discarded all the friends she made in college, including Caspian, to adapt to a new environment. Barring any accidents, after the holiday she would be assigned to another class in the same major. During the 2 major classes in the morning, Seraphina didn't absorb a single thing. On the pure white drawing paper, stroke by stroke she drew a scene from her memory. In the drawing, a boy wearing a blue and white school uniform was riding a bicycle, and the girl sitting on the back seat hugged his waist, leaning lightly against his back. A blissful smile graced her lips. It was the exact scene of you and her riding home as day students in high school. That day, she said her bike was broken. Actually, it wasn't broken at all. She was immersed in past memories. The bell rang and students flocked to the cafeteria. Only Caspian didn't leave. He didn't understand. It was clearly a bitter flesh trick, playing the victim. But Seraphina didn't seem in high spirits either. You and she must have fought. But the development of the situation exceeded Caspian's expectations. Seraphina was actually transferring to another class. All his long-term efforts vanished like a bubble in an instant. Seraphina, why are you transferring to another class? Is Kaelen forcing you? What right does he have to interfere with your studies? Don't listen to him. We clearly get along so well. I can't bear to see you go. Caspian truly lived up to his green tea, manipulative title. With just a few words, he painted you as the villain while establishing a deeply affectionate persona for himself. Kaelen didn't force me. I volunteered to transfer classes. He doesn't want me getting too close to you. Caspian almost choked to death on his own breath. A soulmate is hard to find. After you go to another class, you'll never find someone like me who resonates with you in painting. Kaelen doesn't know the first thing about art. Seraphina looked at the boy in her drawing and said, if I have to choose between art and him, I'd rather never touch art again in this lifetime. Caspian couldn't believe these words came out of Seraphina's mouth. Her passion for painting was even above his own. Sometimes even he couldn't stand staying in the studio for long periods, but Seraphina could. Yet now she was saying she could give up her favorite thing for you. Caspian originally thought he occupied the right time, right place, and right people. Breaking up you 2 childhood sweethearts was just a matter of time. Now he found out he was wrong, dead wrong. The one who truly occupied the right time, right place, and right people was you. Once you left her, she would chase you to the ends of the earth. He simply couldn't walk into Seraphina's heart because someone was already there. The goodwill he gained through art and painting was like smoke, blown away with a single breath, completely incomparable to true love. At this point, Caspian thoroughly understood what you meant by childhood sweetheart bond. Those who haven't experienced it won't understand how heavy that emotion is. Even if he sowed discord and played the victim, in the end he still lost in total defeat. He couldn't accept this result. Suddenly, Caspian remembered the scene of Aurelia taking your arm. Angered to the extreme, he laughed. Seraphina, I like you, yet you're so cruel to me. Just wait. If I can't get happiness, you won't get happiness either. As things stand, there's no harm in telling you. Kaelen never came looking for trouble with me. I intentionally went to him to show off that you attended my birthday party and gave me a gift. I can't even imagine how awful he felt at that time. Returning the gift to you was just a tactic to win sympathy. Just as I expected, you must have mentioned it to him, right? Caspian laughed, smiling very smugly. Every word he spoke overturned Seraphina's cognition. His former disguise as a good friend vanished completely. Seraphina's face turned pale. She shouted angrily, "You wanted to trick me?" "Seraphina, I indeed wanted to. But the person who hurt Kaelen wasn't me, it was you." "Oh right, let me kindly inform you of something. When I went to cause trouble for Kaelen, a woman backed him up. That woman's looks and aura are not inferior to yours in the slightest. Sooner or later she will replace your position in Kaelen's heart. Originally I was jealous of his luck with women, but now I wish he and that woman 100 years of harmony." Caspian was not Kaelen. He was narrow-minded and shady. If Kaelen himself wasn't happy, he still wished for his best bro and sister to find happiness. But Caspian, this despicable petty man, if he couldn't get happiness, he couldn't stand seeing others happy, so much so that after failing he didn't hesitate to reveal his entire insidious plan, just to disgust Seraphina. "I should even thank Kaelen. He protected you too well, making you forget the sinister nature of human hearts. Did you think everyone in this world is like him? Seraphina, you will not be happy." Caspian said everything he wanted to say, cast a mocking glance at the heartbroken Seraphina, turned around and left. In the massive art classroom, only Seraphina was left. Those hateful words from Caspian just now peeled back the bloody truth. Her heart also became bloody, as if sliced by a knife, hurting so much she couldn't breathe. "So I've been misunderstanding you, all along. That little boy, who once loved her more than he loved himself, had been bruised and battered by her. In the long years she walked hand in hand with you." Seraphina barely had a chance to shed tears. Yet within just 2 short days, she repeated the same mistake again and again. Tears blurred her vision once more. She gradually couldn't see the boy riding the bike to take her home in the drawing clearly. Seraphina reached out a hand, trying to stroke you in the drawing, sobbing and saying, "I'm sorry, but some things, even if you say sorry, it's useless." The messages she sent recently, you didn't reply to any of them, as if they sank like stones in the ocean. The two hearts that used to be intimately connected were now worlds apart. Letting her tears fall, there would no longer be anyone to gently wipe them away. There would no longer be anyone to heal her with a warm embrace. That little boy who accompanied her as she grew up, who loved her to the bone, was lost by her. As soon as this thought arose, her heart ached to the core. Seraphina no longer cared about anything else. Paintbrushes, pigments, books, all abandoned in the classroom. She just wanted to return to that familiar street to see you. When Seraphina stood at your door, pressing the doorbell, anticipating the appearance of the figure who accompanied her through 20 years of time, her fantasy fell through. No one came to open the door for her. Valeria wasn't home. You, having stayed awake all night, were sleeping heavily. A single door separated this pair of childhood sweethearts who grew up together. In the afternoon, Seraphina remembered you had a class. She went to the outside of the corresponding classroom and waited quietly. She could faintly hear many obscure, difficult professional terms. Crossing professions is like crossing mountains. Seraphina didn't understand the meanings. In the past, when you waited for her outside the art classroom, was it like this too? Once, Seraphina advised you, "You don't have to wait for my class to end. We can meet after going home too." But you said to her, "Waiting for someone is a very boring thing to do, except for you." A perfectly ordinary sentence. Yet only today did Seraphina understand its preciousness. In this ever-changing world, the greatest happiness is having someone willing to wait for you. When you're happy, he's there. When you're sad, he's also there. The future of life is full of uncertainties, but with someone to accompany you down the path, no matter how rugged the road is, he will hold your hand and say, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Now that person who was willing to wait for her class to end had been heartbroken by her. Seraphina experienced your feelings. Listening to the hard-to-understand professional vocabulary, every second of time passed very slowly. But as long as she thought that the end of the wait was you, she endured it gladly. After a long time, the class dismissal bell rang. Many youthful and beautiful boys and girls poured out of the classroom. Their gazes were coincidentally attracted by Seraphina. Seraphina couldn't spot your figure in the crowd, so she found a female student to ask. The vice class monitor Ivy Yi Kai answered her. Classmate Kaelen took a leave of absence. Seraphina had a delusion, discovering that you had completely disappeared from her world. She couldn't catch you, couldn't keep you. Turns out, in a relationship, as long as one side stops running towards the other, even if you search the whole world, you won't find him. Tears shimmered in Seraphina's eyes. This was perhaps heaven's punishment for her, making her never able to find that little boy who accompanied her as she grew up again. The furthest distance in the world isn't being worlds apart, it's when you and he brush past each other in the surging crowd, yet remain completely unaware. Seraphina used her phone to send you a message. The content was very short, only 3 words. "I'm sorry. In this lifetime, a person will meet many people and also miss out on many people. Missing out on some people doesn't matter, but some people, once missed out on, will cause lifelong regret." Seraphina understood that in her life, you would forever be the only one. There would never be anyone who loved her more than you did. There would never be anyone who accompanied her through nearly 20 years of summer cicadas and winter snows. She was willing to use her whole life to make up for the hurt she caused you. As the evening sunset shone through the window into the room, you slowly woke up. People often say, don't sleep too long for a nap, otherwise when you wake up in the evening you'll feel like you've been abandoned by the whole world. You viscerally felt it. Loss and loneliness occupied the entire room, pressing down on you until you couldn't breathe. It felt like a lifetime had passed. You plugged your dead phone into the charger, powered it on. What entered your sight was the message from Seraphina. 3 short words, yet containing infinite, complex emotions. I'm sorry. Probably because you were hurt too deeply. Seeing this message, you felt no joy of a misunderstanding being resolved. You could guess Seraphina had figured out some truths, but it didn't matter anymore. The human brain has a contradictory aspect. The more you try not to think about something, the more your thoughts spread in that direction. During this period, you often dreamt of those beautiful past memories, as if returning to the past, experiencing it personally. But waking up, it was all empty. 20 years of beautiful memories and cruel reality polarized, seemingly trying to tear your soul apart. One half stayed in the past, the other half returned to the present, continuing to gasp for breath in a lingering existence. You suddenly wanted to escape this room filled with nothing but the afterglow of the sunset and loneliness. Sitting on the beach, looking at the boundless ocean, maybe you could feel a bit lighter. The phone rang. It was a message from Thorn. You looked at the address Thorn sent and replied, all right. Then you grabbed your keys and headed out. At an open-air barbecue joint near Tianhai Normal University, Thorn ordered food and drinks. When the barbecue was almost all served, you arrived too. He opened an iced beer for you. The two clinked glasses and took a big gulp. Swallowing the bitter, stimulating beer, you thought of Alara coming to find you that day. How's the relationship with your girlfriend lately? Thorn was surprised. His best bro, injured by love, actually initiated a topic on this subject. Shouldn't he avoid it like the plague? If you and Seraphina had achieved a good result, he would definitely sprinkle dog food, PDA, all over you. After all, who could be sweeter than childhood sweethearts? But now he didn't dare to say too much. He answered vaguely, pretty good. You nodded, having no appetite for the table full of barbecue, silently drinking your beer. Being so busy with dating that you forget me is fine, but don't forget Alara. A brother who used to dote on her is now buzzing around another woman. I bet she doesn't feel good inside. Your words hit right at Thorn's guilty conscience. He forced a few dry laughs. If it were before, he would have immediately told you. Don't worry, I'm her biological brother now. He found it a bit hard to speak. He was currently having a headache over it. Lyra said she wanted to meet Alara after the holidays. You must definitely come to save the day at that dinner. Thorn worried his sister wouldn't take kindly to his girlfriend. Just as his best bro said, a strange woman snatching away the doting affection that originally belonged to her. How could she possibly sit down nicely and eat together? What do you need me for at a sister-in-law meetup? You took another sip of iced beer, but what Thorn said made you feel like you were already drunk. Are you coming or not? Coming. To prevent you and your girlfriend from bullying my sister, I will definitely come. You thought of Alara sitting all alone opposite Thorn and Lyra. The biological brother, who used to hold her in the palm of his hand, was now holding another woman's hand, telling her, this is your future sister-in-law. You just couldn't put your mind at ease. Hey, don't paint me as some bad guy who abandons his sister once he gets a girlfriend. Eating people's food makes your mouth short. You shouldn't bite the hand that feeds you. Such a huge raw oyster still can't shut your mouth. Hard to say. Have you been ignoring Alara completely lately? She even came looking for me. Karma's a wheel. Just wait until Alara starts dating, ignoring your calls and not replying to your messages. Then you'll understand how she feels right now. Don't come crying to me then. You deserve it. Thorn continued eating barbecue and drinking iced beer, completely unconcerned about the scenario you described. I wish my sister would start dating right this second. Best if she gets married right after graduation. You really are her biological brother. It was precisely because he was her biological brother that he thought this way. He understood his sister too well. Just like her mother, she might look gentle as water, but once she sets her mind on something, she will absolutely not regret it. And who else could compare to the you who stepped up for her when you were both young and ignorant? No one. She loved you terribly. In this lifetime, she couldn't possibly fall for anyone else anymore. Why are you looking at me with that gaze? Want to borrow money? You asked in confusion. No, want to borrow you, along with your household registration book. The empty beer bottles on the ground piled up. Happy people are allergic to alcohol. They simply don't want to drink too much bitter beer. Sad people crave alcohol, hoping to exchange it for a night of peaceful sleep. Thorn counted the beer bottles for a good while, then looked at his lonely, desolate best bro. He sighed internally. Seraphina, you turned Kaelen into a drunkard. How could you bear to hurt him? Still drinking? Thorn asked. You replied a second later. Seeing his best bro seemingly half drunk, it was the perfect time to say things that usually couldn't be said. My sister isn't any worse than Seraphina. Why don't you guys try being together? The crisp iced beer flowed down your throat. You didn't quite catch what your best bro said. What? Thorn had to repeat it again. I said, my Alara isn't any worse than your childhood sweetheart in the slightest. Why don't you guys try being together? Kaelen, what you need isn't cold, bitter beer. They will only make your heart hurt more. What you need is a romance as warm as sunlight, someone who loves you. Thorn's tone was somewhere between joking and serious. Hard to distinguish. I'm drunk, don't play matchmaker randomly. It wasn't easy for Alara to start getting close to me like she used to. You can say this in front of me, and that's fine. But if you go say this to Alara, and she starts feeling awkward around me, changing our relationship, I won't let you off the hook. Your answer was within Thorn's expectations. He picked up his beer bottle and tilted his head to take a deep swig, restraining himself from yelling loudly at this blockhead sitting across from him. The reason she stopped calling you brother is because she doesn't want to be your sister. Once the truth is revealed, there really is no turning back. The timing isn't ripe yet. Sometimes Thorn wondered, was his sister meeting you lucky or unlucky? It should be lucky, right? If it weren't for you when the stray dog attacked the terrified, paralyzed, defenseless little girl, could it have easily bitten her throat? Then all this talk of happiness wouldn't even exist. No matter what, you changed his sister's fate. Being able to meet a person like this is a top-tier stroke of luck. Not to mention the other party guarding Alara, like his own sister. Thorn felt helpless and melancholy. Then why is it that a person like you, who doesn't steal, doesn't rob, hasn't done a single bad thing, and has sacrificed so much, can't get happiness? Before falling in love, Thorn felt the world was so beautiful. Now he felt this world was incredibly messed up, fucked up. The person you love doesn't love you. The person who loves you, you don't love. Terrible to the extreme. He raised his beer bottle and clinked it with yours. The two drank for a long time. A pretty woman appeared at this lively open-air barbecue joint. This happiness had nothing to do with you. It was Thorn's girlfriend Lyra, Lin Yali. She insisted on coming to pick me up. For this barbecue, Thorn didn't even bring Alara, yet his girlfriend came. It was already breaking the rules. Moreover, to the current you, other people's happiness was like the scorching sun in a desert. It would burn you. It's fine. We're about done drinking anyway. As the words fell, Lyra arrived at their table. Lyra, this is Kaelen, my best bro, Thorn introduced. Hello. Lyra had an impression of you. Last time, Thorn asked her to introduce some single beauties for you, even sending a photo. Lyra thought the photo definitely had some beauty filters on it. Meeting in person today, she found the real person was way handsomer than the photo. Especially your deep, melancholic aura. Look, and anyone could tell you were in a post-breakup state. Hello, you nodded at her, then called the waiter over to get the bill. We agreed on treating. Thorn saw you scanning the QR code to pay and hurriedly tried to stop you. You treating or me treating, it's all the same. You didn't pause, paying directly. The gathering between the two bros came to an end, mainly because someone's girlfriend came to pick them up. You felt too embarrassed to keep Thorn from leaving. We'll hang out again after you get back from your holiday trip. Have fun. Thorn waved. You should go out for a walk too. Don't just stay half dead all day. It hurts me to watch. I'm leaving, okay? Outside the barbecue joint, Thorn held Lyra's hand, walking towards Tianhai Normal University, leaving you alone in the cold night wind, waiting for the ride-hailing car to arrive. You looked at the lovey-dovey silhouettes in the distance and couldn't help but wonder. In the future, will there ever be a day where someone cloaked in the night comes to pick the half-drunk you up to go home? Just this illusory assumption alone made your heart yearn uncontrollably. Arriving home, pitch black. To prepare for their trip tomorrow, your parents went to bed early. You also breathed a sigh of relief. If your mother saw you reeking of alcohol, it wouldn't be good. Although they say it's not advisable to shower after drinking, your mood couldn't care about that much anymore. If you didn't move fast, the accumulated buzz would slowly fade, and your brain would start overthinking again. When you finished showering, dried your hair, and were ready to turn off the lights to sleep, Alara's video call came through. After Thorn got back, he told her you drank tonight, told her to give you a call to chat and keep you company. A man after drinking is very weak both physically and mentally. Calling the person you like always carries a bit of nervousness. Alara's slender fair fingers tapped the latter option between voice call and video call. After all, for the next few days of the holiday she wouldn't be able to see you. You quickly answered. The screen image changed. A woman gentle as water appeared. Alara had already bathed, wearing loose conservative pajamas, yet it still couldn't hide her exquisite curvy figure. Haven't slept yet? Your voice after drinking was slightly hoarse, your expression exhausted, making Alara's heart ache for you. Actually, Alara was also preparing to sleep. She had to catch a flight to her grandma's house tomorrow. Brother Kaelen, don't drink so much next time. Just a few beers, can't get drunk. The call fell into a brief silence. Alara watched the person she liked deeply trapped in a glass shard romance, being stabbed half to death, yet she was powerless to help. She wanted to reach out her hand to you and say, come with me, okay? Let me love you. If she voiced the scorching, burning love in her heart right now, you definitely wouldn't accept this confession coming from a sister. It might even backfire. Who knows, in the future, she might not even be able to call and comfort you anymore. Brother Kaelen, exactly what do I need to do for you to fall in love with me? You remained silent because you remembered Thorn saying that after the holiday, he wanted Alara and his girlfriend to meet. Could she accept that the biological brother who used to hold her in the palm of his hand was gone forever into romance? Probably very hard. You looked at Alara on the screen, and a thought uncontrollably popped up in your mind. Push it off. Push this dinner for off. This way, the pain would come a little later. But it would come eventually. You felt very disappointed. You realized you couldn't completely protect Alara, this sister of yours. Regarding the pain Thorn brought her, you were at a total loss. Perhaps people just gradually grow up amidst these unavoidable pains. Did Thorn mention his girlfriend to you? You wanted to give Alara a heads up beforehand. My brother said after the holidays, she wants to meet me, Alara answered. Actually, my brother doesn't need to worry so much about me. If he likes her, then he likes her. You didn't want to talk about this heavy topic anymore. Heard the scenery at your grandma's place is very nice. Remember to take a few photos and send them to me. Alara was moved. Knowing you had nothing to do during the holiday, she really wanted to bring her sweetheart to tour her other hometown. But with Thorn absent, she had absolutely no excuse to take you away. She responded in disappointment. You chatted with her for a while longer. Seeing it was late, you said goodnight to her. The other side also transmitted a gentle spring water-like good night. Only after hanging up the video call did you suddenly think of a question. What was Alara's purpose for calling in the middle of the night? The accumulated buzz made you not overthink it. Soon you fell into a heavy sleep. Tonight some people could borrow alcohol to seek a peaceful night's sleep, and some people suffered in the long night. In another bedroom, the night lamp cast a faint glow. The woman sleeping on the bed had her brows slightly furrowed, fine sweat on her fair forehead. Aurelia had a dream. She was trapped in a sea of fire, being roasted by the scorching flames. Early the next morning, you saw your traveling parents out the door. The massive house was left with just you, but you were leaving soon too. You booked a flight ticket to a certain city in the south where it's spring all year round. Rumor has it, there are travelers from all over the world there and unforgettable love stories. You had never been to that city, but you anticipated it could bring you a different life perspective. Half an hour later, you packed your luggage and set off on the road to the airport. Almost right after you left, Seraphina arrived. God really seemed to be punishing her, making her forever miss out on you. The city during the holidays was very congested, but you weren't in a hurry. You could already see that massive structure, the Tianhai airport, from afar. Before long, you would be sitting on a passenger plane, flying towards a brand new city. However, the phone in your pocket rang at an inappropriate time. You looked at the caller ID on the screen. Aurelia. You hadn't expected the senior to call you at a time like this. Could it be Julian was pestering her again in desperate need of a rescue? Aside from this, you couldn't think of a second reason. You answered. The voice on the other end was very weak. Briar, I have a fever. Can you come over? Two simple sentences seemed to exhaust all the strength of the person on the other end of the phone, leaving only heavy breathing. Receiving this sudden emergency event right when your trip was about to begin, you abandoned the Tianhai airport that was almost within reach, asking the driver to make a U-turn at the next intersection. You were very glad you hadn't boarded the plane. If the senior heard cannot be reached prompt, would she still have the strength to dial the next number? What if something bad happened? You kept the call connected. But while Aurelia could give vague responses at the beginning, midway through, the call abruptly ended. You were burning with anxiety. The high-fevered Aurelia was losing consciousness. She vaguely heard your voice, her remaining rationality holding on to only one thought, hoping you would come quickly. Traffic jams when going, traffic jams when returning. You could no longer peacefully wait through every red light. After an agonizing wait, you arrived at that 2-story small apartment, paid extra money, and hurriedly got out of the car. Senior! You rang the doorbell and yelled. Not a single response from the apartment. The silence was heart-wrenching. You were extremely impatient, wanting to force the door open. But after Aurelia bought this 2-story apartment, she changed the door and locked to a better security-grade anti-theft door to protect her safety. Now it became the biggest roadblock. Even if you kicked fiercely, found a rock to smash it until the webbing between your thumb and forefinger tied your mouth, cracked and bled. The sturdy anti-theft door only suffered surface damage. To break it open, who knows how long you'd have to wait. Aurelia couldn't afford to wait. At this moment, you took out your phone. The blood flowing from your hand stained the screen. You quickly wiped it with your clothes and called the law enforcement team, explaining the cause and effect. 10 minutes later, a few law enforcement officers brought a registered locksmith to the scene. You felt like you saw the dawn of hope. The locksmith was very professional. It took less than 5 minutes to get the sturdy anti-theft door open. You rushed into the house, scanning the familiar first floor but didn't find Aurelia. You anxiously ran up the stairs to the second floor. Finally, in the bedroom, you found that slender, graceful silhouette. Senior, wake up! Aurelia's face showed a sickly red. Sensing someone gently shaking her shoulder, her teary, beautiful eyes slowly opened. Relying on her last shred of rationality to recognize the person coming, she called out your name. Kaelen, I feel so awful. You had never seen such a fragile side of her. Usually, the senior was noble and elegant, and this sentence carried the plea of wanting to be saved. I'll take you to the hospital right now. You used a princess carry to lift Aurelia from the bed. The slender body wasn't heavy, but it was very hot. So hot that even through the clothes you could feel the scorching heat. Quick, quick! The leading officer saw the patient's terrible condition and immediately drove you both to the nearest hospital. Arriving at the hospital and getting out of the car, you thanked him profusely. Little did you know, arriving at the hospital didn't mean everything was perfectly fine. Changing seasons meant people with the flu and high fever were everywhere. In your arms, Aurelia leaned tightly against your chest. Kaelen, I'm cold. You could feel the senior's body shivering from the cold, yet her forehead was scorchingly hot. The hospital's queue number calling was taking forever to reach you. You could only hold her tighter, offering her useless comfort, while carefully protecting her to ensure the thermometer didn't move. Senior, endure it just a bit longer. It'll be our turn soon. The digital clock outside the hospital corridor ticked second by second. Your heartstrings were pulled along with it. There is no such thing as 100% empathy in this world, but you wanted to endure this pain on behalf of the woman in your arms. Aurelia had given you warmth when you were pathetic and desolate. Even if that warmth was just care for a younger junior, and not out of love, you still wanted to repay her. As the announcer called out that number, you finally saw the sun part the clouds, taking Aurelia to the doctor. The doctor looked at the thermometer, and through questioning and symptoms, quickly diagnosed it as seasonal flu. Prescribed medicine. He also gave you some instructions, which you earnestly memorized in your heart. You started running around to the cashier. The doctor said the medicine couldn't be taken on an empty stomach, so you asked a nurse, found a convenience store next to the inpatient department, and bought bread and milk. Aurelia's spirit was withered. Under your gentle coaxing, she barely managed to eat half a piece of bread. Then, taking medicine, getting an IV drip. The hospital lobby was a bit cold. You took your not-so-thick jacket and draped it over Aurelia. Aurelia leaned on your shoulder, holding your hand, as if you were her sole reliance in this world. An overnight fever burned away Aurelia's strength and composure, exposing her most fragile, vulnerable side in front of you, the person who came to save her in a critical moment. Some people say, how can you truly know a person? Is it holding hands? Is it kissing? Or is it lingering over every inch of her skin? All these seemed to pale in comparison to seeing her at her most vulnerable. At this moment, she had zero defenses. Her closed-off heart was completely open to you. Spiritual love is far more sincere and everlasting than physical love. In the IV drip hall, you stared at the IV bottle for nearly an hour and a half before calling a nurse to change it. During the IV drip, Aurelia felt cold, so her soft body leaned even closer to you. Senior, feeling any better? Your other hand gently placed on her fair forehead, checking her temperature. It wasn't as scorchingly hot as when she first arrived at the hospital. You quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Aurelia let you do all these small actions filled with care. Afterward, you didn't speak to disturb her again. You knew she didn't want to talk right now. The liquid in the bottle dripped down drop by drop. Time also flowed away. The IV drip took almost 3 hours. Adding the previous time, unknowingly it had already passed noon. Compared to her terrible state before, Aurelia no longer needed you to carry her. On the cab ride home, she still leaned on your shoulder, holding your hand. Perhaps because the medicine was taking full effect, Aurelia gradually fell asleep. Arriving home, you didn't wake her up either. Gently picking her up, you then slowly placed her on the large bed in her bedroom, covered her with a blanket. Finally, still worried, you checked the temperature on her forehead one more time. Ensuring the fever had broken, you, finally relaxing, felt both hungry and thirsty. The web of your hand, Tiger's mouth, also throbbed with pain. But seeing Aurelia's no longer furrowed brows, it all felt very worth it. You sat on the edge of the bed, taking out your phone. Found out it was already past 3 p.m. Originally, at this time, you should be in that southern city where it's spring all year round, touring various attractions. Everything was disrupted by a single phone call from Aurelia. You changed your predetermined trajectory for her, staying in Tianhai City. Could she give you a beautiful future in return? After resting for a while, you got up and went to the fridge downstairs to find something to eat. The large fridge had everything you could need. You randomly grabbed 2 items. After filling your stomach, you didn't forget to boil a kettle of water, so the senior wouldn't lack hot water when she woke up. Aurelia came back from the hospital, slept for a few hours, and when she woke up, the sky was already dark. Seeing she had a fever and no appetite for rice, you cooked some light, nutritious meat porridge. You personally fed Aurelia, who was leaning against the headboard. The high fever had broken. That extremely awful feeling vanished along with it. But Aurelia was still very weak. That absolutely gorgeous face looked slightly pale. You brought a spoonful of perfectly warm meat porridge to her lips. Aurelia parted her red lips. The scene was quite harmonious. Those who didn't know would think it was a caring boyfriend taking care of his sick girlfriend. I'm full. The beauty on the bed looked at you, her voice slightly weak. Senior, eating more will help you recover faster. Finish the rest, okay? You left one more spoonful, bringing it to Aurelia's lips. She hesitated for a moment, then obediently ate it. The porridge in the bowl slowly bottomed out. You inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction. The peerlessly magnificent senior actually listened to you obediently. If you told her to eat more, she ate more. However, you hoped it was happiness that made Aurelia drop her strong facade, not unbearable illness. Because no matter how confident and composed a woman is, she will ultimately become gentle in the embrace of her lover. After finishing the porridge, you poured a cup of warm water and handed it to Aurelia along with her medicine. She obediently took it. Kaelen, thank you. The consideration and care from the person in front of her were enough to give her spiritual comfort. That feeling was like encountering a warm fire in a world of ice and snow. Senior, you helped me before, so no need to say thank you. You poured another cup of hot water, reaching out to check the fair forehead of the sick beauty sitting on the bed. Aurelia didn't refuse. Her temperature had returned to normal. During the IV drip, she felt this slightly warm hand made her very secure. Now that the high fever was gone, she felt it even more clearly. Aurelia watched your back as you took the bowl to wash it, but the touch on her forehead lingered, reaching the bottom of her heart. Worried she'd be lonely, you quickly returned to the room. The tacit understanding and habits cultivated in the literary club meant it wasn't awkward even if you guys didn't talk. You sat on the edge of the bed, your gaze inevitably shifting continuously to the senior, who had lost her powerful aura but remained noble and beautiful. You began observing the layout of the bedroom. Grand, minimalist, yet not lacking in aesthetic appeal. A girl's boudoir is always off-limits to boys of the same age. In fact, you were the only man to enter this room since Aurelia bought this 2-story apartment. You even sat on the edge of the bed. Aurelia grabbed a slim laptop from the bedside table. Kaelen, watch a movie with me. The projector screen on the wall slowly descended. The projector turned on. Okay, I'll go turn off the lights. To a patient's request, you fulfill what should be fulfilled. You just didn't expect that the movie you failed to watch the previous 2 times would actually be accomplished right here, right now. Truly, worldly affairs are unpredictable. The lights went out. The only light source in the room was the projector. While dim, it carried a bit of unspeakable ambiguity. Aurelia leaned a bit closer to you, sitting on the edge of the bed. Before it started, you could hear each other's breathing in the room. This was a highly popular Japanese action blockbuster. It required a separate payment on the video app to watch. Very obviously, Aurelia was afraid you'd be too bored keeping her company. You weren't a blockhead either. Couldn't help but glance at this woman beside you, whose aura and looks were impeccable. Still considering your feelings even when sick. Not to your liking? I quite like this series. It's fine. In the dimness, you felt Aurelia's beautiful eyes were even more captivating, quickly shifting your gaze to the playing movie. The special effects and plot of this movie were both great, yet you didn't get to finish it. Because an hour later, Aurelia fell asleep leaning on your shoulder. She originally intended to watch it with you until the end, but her sick body was weak, plus the medicine had a sedative effect. She eventually fell into a deep sleep. You just felt a slight weight on your shoulder. Turning your head, a gorgeous face entered your sight. The pale complexion didn't diminish Aurelia's beauty in the slightest. Instead, it evoked pity. During the day, when you held her in your arms, you were burning with anxiety, utterly ignoring anything else. Now, a subtle fragrance wafted in the air. Senior, Aurelia, leaning on your shoulder, didn't sleep. The more you sleep, the faster you'll heal, you muttered. Supporting Aurelia's jade-like back, you helped her lie down flat, covered her with the blanket, took the laptop and stopped the movie playback. The room returned to silence. In the end, the two of you still couldn't finish a movie. You turned on the night lamp. The dim light could only illuminate the area around the headboard, yet failed to conceal Aurelia's beauty. Under poor lighting, she gained a bit of mystery, making one want to lean in closer to look. You, however, had no inappropriate thoughts, only care. Certain people, certain things, are like the moonlight outside the window, very beautiful, and will shine upon you too. Unfortunately, once day breaks, they disappear. No matter how hard you try to keep them, they won't stay. But it's fine. She will turn into eternity in your memories. You checked her temperature once more, then went to another room to find a mat and a blanket, came back and set up a floor bed. You ultimately couldn't put your mind at ease. In the past, when you had a fever, it was very easy to spike again in the middle of the night. To prevent accidents, you felt sleeping on the floor for a night was acceptable. Ding dong, a notification sound from your phone seemed particularly ear-piercing in the quiet room. You didn't look at the phone immediately, but instead checked if Aurelia on the bed was woken up. Fortunately, no. You breathed a sigh of relief, silently switched to silent mode, and checked the message from Thorn. Thorn had a great time playing today. Ate what he wanted, drank what he wanted. Returning to the hotel at night, he saw his best bro's likes and immediately went to check your social feed. Discovered not a single new photo. That's not right. We agreed to split up and have our own fun. Why not a peep? Could he still be staying at home? Where are you? Didn't you say you were going to Spring City? Send some travel photos over for me to see. Ran into an emergency. Someone needed me. When Thorn saw this, he felt completely terrible. Did you and Seraphina get back together? Then what about my sister? Who? Seraphina? You looked at Thorn's message with deep eyes, replying with 2 words. No. Actually, the saying, fate is like a gear, is not without reason. If it weren't for Seraphina, you wouldn't have joined the literary club, nor would you have met Aurelia. Now, the care and consideration Aurelia was enjoying should have all belonged exclusively to Seraphina. She just didn't cherish it. In the semi-transparent bathroom of the hotel, Lyra came out wrapped in a towel. Though she couldn't compare to Seraphina and the others, rating her a 90 was no problem. Thorn, busy texting and worrying about his sister's lifelong happiness, didn't even notice his girlfriend's proactive moves. Until a pair of soft arms wrapped around his neck, he finally snapped back to reality. You waited for a long time. Discovering Thorn suddenly broke contact, not replying to messages. You guessed a certain possibility, no longer waiting for your best bro's message. The phone screen went dark. Physically and mentally exhausted, you entered dreamland. In your dream, someone was calling your name. You suddenly woke up, realizing it was Aurelia calling you in her groggy state. The temperature that had gone down spiked to a scorching heat in the middle of the night. You slowly opened your eyes. The voices in the dream and reality overlapped. You instantly sobered up. Turns out it wasn't a dream. It was the senior calling your name while delirious. You quickly turned on the light. The scene now was almost identical to when you broke down the door in the morning. Aurelia on the bed was sweating profusely, a sickly red flushing her face. You didn't know when the high fever made a comeback. In her agony, she saw the swaying figure in front of her, exhausting all her strength to reach out and touch. "Senior, don't be afraid, I'm here." You grabbed the hand she reached out. While comforting her, you helped her sit up. The thermos, cup, and medicine were right on the bedside table. Pouring water, opening the medicine wrapper, all in one smooth motion. Aurelia leaned against the bed, letting you feed her. You touched her forehead. It was truly burning intensely. It would take a while for the medicine to take effect. You absolutely needed to find a towel for a cold compress. Your thoughts raced like lightning. You lifted your feet to head out of the room, but a fair, weak hand grabbed the hem of your clothes. "Don't go." Such a fragile Aurelia made you feel she was like a pane of glass. If you pulled away this weak hand, she would fall into the abyss of helplessness. Last night, when you weren't here, how did she endure it? You felt a bit more pity in your heart, sitting on the edge of the bed, holding that fair hand in your palm. "Senior, I'm not leaving. I'm just going to the bathroom to find a towel. Wait for me, okay?" After a burst of gentle, soothing words, you let go of her hand, basically sprinting to the bathroom, returned holding a basin filled with water and a soaked towel. The whole process took less than half a minute. You had Aurelia lie down after taking her medicine, wrung out the towel and placed it on her burning forehead. After doing all this, you grabbed Aurelia's hand again, giving her spiritual reliance and comfort. "Aurelia, I'm here." 3 a.m. is the deepest part of the night. It is the darkest period before the sun rises. In the dark night, the light was on in this room. The beautiful woman on the bed was being tortured by a high fever. The blessing in disguise was that someone was holding her hand tightly, accompanying her through this long night. The feverish Aurelia had a flood of rationality. She called your name over and over again to gain a sense of security. You were very patient, didn't find it annoying, answered every single time. You never expected you would have a day where you were so needed by someone. To someone deprived of love, this was not a burden. At this moment, you were Aurelia's entire world. Not long ago, the high fever returned. She woke up groggy. The pitch-black night became low, painful, anxious, and uneasy, omnipresent, like thorny vines wrapping around and strangling her spirit. Aurelia called out helplessly, like a drowning person. When she heard you say, "Senior, don't be afraid, I'm here," that feeling was no less than some morning sun piercing the clouds, the arrival of dawn. The sound of dripping water echoed in the room. It was you recooling and wringing out the warm towel. You didn't know how many times you wrung the towel this night. 20 times? It didn't matter anymore. With the medicine taking effect and the cold compress, Aurelia's temperature finally returned to normal. She fell into a groggy sleep. Resting, you looked at her somewhat tragically beautiful sleeping face, using your fingertips to gently brush aside a few strands of her hair. In the long, dark night, you felt time had stopped flowing. You didn't take out your phone to relieve boredom, silently guarding the fragile to the extreme Aurelia. Gradually, sitting in the chair, you leaned on the edge of the bed and fell asleep. For the rest of the night, Aurelia slept very well. The boundless sea of fire in her dream vanished. She woke up in the morning feeling relaxed all over. She propped herself up and sat up, suddenly saw you sleeping, leaning on the edge of the bed. Scenes from the past flashed in her mind. This man's considerate comfort, unabandoning companionship, the towel getting hot, then cold again. From childhood to adulthood, Aurelia grew up amidst praises. Entering high school, then college, the love letters she received were innumerable. Some lusted after her femme fatale-level beauty, some lusted after her wealthy family background. But the person in front of her didn't seem to covet her beauty, nor her money. Aurelia couldn't help but reach out her hand, gently skimming your sharply defined face. Like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, a blanket was slowly draped over you. Aurelia's flowing, beautiful eyes quietly watched you sleep, not knowing what she was thinking about. Having overworked yourself day and night, you were truly exhausted. Even sleeping in that awkward position leaning against the bed, you still slept for a long time. You had a dream. Arthur discovered you staying over at his daughter's house. A lone man and woman sharing a room. He flew into a rage, sent many people to sink you to the bottom of the river. The senior arrived just in time, pleading bitterly. The father and daughter reached a deal. You couldn't hear the contents of the conversation clearly. The scene shifted. At an airport security checkpoint, the senior looked at you with tears in her eyes, seeming to say something, but you still couldn't hear it clearly. Ultimately, she entered the security checkpoint without turning back, not knowing if it was resoluteness or reluctance. Probably reluctance, right? Your subconscious terminated this nightmare. Just as you were about to wake up, Aurelia seamlessly withdrew her gaze. The time was already noon. The ambient light was a bit strong for you, who stayed up late. You squinted your eyes. For a moment, Aurelia appeared blurry in your eyes, as if draped in a layer of radiance. Senior, feeling any better? What time is it now? You wanted to stretch but noticed a blanket draped over you. 12 p.m. Aurelia saw the first words out of your mouth upon waking up were caring about her. The sunlight outside the window seemed to shine into her heart. Warm. You didn't expect you slept until this time. Forget breakfast, you almost missed lunch. It's fine if you don't eat, but the patient had to eat. Plus, the doctor prescribed 3 days of medicine to be taken on time. Okay, I'll go make lunch now. Wait a bit. Your sleepiness hadn't faded. Out of habit, you reached out to check the beautiful woman on the bed's fair forehead. Companion day and night, the sense of distance between the two of you had been smoothed out. In her suffering, Aurelia would lean on your shoulder, hold your hand without letting go. And when you appeared when Aurelia was helpless, carrying her to the hospital, the sense of security that broad chest gave her had become an indelible memory. Even sharing a room, only lacking sharing the same bed. Compared to physical distance, perhaps the emotional distance was even closer. At least for Aurelia it was. The fair forehead was no longer scorchingly hot, felt like fine silk. Curiously, Aurelia's ears were slightly red. The fever still hadn't broken? You felt her temperature was normal, so you yawned and went to the kitchen. Half an hour later, a bowl of steaming meat porridge was brought in. Aurelia was much better, capable of feeding herself, but she still didn't refuse you personally feeding her porridge. You watched Aurelia eat 2 bowls of meat porridge and nodded secretly to yourself. Should be recovering fast. Kaelen, I want to change clothes. 2 high fevers left Aurelia sticky all over. She had mild mysophobia, germophobia, and currently couldn't bathe, so she could only endure it for now. Then I'll step out for a bit. Call me when you're done changing. You almost forgot, this was the senior's boudoir. Need me to help you get clothes? Just grab any set from the second closet. You followed her instructions, opening the second closet. It was all loose loungewear. The quality and style of every piece were excellent, dazzling your eyes. Most importantly, the bottom 2 layers of the closet were incredibly alluring. It was women's intimate apparel. Having finished picking the top and pants, you were in a dilemma. Should you not take them? You felt those fashionable fabrics were burning your hands. You definitely couldn't ask now. Senior, are you changing your underwear? Saying such extremely low EQ words would make both of you awkward. The best way was to act nonchalant and give them to her. You adjusted your breathing. Upon contact, the texture was soft. When Aurelia saw you bring over a full set of clothes, a few flushes of red surfaced on her breathtakingly beautiful face. You placed them on the edge of the bed and went out, conveniently closing the door. You leaned against the door, breathing a sigh of relief. Took out your phone from your pocket to distract yourself. Inside the bedroom, Aurelia shed her clothes. Her slender, curvy body was half hidden, half revealed. She thought about you being right outside the door right now, her mood a bit subtle, but she wasn't worried or scared you'd barge in. On the contrary, having you guard the door made her feel very secure. That feeling was hard to describe, hard to explain. 2 minutes later, she finished dressing, called out to outside the door, done. Hearing Aurelia's voice, you opened the door and walked in. The beauty on the bed was wearing a beige loungewear set. Her exceedingly beautiful face had regained some color, no longer looking slightly pale like yesterday. Seeing this, you felt the Aurelia in your memory had returned. Senior, going to borrow the bathroom for a shower. Use it as you please. You even took away your dirty clothes before leaving. She hesitated to speak, ultimately remaining silent. Before today, Aurelia never thought a man would appear in her life, stepping in at her most helpless moment to rescue her from her predicament, even willing to cook and do laundry for her. You in the bathroom were completely unaware of Aurelia's thoughts. Hot water sprayed from the shower head, relieving fatigue. After showering, you put both your clothes in the washing machine in separate loads, hand-washed the clothes that couldn't be machine-washed. After hanging the clothes, you looked at the scenery on the roof for a while. The location of this 2-story apartment was excellent, offering a view of the holiday crowds. You watched the couples holding hands below, the strangers brushing past each other. You didn't know how long passed before a pleasant voice came from behind. What are you looking at? Senior, why did you come up to the roof? Aurelia tucked a few strands of hair by her ear behind it. She had waited in the bedroom for a long time. You hadn't returned. Tentative calls went unanswered. Aurelia searched this familiar home, 1st floor, 2nd floor, but couldn't find your trace. A hard-to-accept thought arose in her mind. You had left because you had things to do. When she came up to the roof and saw your silhouette, she felt a sense of regaining something lost. That movie from yesterday, we didn't seem to finish it. Want to continue? Yes. Let's go down quickly. The wind is strong on the roof. You didn't even care about watching any scenery anymore. The recently recovered Aurelia was like a rose in a greenhouse. She couldn't afford to catch even a little breeze. What if she caught a cold again? All previous efforts would go to waste. You grabbed Aurelia's wrist and hurried downstairs. Senior, you need to be careful these few days. Rest well. The fever breaking doesn't mean you're fully recovered. Back in the bedroom, you couldn't help but scold her a couple of sentences. The tone carried reproach. But Aurelia, who had just found you, didn't feel the slightest bit uneasy. You closed the curtains. The room became dim. Aurelia used the laptop to lower the wall projector screen, continuing to play that Japanese action blockbuster from last night. Some things, though late, will still arrive. Now that Aurelia's condition was much better, you had more energy to focus on the movie. Watched it very engrossed. 2 hours of movie. 1 hour was watched last night. The rest was all climax scenes. Suddenly your right shoulder gained some weight and softness. Having experienced this for 2 days, you were very familiar with this feeling. Thought Aurelia had fallen asleep again like last night. Turning your head, the beauty beside you was still awake, just quietly leaning against your shoulder. You couldn't help but produce an absurd illusion. She likes me. This illusion existed for only 1 second. At this moment, the protagonist in the movie was fiercely battling the villain boss. You felt this illusion was as laughable as the villain boss in the movie being able to defeat the protagonist. You just happened to appear when she was most helpless, becoming her reliance. Once she healed, she would still be that peerlessly magnificent, confident, and composed senior. Soon, this woman leaning on your shoulder would go to the other side of the ocean to further her studies. From then on, your lives would have no intersections. You, having been heartbroken to the core, were already a bit afraid to believe happiness would descend upon you. Too bad there were no security cameras in this 2-story apartment. Otherwise, seeing the scene of Aurelia searching every room for you, could you still deny it like you were doing now? The protagonist in the movie defeated the villain. The remaining few minutes were a happy ending. After finishing it, Aurelia put on a romance movie, as if trying to make up for the regrets of the past 2 times all at once. The two occasionally communicated. Time flowed away in this dim room. In the blink of an eye, it was dinner time. Since Aurelia could get out of bed, you moved the dining location to the living room, made 3 dishes and a soup using ingredients from the fridge. Aurelia watched your busy figure, inexplicably feeling a sense of warmth. Influenced by her parents' family, she had zero longing or expectation for dating and marriage. Aurelia sometimes felt you were sent by heaven. Your care seemed to silently comfort her, telling her not to lose hope in love. Just like this plain, warm dinner right now, wasn't it also a part of married life? Senior, stop spacing out. You served 2 bowls of rice, one for yourself, one placed in front of her. Aurelia snapped back to reality, picking up a piece of steamed pork ribs with her chopsticks. Used to eating dishes prepared by top chefs, she actually found your cooking delicious. The highest praise people have for a dish isn't saying how fresh it is, but rather saying, it tastes like mom's cooking. The reason is simple. This dish makes the eater feel happy. This is the highest realm of a chef. Right now, your simple 3 dishes and a soup couldn't compare to a 5-star hotel chef, but they dissolved Aurelia's loneliness, bringing her warmth. Taste okay? You knew your senior was a lady of privilege. Her tastes might be very picky. Delicious. Aurelia gave an affirmative answer. Really? You looked at her expression, which didn't seem like lying. The hanging heart could finally drop. Aurelia ate 2 bowls of rice. Along with all the food you put in her bowl, it somewhat exceeded her pre-illness appetite. Aurelia shouldn't touch cold water, but she didn't return to the bedroom on her own either, silently keeping you company in her own way. After dinner, night fell. You watched Aurelia take her medicine, praying her fever wouldn't return tonight. As long as there was no fever tonight, this sickness would be considered overcome. Aurelia leaned on your shoulder and watched the second half of that romance movie. When 9 p.m. rolled around, you told her to rest early. In the room, only the faint night lamp emitted a glow. Aurelia sleeping on the bed couldn't see you, and you sleeping on the floor couldn't see her. But both could feel each other's presence. Kaelen. Aurelia turned over, looking towards the side where you were sleeping on the floor, proactively breaking the silence. What's wrong? A reassuring voice sounded. You hadn't fallen asleep either. Remembering the scene of Aurelia's midnight fever spike last night, you tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Did this count as losing sleep over a woman? You originally wanted to go to Spring City for this holiday, right? Aurelia saw you watching videos of Spring City, posted by netizens on your phone more than once. With her meticulous mind, how could she not notice? You, however, were stubborn and wouldn't admit it. No, I originally just wanted to rest well at home. Traveling during the holidays, there are people everywhere. Might as well stay home. Senior, what about you? If you hadn't gotten sick, where would you have gone for this holiday? It's unknown if Aurelia heard your unnaturalness. She stayed silent for a while and said, originally planned to go to Yan City to see my mother. It's fine. You can go after you get well, you comforted. The room returned to silence again. You thought Aurelia had fallen asleep. But about 10 minutes later, that pleasant voice broke the quiet once more. Kaelen, is it uncomfortable sleeping on the floor? Aurelia heard her own heartbeat, louder than when she had a fever. She hesitated for a long time, ultimately unable to bear you sleeping on the hard floor. But once this sentence was actually spoken, the flavor changed, like an invitation inducing wild thoughts. Aurelia right now was both afraid you wouldn't come and afraid you would mess around. You were at an age full of vigor and vitality, blood and chi. To say you had absolutely no distracting thoughts was impossible. But you knew clearly, the senior just saw you keeping watch day and night, working too hard, and wanted you to get a good sleep. Your voice sounded, it's not that uncomfortable. During my senior year of high school, studying was intense, so I didn't live at home. The hard bedboards in the dorm were even worse than this. Don't worry about me. Sleep early. Good night. With your words, Aurelia's nervous mood was like a boiling teapot, doused with several times the amount of cold water. It calmed down, but there were still traces of ripples named disappointment spreading out. Subconsciously, she had already grown dependent on you, wanting to be closer to you. Good night. There was no more conversation in the room. Due to the medicine, Aurelia soon fell asleep with a faint sense of disappointment. You also entered dreamland, except you slept very lightly, automatically waking up twice during the night. Aurelia groggily felt someone reach out to touch her forehead. That reassuring touch was too familiar. She knew it was you. That bit of disappointment in her heart vanished without a trace in the ink-like night. She slept peacefully. Morning. You woke up at 7:30. Sleeping a whole night on the floor was even more uncomfortable than sleeping leaning against the bed. Aurelia was still dreaming. You routinely placed your hand on her fair forehead. Not hot. At this point, you understood the senior's illness had passed. Looking at this flawless sleeping beauty on the bed, you felt the 2 days and 2 nights of sacrifice were very worth it. After you left the room, Aurelia slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She had been awake for a while. You brought your breakfast habit from home over here. Hot milk, millet porridge, sunny side-up eggs, nutritious and light. Sitting across from you was a peerless, mature beauty wearing a long black dress with her hair pinned up. The senior in your memory had returned. Her incredibly charming face had regained its color, blooming with soul-stealing beauty. The medicines the doctor prescribed, there's just the noon dose left. The ringing of a phone on the table broke the harmonious, cozy atmosphere. Aurelia frowned slightly. It was Briar calling. Aurelia, I'm back from my hometown. The 9:30 a.m. high-speed rail. Come pick me up quickly. The sudden phone call shattered the peaceful life. You weren't sitting far away and could hear some of the contents of the call. The farewell you had been brewing also found its stepping stone. The senior was healed. Naturally, she no longer needed you. What other reason was there to stay here? After the call ended, you spoke up. Since Senior Briar is coming, I should go too. Senior, you still have 1 dose of medicine at noon. Remember to take it. Aurelia didn't expect the parting would come so suddenly. Caught off guard, she couldn't find an excuse to make you stay. These 2 days and 2 nights felt like a dream. Now the dream was waking up. Aurelia was somewhat dazed. Where do you plan to go next? She asked softly. I plan to just wander around Tianhai City, then go home. Thank you, Senior. Your gazes met. You saw a different kind of emotion in those autumn water-like eyes. After finishing breakfast, you just put on your backpack, and that was it. At this point, your traces completely vanished from this house, as if you had never been here. I'll drive you. I have to go pick up Briar anyway. The high-speed rail station and the Tianjin City commercial district I'm heading to are in the extreme north and south. It's almost 9 o'clock now. Senior Briar's 9:30 high-speed rail. You won't make it in time. You zipped up your backpack. It seemed every time you were with the senior, your routes never aligned. That time at the South Pearl Grand Hotel too. It's fine if she waits a bit. Let's go. Aurelia found the keys to that red supercar from a drawer, went downstairs towards the garage. Shortly after, the engine roared. You looked at the traffic through the car window, realizing a problem. Even if your routes never aligned every single time, the senior still gave you a ride. Aurelia didn't drive very fast. Took 20 minutes to get to the Tianjin City commercial district. On some stretches of road that were clearly wide, she drove in the slowest lane. Keep the key to the front door for now. Aurelia took a key from her bag and gave it to you for safekeeping. You hadn't expected the senior to give you her house key. A person must learn from their mistakes. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. All right, Senior Briar already called to rush you. I'm getting off. You were confusingly shooed out of the car. The red supercar gradually drove away. You took out that key from your pocket. Felt heavy. A red string was tied to it. A gust of wind blew, making the red string sway. The door that was once unsmashable, you now actually had the key to. That absurd illusion in your heart surfaced again. Illusion. When it appears in your heart time and time again, it is no longer an illusion. You looked towards the intersection. The red supercar had long vanished into the rolling traffic. You put the key away and also turned to merge into the rolling crowd. Some say a man is like a kite. No matter how high he flies, there will always be a string that can bring him back. Yet right now you were wandering in this city you had lived in for over 20 years. After coming out of that 2-story apartment, you had no destination. If it were the past, you would have definitely couldn't wait to return to the familiar street to see Seraphina. Yes, the Seraphina of the past was the kite's string. Now the string was broken. You were left with only lonely freedom. But you had lived together in this city for too long. It seemed like just wandering randomly would bring up past memories. Walking and walking, you unknowingly arrived at a sweet shop. The female employee handing out flyers at the door recognized you. Hey handsome, why didn't your girlfriend come with you? We've launched some new items recently. Want to bring some back for your girlfriend? You didn't know how to explain this misunderstanding to the employee. At this moment, a couple holding hands walked into the shop. That female employee turned around and said, "Welcome to them." When she wanted to recommend new items to the old customer again, she found you had disappeared. After happiness shatters, the fragments of memories will cut a person until they are black and blue all over. How beautiful it was in the past is how painful it is now. You lost the mood to continue strolling, took out your phone, wanting to message Thorn, asking if he wanted to play basketball. Half a beat later, remembered the best bro was currently rushing on the road to happiness, having no time to care about you. A street full of people, yet you felt lonely. You wandered until dusk before stepping onto the path home. You finally returned to the home you had been away from for 3 days. Thinking about the experiences of these past few days now, it felt just like a dream. You opened the windows to ventilate, cleaning up a bit while you were at it. Before you even had time to shower and change clothes, the doorbell rang. Seraphina had spent these past few days in waiting. When she saw the long dormant lights in your house light up, she could no longer stop her heart. She wanted to see you. You opened the door. What entered your sight was a woman wearing an elegant white dress. Facing such a beautiful person, you didn't want to speak. The silence between you two was enough to break Seraphina's heart. Clearly, there were countless beautiful memories, yet nowhere to begin talking. After a long silence, Seraphina initiated. "This is the dumplings my mom asked me to bring you." She lifted an exquisite lunchbox, wanting to hand it to you. You didn't take it. "I've already eaten. If there's nothing else, please go back." Ice-cold tone, not even counting as a friend. Seraphina's eyes turned red. She knew everything about the person in front of her. When lying, your gaze would involuntarily look to the left. "Kaelen, do you still remember our promise under that big banyan tree at the end of the street? We said we'd be together forever. Unfortunately, I did a lot of things that hurt you." The sky full of sunset glow at this moment seemed unable to outshine the shimmering tears in Seraphina's eyes. "Your coldness towards me today is all my own doing. It's because I didn't cherish you properly." Seraphina didn't want to shed tears in front of you, because once the tears fell, it would feel like you guys truly drew a full stop. She took 2 steps closer, placing the lunchbox into your hands. "Don't use my mistakes to punish yourself. These dumplings were made for you by my mom. She has always cared for you very much. Eat well. I'm going back first." Seraphina ultimately left before her tears fell. You looked at Seraphina's retreating back. She seemed to have learned some delayed truths. But you couldn't feel happy at all. You were thinking, in another parallel universe, were you and Seraphina also staging a drama of the man silent, the woman crying in this sky full of sunset glow? Or rather, in another parallel universe, Seraphina never left you. That night's confession came naturally. And right now, you were holding hands traveling in the distant spring city. At this moment, who was right or wrong seemed unimportant. Because regardless of who was right or wrong, this was a tragic comedy that pierced the heart. You sat on the steps at your front door, quietly watching the beautiful sunset glow. The sunset glow was beautiful, but it wouldn't last long. When you snapped back to reality, the sky had completely darkened. You suddenly didn't understand what love was. Was her crying because of her love for you? Or her regret after you left? Or both? If she truly loved you, how could she bear to make this nearly 20-year childhood sweetheart bond no longer perfect? Did she really have to destroy beautiful things, using that momentary heartache and regret to measure how precious it was? You felt you had lost your way in another dark night. The phone abandoned on the steps lit up. It was a message from Alara far away in Jiangnan. Aside from a few scenery photos, there was one sentence. "Brother Kaelen, I'm coming back tomorrow. Did you have a pleasant holiday?" Your current state had absolutely nothing to do with pleasant. You replied with 2 words. "It was okay." Alara seemed to sense something between the lines. "Brother Kaelen, do you have something weighing on your mind? Can you tell me?" You didn't want to share your sorrow with Alara, brushing it off with, "What could be weighing on my mind? Just tired. All right, I'm going to get something to eat. See you tomorrow." Alara also couldn't bear to delay your meal. Though she had many words to say, they all condensed into 3 words. "See you tomorrow." Briar crashed directly at Aurelia's house. The 2 mature intellectual beauties had both bathed wearing elegant nightgowns. Their wonderful curves were truly enough to give someone a nosebleed. Briar glanced at her bestie's devilish figure, envious but unable to replicate it. No comparison, no harm. Being a woman, even she felt it was killer. If it were a man, they fundamentally couldn't resist her charm. Perhaps it really is, speak of the devil. She unintentionally discovered a thin jacket in her bestie's bedroom. It looked like a men's style. No, this was clearly a men's jacket. Actually, this jacket was the exact same one you draped over Aurelia when she felt cold getting the IV drip. Later, being overworked day and night, you couldn't even remember its existence. Briar hurriedly took the evidence to find her bestie. "Aurelia, do you have a boyfriend? Did you guys go all the way? Hit a home run?" Sitting in the living room, Aurelia saw the clothes in Briar's hand. A glint of exceptional color flashed in her beautiful eyes. As if seeing some overlooked treasure, she got up and took that thin jacket from her bestie's hands. "Is having a boyfriend a strange thing for me?" Briar knew the men pursuing her bestie were innumerable. Plus, with her peerless beauty and excellent family background, having a boyfriend was completely normal. The problem was this boyfriend seemed to appear out of thin air. Even she didn't know who this sacred entity was. "Really? Who is it? Quick, tell me, tell me!" Aurelia remained calm and composed in the face of her bestie's pressing questions, her gaze resting on that jacket, her eyes gaining a bit of tenderness. She used her pristine hands to turn the collar, checking the label to see if it could be machine washed. This small action gave off a vibe of a daughter from a prestigious family transforming into an intellectual housewife. Briar simply couldn't believe it. Was this still that unattainable flower on a high peak, she knew? But looking at this jacket, she felt it looked very familiar. Seemed to have seen it somewhere but couldn't recall. At 10 p.m. Aurelia sent you a few messages. Are you asleep? You left your jacket here. Remember to come get it another day. Having finished showering and currently chatting with Thorn, you unexpectedly received these messages. No wonder you always felt you were missing something when you came back. So that was it. Okay. You thought the chat with the senior would end here. Unexpectedly, the chat box at the top showed, "The other party is typing. You haven't been able to rest well these past few days. Go to sleep early tonight. You too. Take care of your health." The two's care exchanged across the screen. Although there were only a few sparse words, it was already enough. Aurelia finally sent 2 words, "Good night." You stared at this message. It seemed completely different from the meaning of the first good night the senior sent you. This good night was pure care and well wishes. Without letting you overthink, Thorn sent a barrage of messages. "Where are you? Where did you go?" You replied, "I didn't forget." You couldn't understand why this sister-in-law meetup absolutely had to drag you along to participate. Let nature take its course. You were also truly tired, fell into a deep sleep. Aurelia, however, suffered somewhat from insomnia. Even though Briar was right beside her, she still felt her heart was empty. This was something she had never experienced before. The next evening arrived with the soft hues of twilight bleeding across the city skyline. You stood outside the reserved restaurant, taking a deep breath before pushing the glass door open. Inside, Thorn was already waving at you, his arm casually draped over the back of Lyra's chair. And sitting across from them, quiet and graceful as a blooming jasmine, was Alara. When her eyes met yours, a vivid spark ignited in them. "Brother Kaelen," she greeted softly, her voice carrying a warmth that instantly dispelled the residual chill in your heart. The dinner was surprisingly pleasant. Lyra was sharp, witty, and deeply observant, while Thorn played the role of the boisterous host, trying to balance his attention between his girlfriend and his sister. Lyra's gaze occasionally darted between you and Alara. Midway through the meal, Thorn went to the restroom, and Lyra leaned in slightly. "You know, Kaelen," she said with a knowing smile, "Thorn talks about you all the time, but seeing you in person, I can tell why Alara feels so secure when you're around. You protect her well." "She's always been my little sister," you replied smoothly, pouring some warm tea for Alara. Lyra's eyes twinkled with a hint of playful profoundness. "Sometimes, the people we think of as family are just the ones we haven't realized we're allowed to fall in love with yet." Alara's face instantly flushed a brilliant shade of crimson, her pristine hands gripping her teacup tightly. You paused, the teapot hovering in the air. For the first time, looking at Alara's lowered, blushing face, the thick wall of sibling affection in your mind showed a hairline fracture. The girl beside you wasn't the terrified child from the park anymore. She was a woman who looked at you with an affection too deep, too quiet to simply be familial. You didn't refute Lyra, nor did you confirm it. You merely smiled gently and placed a piece of sweet fish into Alara's bowl. "Eat up. You look like you've lost weight from the trip." After dinner, the 4 of you parted ways. Thorn and Lyra walked off hand in hand, leaving you to escort Alara back to her dorm. The walk was quiet, accompanied only by the rustling of leaves and the distant hum of campus life. "Brother Kaelen?" Alara finally broke the silence as you neared her building. "What?" Lyra said. "You don't have to mind it. I just want to stay by your side. That's enough for me." You stopped and looked at her. Her beautiful, gentle face was illuminated by the street lamp. You reached into your pocket and pulled out the delicate satin hair tie she had left at your house. Carefully, you placed it into her palm. "Alara," you said softly, your deep eyes looking into hers. "You are incredibly precious. Don't ever lower yourself to just staying by someone's side. If a day comes when I can truly give you the wholehearted love you deserve, I will tie this in your hair myself. Until then, keep it safe." Tears shimmered in Alara's bright eyes, not of sorrow, but of an overwhelming, hopeful joy. She clutched the hair tie to her chest and nodded vigorously. "I'll wait, even if it takes a lifetime." The next afternoon, you found yourself standing in front of Aurelia's 2-story apartment. You had texted her earlier that you were coming to retrieve your jacket. The anti-theft door opened, revealing Aurelia. She was wearing a simple, elegant beige dress, her hair cascading freely down her shoulders. The sickly pallor was completely gone, replaced by her usual breathtaking, bewitching radiance. "Come in," she said, stepping aside. The living room was strangely quiet, and you noticed 2 large packed suitcases sitting near the sofa. "You're leaving?" you asked, a sudden sense of emptiness washing over you. "The business school in London finalized my admission earlier than expected." Aurelia poured you a cup of tea, the familiar scent of Ceylon filling the air. "My father arranged the flight for tomorrow morning. I was going to tell you today." You held the warm teacup, looking at the peerlessly magnificent senior who had defended your dignity and showed you an unexpected firework-like romance. "Then I should wish you a safe flight, senior. May your future be as bright as you are?" Aurelia smiled, a smile that could easily topple cities. She walked to the coat rack, retrieved your thin jacket, and walked over to you. As you reached out to take it, she didn't let go immediately. Instead, she stepped into your personal space. The mesmerizing fragrance of her perfume wrapped around you. She leaned up, and before you could react, her soft red lips gently pressed against your cheek. It was fleeting, light as a feather, yet it left a burning imprint on your soul. "That is my real return gift, Kaelen," Aurelia whispered, her autumn water eyes locking onto yours. "A temporary boyfriend has an expiration date, but maybe, when I return, I won't have to use the word temporary anymore." She stepped back, leaving the jacket in your hands. There were no tearful goodbyes, no heavy promises, just a confident, elegant woman leaving a profound mark on your heart before setting sail for her own horizon. "Don't forget me, Junior. I couldn't even if I tried," you smiled genuinely. Leaving Aurelia's apartment, you carried your jacket over your shoulder. The weather was unexpectedly beautiful. The sky was a brilliant, unblemished blue, washed clean by the past few days of rain. As you walked down the familiar street toward your home, you saw a silhouette, standing under the large banyan tree at the intersection. It was Seraphina. She looked thinner, her eyes carrying a lingering sadness as she watched you approach. She didn't rush forward to grab your arm, nor did she cry out. She simply stood there, a ghost of a beautiful 20-year-long past. You didn't stop. As you walked past her, your paces were steady. "Kaelen!" Her voice trembled slightly in the wind. You paused, turning your head slightly, but your body remained faced forward. "I'm sorry," she whispered, a single tear escaping her eye. "For everything. I hope you find the happiness I failed to give you." You looked at the girl you had loved with every fiber of your being. The agonizing pain that used to tear your chest apart was gone. What remained was a calm acceptance. The childhood sweetheart bond was broken, but it had taught you how to love, and more importantly, how to value yourself. "I will," you said calmly. "Goodbye, Seraphina. Take care of yourself." You resumed your walk, leaving the shadow of the banyan tree behind, stepping fully into the bright golden sunlight. The story of the boy who waited endlessly in the rain had ended. You were no longer a kite tied to a broken string. You were the wind itself. In your pocket lay a phone that held the messages of a gentle girl waiting patiently for your heart to heal. Across the ocean, a bewitching, intellectual woman was beginning her journey, leaving behind a promise of a future reunion, and behind you the past was finally laid to rest. You didn't know who you would choose, or where your path would ultimately lead, but as you looked up at the boundless azure sky, you took a deep breath of the fresh air. For the first time in a very long time, you felt completely, utterly free. The future was unwritten, and it was entirely yours.